Welcome to Roast Mortem. It's the only show worth citing on any of your research papers. My name is Tom.
Hey, you know what? If you're going into school and you're gonna become a math boy, you could cite us there too. I'm Travis, the math boy.
I'm Mike, and I say drop out of school.
I'm Connor, and I disagree with that advice.
Okay,
Listen to me.
This is a fair show, a fair and balanced show.
I like that. We have all different opinions.
Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm. That's what keeps us, grounded.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. We're like a Chinese buffet of brains. You can go get your hot dogs. You can go get your sushi. You can go get your actual Chinese food.
French
Whenever
fries.
you go to a Chinese food buffet, there's always everything besides Chinese food, except for General Tso's.
And if you hang out with us a little too much, you're going to start to sweat.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Speaking of Chinese food, I'd like to say I was correct on my location.
Oh,
yes,
Chan's.
circle back.
Explain this. I'm glad you brought it up.
Explain it. It's all facts.
What is my...
Jackie Chan's is in Wyandanch and not Amityville.
You know what, Mike? I must concede. I thought maybe Jackie Chan was a little classier and had that in Amityville, not Wyandanch, but
They got that good weed up in Wyandanch, bro.
Do you think they're gonna come out with Rumble? Are they gonna come out with? Are they gonna come out with Rumble in Wyandanch now?
They should.
They got a new. Whatchamacallit? Like
President?
Yeah, president of Wyandanch.
Yeah. President of Wyandanch.
Rakim came back and took over Wyandanch.
That's good.
So an interesting thing about Wyandanch is when I used to fence, the Wyandanch had a fencing team.
Oh.
And that was the scariest fencing team to fence on Long Island.
I can
Because they wore
imagine.
their colors.
Oh, God. Yeah, I can imagine. Wyandanch is rough for those of you who aren't on the island.
I'd love to
Yeah.
see that.
Yeah.
I can totally picture it, though, too, like a blood and a crib.
Oh, yeah.
Well, it's the only sport that gives you a giant knife.
It's true.
Learn how to use this.
Yeah.
Wield it well.
Exactly. Yeah, we're the Bloods. We're recruiting from the fencing team as they are the best at knife fights.
Yeah.
All right. How's your week? Famous segment that we do, I guess. Famous 400,000 people have been writing in asking about
My week.
Mike's week.
That's
Just
true.
Mike's week.
They don't care about any of our weeks.
I'm a model now.
Yeah, dude.
So
look good.
I'm above all of you now.
Okay.
That's right, Mike's a male model.
Yep. God has decided
baby.
to bless me with terrible physique but beautiful face.
The classic model.
And
The Tess Holiday look.
you might have been in the husky section. Maybe if you're a big boy like me, you might see me one day in a JCPenney husky section. So keep your eyes peeled. That's all I'm going to say.
Now, I want to say more because you were telling us many details about the shoot.
Yeah.
And you said that you were wearing some clothing that was a medium. So maybe
Yes.
you'll find your photos, not so much in the husky area, but like the squeezing out of it area.
My belly was definitely hanging out in some of these clips. There's no way.
It's like the toothpaste section.
Yeah. Or like the lingerie section where, I guess.
You know,
Or the
I don't know
kinky
if you
sound.
signed any non-disclosures, Victoria's Secret.
I should probably read that shit that they make you sign. I didn't even read that.
Was it an NDA? Are you going to get killed for telling us about your two hair cutters?
Oh, yeah, you got
Who
tag
told you?
teamed.
Who told you? I did get tag teamed by two men yesterday.
All right.
More. They were both very aggressive with me.
They were hitting you from both sides.
Both sides. One from the side and one from the other side. It was like if you could picture like someone sculpting a beautiful statue out of marble.
Right.
And then
the
picture
marbles
another
are
guy
hair?
on the other
Picture
side.
another guy doing the same thing.
Oh, okay.
And then I have like these piercing eyes, these blue eyes. I've never seen someone like with these eyes that like make me feel uncomfortable like that. Like you're like, I don't want to look into your eyes anymore because I'm like scared.
The Irish guy.
The Irish
you
guy.
mentioned, yeah.
And I could feel like this bond with him because we're both Irish. And I was like, I hate you.
You hate it.
Connor, how's your week?
My week was good. I signed a lease, so Liz and I are moving out.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks,
we,
Connor.
I was there earlier today, spackling.
Oh.
Woo! Such an exhilarating house
That's
chore,
fun
I
stuff
think.
to do.
Wait, are you spackling up your old place or
No,
spackling up?
spackling up the new place for painting.
Oh, all right.
Yeah. Goes on pink, dries white.
It's the good stuff.
It's the good stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it tells you. It's good.
And another side note, my car hit 200,000 miles earlier today.
Damn.
Very proud of her.
Congratulations!
That's a milestone.
Oh, yeah.
Well, another 200,000 to
Yeah.
her.
Oh,
Cheers.
you know, she's a Toyota. She can probably do it.
Oh, that's true.
Oh yeah,
Good for her.
Toyotas are very famous. They can go under the ocean. They could probably
That's right.
drive around on the moon.
That's right.
I mean,
Fingers
I don't know.
crossed, 1,000,000 miles.
Right. Oh, let's see it happen.
You get a
Let's see
prize?
that happen.
Are you a new car?
I think I own Toyota. If I get it to 1,000,000 miles, I
Do
think I
they-
become the owner.
I think that. So I think I read about a bug, Volkswagen Beetle that went 1,000,000 miles, and Volkswagen bought it back from the owner for a lot of money.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. So I don't know if Toyota would do that. They might just shoot you into a volcano.
You know what? That it would probably be like as some sort of honor, though. Like you've made it. Good job. Here,
Right.
Here's
I'm
your
thinking
death.
more like you'd probably get a coupon to Subway.
Or they sell you a new car. Like, you need a new car now.
Yeah.
Or
There's
you
gonna
get
be
the
like, very bad. You need a new car.
99999
You need a new
rollover, and then as soon as it's about to hit 1,000,000, you get a Godzilla foot on you.
Yeah.
That'd be a shame. But yeah, very happy for her.
Good thing. Travis, tell me about it.
Dude, yesterday I went into casserole overdrive. I decided at 7:00 at night, I'm like, I'm going to make 3 casseroles.
Oh, I thought it was like a place
Whoa.
that you went to in Portland.
No,
Casserole Overload sounds like a place you do that.
that's my apartment.
That'd be a great restaurant name.
Yeah.
Really?
Casa de Casserole Overload.
So what kind of casseroles are we talking over here? Because I'm not
Dude,
picky
all right, we're
with those.
talking about, Mike, you don't want to get too toothpaste up. So I'm talking about a chicken Alfredo broccoli with bacon in there.
That
boy.
sounds gas.
With some cauliflower rice at the base.
Okay.
And then I'm also talking about some green bean casserole with all them mushrooms and shit.
Oh, love a good green bean casserole.
questionable. Continue.
And I made another chicken ass bitch.
Oh.
Yeah,
okay.
that was the same thing pretty much.
What was the best one?
So far I've only heated up the Alfredo, boy, and let me tell you, for something that's supposed to be healthy and keto, my arteries are clogging.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's about losing weight, but also destroying your heart in one foul
Yes.
swoop. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's the insurance thing, because if you're too healthy, you're going to live too long.
They don't want that. Nobody
No.
wants
Yeah, that's
that.
true.
No.
No one wants you to die. You still have to pay some taxes.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
Joe Biden needs his money.
yeah, yes, he does right now. That's for sure. What are we going to build with this infrastructure bill? Taller stoplight cameras on the intersections of every interstate?
You know what they just added into the infrastructure bill?
No.
What?
All new cars have to have like drunk driving AI in them.
Oh God.
How is
So I don't know.
anyone
It'll
getting
like
it around in the countryside?
yeah, it'll like yell at you like you're drunk. We are calling police.
What?
Daleks.
I don't want to live in that world.
Look, shut up, car.
I don't want to live in that world.
Well, no one's gonna buy a new car.
That's
That-
big
they
brother
gotta get.
shit right there.
That's why we got to get them all to 1,000,000 miles.
Yeah.
Yeah,
right,
everyone
you're
get a
right.
Toyota.
This is all part
Like
of their
Connor.
fucking plan.
Yeah.
I knew it.
God, it's so sad.
God damn it.
So sad. What is coming of the world?
Tommy, what's coming
Yeah.
of the week that you just came on?
Oh,
Well-
someone's got some big fucking news this week.
I got big news. So I'm married now, and that's it's good. Married
over now,
life
Hear, hear.
is fine.
It's all over.
It's very nice. In fact, it seems like a relief in a lot of ways, because it's like, okay, I'm done. I'm gonna watch Harry Potter now.
There you go.
I don't even like Harry Potter, but I love watching it because I'm
Tom likes it
married.
now.
I don't know, something happens and you're just like, let me see what Dumbledore's dick looks like. That's it. It's great. We had a nice little ceremony. Connor was there. Mike,
was.
You
I
were
was
not
not
invited.
invited.
Mike,
You weren't
That was
uninvited.
pretty-
Mike-
was specifically not
Yeah.
invited.
Yeah,
that's
do not
fucked
show
up.
up. Do not be anywhere.
No one
near-
else was told, but Mike was told, "Don't come."
I thought I was like a brother to Tom. I guess I'm just his cousin.
You're my
in
cousin.
reality.
You're my cousin. We're very good friends. But God damn it, if you showed up at that wedding, you'd hear about it.
I might have been creeping in the bushes. Maybe I might have walked by. I was like, oh, what a fucking wedding going on over there. That's pretty nice.
Look at that lovely couple that I know.
Peeking through the palm trees.
Yeah, who are these people over there? I think I know them.
Yeah, so I did that. Also, another thing. You remember what was it last week when I had my throat all shitty?
Yeah.
Yeah, COVID
Yeah.
again.
It happened again.
Oh,
but
COVID.
only on the one side of my throat had
Oh.
a spasm. Never happened before.
What?
Spasm.
So
What were you like?
Yeah, I was eating a tuna melt,
Oh, there you go.
and all of a sudden, one side of my throat just constricted and tightened up. I've never had this sensation before, but I looked it up. I can't pronounce the fucking thing, but it's like a 3-week thing, and now my voice is even worse than before.
Nice.
Wait, Tom, did the side on your throat, was it the melt side or the tuna side?
It was the melt side,
Okay, all right.
so it's probably
making
that
sure.
that hot tuna breath.
Yeah.
I'll do it.
Anyway, yes. So congratulations to me, and congratulations to you, Connor, because you get to go again tonight. You get to tell us who is on the chopping block.
I do. I'm very excited about this one. So today we're going to be talking about a man that I think should replace Andrew Jackson on the $20 bill.
Okay.
That is
Oh,
not-
wait, so are we talking about a scumbag?
Oh, I was going to say, this is not because he's like a hero, to replace Andrew Jackson. It's because he's a better encapsulation of what American assholes really are.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to be a big fan, aren't I?
I think
you know me.
I think you're going to love this guy.
All right, good.
Wait, so you're saying, Connor, you're telling me that instead of Harriet Tubman going on the 20, we're putting your boy on the 20?
We are, if we had my way, we would be putting Daniel Edgar Sickles on the $20 bill.
Sickles.
Woo!
Mr. Sickles.
Dan, Ed, Sick.
Danny
Danny
Sick.
Danny
Danny
Sick.
Sick with it.
His name automatically sounds like a vice principal.
his favorite song is "Tearing Away" by Drowning Pool.
It might be.
Oh, like a cool vice principal. Then.
Oh, yeah. Drives a convertible.
He probably would be a cool vice principal, but he'd probably get fired pretty quickly. You'll see why.
Those are the coolest ones.
The ones that
Oh,
make
he's
out
in-
with students.
Yeah.
No, he must be into
18.
critical race theory.
So, Daniel Sickles was born October 20th, 1819. Now, immediately there's a little bit of controversy there because while everyone, even including like his birth certificate, all like the official records say October 20th, 1819, there are some, Dan mostly himself, who would claim 1825 was the year he was born. But it's universally regarded that that's because he consistently was trying to sleep with young women.
Okay,
Oh.
that
right.
it has. Whenever age lessening happens, it's acting, modeling, or having to do with women.
Yeah.
So
It's funny because I usually tell people I was born in 2019.
I can see that.
You do look
Oh,
baby
like-
face right now.
Yo, I'm so smart. I'm like such a smart baby. Like, have you ever seen that movie Genius Baby? That's a biography about me.
Wow.
Baby
Boss
Genius?
Boss baby.
Boss Baby.
Boss Baby. Whatever. I don't know.
Alec Baldwin in Boss Baby and Rust.
Rust Baby.
So Daniel was born to George Garrett Sickles and Susan Marsh Sickles. His father, George, was a patent lawyer. So they're a wealthy family. Not like crazy wealthy like the Vanderbilts, but like, they're comfortable. They're fine. They're doing all right. He had a broad education, kind of just bouncing around various places, and was widely regarded as like a rambunctious kid growing up. There's one story of him like going to a boarding school, and then after 2 weeks is like, hey, this is not for me, and then he just walks across the street and starts working as a printer's apprentice because he's like, this seems more fun than going to school.
I
And-
like that initiative.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Smart.
So I don't want to get too much into his early life, but at one point, he lives with an Italian family, the wealthy De Pontes, who were famous musicians, opera writers, performers, all that type
Accordion
of stuff.
players,
Accordion
ravioli
players.
crafters. Of
Yes.
course, this is you want to move in with a wealthy Italian family. They will
Exactly.
feed you.
Yeah, they will feed
Right.
you. They will bring you to the opera, and the patriarch of the family will tell you all the stories about how he got kicked out of cities in Italy for banging famous women. In Italy.
Dude,
You don't
those
need
are
heroes.
some good stories about gravy and good stories about long meats
Yeah.
with olives stuck in them.
Yes.
Hate when that
So
happens.
he was the same age as a few of the kids in the family. One of them being Maria De Ponte. This was when he was like in his late teens, early 20s, and Maria had a young daughter, Teresa. But there were rumors that Dan and Maria had engaged in an affair all this time, because Dan was what was known at the time as a sporting man. Does anyone know what that means?
Like me, like a model.
No.
Is it like
Like him, like a
A
skateboarder.
husky model.
No.
is it
Just
like
comparing it to Mike.
Travis?
is it like Is it like someone that brings their lunch into Dick's Sporting Goods?
No, it's a man that frequents brothels.
Oh, he's a man of the people.
Yeah.
I like that.
A sporting man.
I gotta do that more. He's more sporty with it.
Yeah, Dan had been a fan of the brothel since I think he knew what the word brothel meant. I think he
I
was
don't
a
blame
fan.
him.
It seemed like it was a lifelong love.
Imagine him just looking over like a chicken noodle soup and going, "This feels incomplete." This broth.
Yeah, got to add something to it. How about a woman that will have sex with me for money?
Yeah, someone who will sit on my face while I suck on croutons.
Please fart. Please fart.
This bone broth reminds me of titties.
Now, Dan knew all the best places to go. He knew which places you'd go to if you're just looking for a fun night, which place you'd go to if you're looking to bring a date to the opera, because, there was some times where that was...
Escort.
He's a high-class guy.
high-class brothel.
So they know all their stuff. Like, they know what social event you can bring your favorite courtesan to.
Yeah, remember, boys, it's called a gentleman's club for a reason, because when there's a buffet of baked ziti and Chinese food,
That's true.
always dig in.
Shout out to my friend John Peters.
Yeah.
Continue.
All right, so while this is all going on, while Dan, this is like his early 20s, he's starting to find his way in the world, wondering where he wants to take his career. He strikes up a good friendship, and probably a little bit more, with the most famous New York courtesan of the time, Fanny White. Fanny was super successful in her job, to the point that she owned her own bordello, and it was like one of the most famous and like best
She was a
bordellos of
madame?
all. Yeah, she was a madam.
Okay, our English listeners are probably like rolling right now because I think Fanny in England is pussy.
Yes, I do believe it is.
They're like, God, I also like Dumbledore.
So she runs the brothel, right?
She runs the brothel,
the
but
head
she
hoe.
also has high-end clients that she will be with, and Dan is one of them. Now, she was older than Dan, but they like got along really well, not just because he was giving her money, but she reportedly gave him money sometimes because they just loved hanging out with each other so much.
She just had so much money and pussy to go around.
Yeah,
Even the prostitutes giving this dude money. That's fucking
Yeah,
pretty
because
baller.
he was that guy. He was the one who the prostitute was like, no, keep your money. That was
Huge
that's
cock.
so
He's
good.
got to be packing heat.
He must have.
Dude, I think one day maybe we'll go over one of these like famous prostitutes, but pretty much like prostitutes, especially out in the West, like Seattle was basically built by like a madame.
Really?
Because they had all the money out there. Like all these Western towns, the richest person in the town was that Fanny. You know what I'm saying?
So,
Big Fanny.
just to be clear, though, Travis, the buildings themselves were built by men, right?
No, she built them all herself.
Oh, well, there must have been a huge fire or something. Did they rebuild?
Yeah. It's a mud flood.
Now, Dan was not, he knew he was kind of a sack of shit. He knew all this stuff. Like, he had a friend.
Tool bag.
Yeah. He had a friend who basically told him, you got to stop hanging out with Fanny White, man. Like, you're going to be a respectable person. We're going to get into why all that's going to happen. But for now, we'll just deal with this. He says, in regards to this, like kind of acknowledging this, he goes, I know all the consequences of yielding to this idiosyncrasy and have many a long years since resolved to enjoy it, even at the price which must inevitably be paid. I have said to you before that I do not deem it a wise course, nor approve of it, nor recommend it to any friends, but I've adopted it. It is mine, and I will follow it come what may.
Damn, I like his style.
Yeah, me too.
All balls out.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Balls
he's
out
like,
Fanny.
look, I know I'm a piece of shit. I'm not saying anyone else should, but I've accepted it.
At least he knows.
There are certain
yeah.
points in my life where I can honestly agree with that sentiment.
Yeah.
Maybe not so much now. You grow up, but like when I was younger, I did some really dumb shit, and it was like I don't approve of it. That's my favorite
Yeah.
line.
Yeah,
I don't
right.
approve of what I'm doing.
He's like,
but I'm still
not
doing
happy,
it.
but I'm gonna do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like having sex with your socks on. You have to commit, dude. I'm doing it. Like, I am doing it.
I do not recommend this, but it's
I don't
happening.
know. Yeah, yeah.
You haven't had sex until you've done it with moon boots on.
I kind of want to have sex with those hospital socks for extra
Oh,
grip.
grip.
So I can just put them on the ceiling.
I hate sliding around. That's a good point. When you sliding around sometimes, like,
Yeah, sometimes I just
the knees start hurting. You're like, all right, I gotta. I put my brace on.
Got to improvise, man. I wish there were cutouts in this mattress.
I wish there was grip tape on the floor I could stand on.
We'll put
So,
my bare
so
ass.
this gentleman Sickles is he would be part of the pro sex workers movement today.
Oh yeah, Dan probably would have had his own OnlyFans and would have like subbed to about 200 other OnlyFans accounts.
All right, he's a gentleman.
Yeah, he's a gentleman. So
Producing content.
all that stuff, that's just going to be throughout his life. I just wanted to set the stage of him being a ladies' man.
All right.
So to start off his career, he decides it's going to be law and politics. That's where he's going to go.
Sure.
Okay.
Now, this is the time where if you wanted to do anything in New York politics, you were going in one place and one place only. Tammany Hall.
Right.
Yes.
Ooh.
Dan was a Tammany man through and through. He was
So I don't know if you know, but we roasted the big old boss fat ass Nass Tweed.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we did one
Yeah.
of those a while. It was a very long time ago.
It's been a while.
I would say honestly when our scripts weren't as in depth.
Right.
Yeah.
as we're
When
shooting
was
now.
Boss Tweed? Was he post Civil War or pre?
I think he
was
was
during
post
Post-Civil War.
No, he was during.
yeah, no, he's during. Yeah,
post?
he was
okay,
during.
so he's probably same generation as Dan. Like they were probably running the same circles on the same level. But Dan probably came a little bit before him.
Okay.
right.
So-
And the one thing we do know about Boss Tweed, he had a fucking drippy fat bussy. So Dan was probably all about it.
Probably. Yeah.
Yo, let me smell that tweed.
One thing we know.
That's what we all know about Boss
Not all
Tweed.
the corruption and vote buying, but
No.
that bussy.
That bus.
That shit was fat. With a P.
So, through all of his connections, Dan was able to study law under Benjamin Butler, who was one of the founders of NYU and was actually a U.S. Attorney General for 5 years. And Dan was great. He was, by all accounts, very smart, knew the law in and out, won cases. Everyone loved him. Everyone who met Dan would always say, like, even if they had all these preconceived notions of hating him, he'd leave the room and be like, that guy's not bad.
You know what? I'm going to say this right now. You know why? He's having tons of sex. He has no wife.
We're going to get to his
He's
wife.
a wife? Oh, yeah.
Not yet.
Later on?
Not yet.
Oh,
At
wow.
this time, he's still a bachelor, young bachelor.
He's living life.
Living the life in 1840s New
There you
York.
go.
High five, Mike.
See that? Put two and two together.
So he passes the bar in 1846, is elected to the New York State Assembly in 1847 as part of the Tammany Hall machine. And so he's a firm Democrat. That's what the Tammany Hall was. And at the time, that meant he was a proud believer in manifest destiny. He was like, move all the way to the coast. I don't give a shit about the people in the way.
What are we going to do without Hollywood and paper straws?
Yeah. Well, Dan went a step further. He was like, well, all of Mexico should be ours, and all of Canada, and also the Isthmus of Central America, and maybe all of South America, and Cuba definitely should be ours, and so should all these islands in the Caribbean.
Oh, so he was a filibuster. The first definition of a
Yeah,
filibuster.
Dan was like, we should conquer all of the Western Hemisphere.
Yeah, just keep going.
Yeah.
Oh, there's an island out there, stupid island. We'll take it.
Imagine if they took. Yeah, imagine if they took it to the extreme where America just like conquered everywhere until it wrapped all the way around the world, and they conquered themselves.
Yeah.
Oh, it's like
That's
a
what we're
parallel
working
Like
universe.
by the time it reached all the way around back across the Atlantic, all the McDonald's were replaced with Arby's, the new superior fast food restaurant.
Right. It's like
I doubt it.
It's a bunch of dicks Ouroborosing themselves
Yeah.
and docking themselves.
One after
Yeah.
the other.
Yeah.
You know what's crazy? You could have sex on an Arby's sandwich.
What?
I think you can have sex with most sandwiches.
But it
by that
looks like
definition.
the roast beef looks like an old vagina. So if you stick your dick between the buns,
Oh,
It's called a beef
Then it's
fanny.
sex.
you're at a brothel at an Arby's, technically.
Yeah.
and they got good broth there.
I've
Hey,
only
let me get
been,
one of them pussies, the old ones.
I've never even seen a real Arby's. I've only been in malls around here. I've only been to an Arby's in a mall.
Dude,
A
Long
standalone
Island is,
Arby's? Yeah.
Long Island is too high end to have an Arby's around. We have real roast beef. Look at the cows. You have to go to the Midwest to get that fake
Arbs.
beef, where the
Arbs.
actual cows
Yeah,
are.
where the actual cows are.
And I'm talking about the people.
Hey, come out here, man. I'll hit you up with some class, dude. Some quality arbs.
You got Taco John's out there? There's like one over by here, by us.
No, we got Dutch Bros, bro.
Dutch Bros.
But anyway,
I'm jealous.
Yeah, let's continue.
So back to Dan. And also, so at the time, obviously a hot button issue. The hot button issue is slavery.
right.
And mostly at this point is its expansion. You know, should all this new territory that Dan wants us to go conquer, that there be slaves? And Dan, at the time, being a Democrat, was like, yeah, let him choose.
Yeah, that's
That will change. That is going to change. What's one, positive thing we'll see come through in Dan's life? Is
Right.
that attitude. So some of Dan's Tammany hijinks, he was friendly with many of their violent gang leaders, including, for fans of Gangs of New York, the Dead Rabbits. That was a real gang.
really
Dan was good pals with their leader. Yeah.
no way.
Liam Nielsen.
Yeah, Liam Neeson and him were real tight.
What?
Yeah.
That's dope.
When,
Dude,
when
did he
Liam's
steal-
daughter got taken, it was because Dan had took her to Europe.
To have sex with her face.
Yeah,
on top of the
have
Eiffel
sex with
Tower.
her face.
Yeah.
It's fun that way.
Where's my daughter, Dan? Where's my daughter?
You can have her back. I'm assuming he talks like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So at one point, he and these violent gang leaders broke into a post office, burned election pamphlets, and went completely unpunished, even though everyone saw him do it. And they were like, hey, Dan Sickles just burned down a post office. I was like, well, you're not going to get me in trouble.
No, he didn't. Look, he's playing the penny whistle. He could never burn down that building. He's playing the penny whistle.
He's a good old boy.
He is. So while he's in Albany as a New York State Assemblyman, he brings Fanny with him.
Oh.
Just to, see the countryside.
Bring that Fanny over here, Fanny.
He was criticized heavily for it by the governor. His fellow legislators censored him for it, and whenever they asked and mocked him for it, he would always respond with the same quip of well, how do you know what Fanny does? Have I seen you down in her bordello? Basically,
Smart
saying,
boy.
oh, you would only know her if you've been there because there's no phones. So
It's like Andrew Weiner. You had a problem with prostitutes, right?
He was, I don't know what that guy, I watched a documentary about Anthony Weiner. I'm going to go with this Dan Sickle guy, even though he seems to be quite racist, is much better of a person than Anthony Weiner, or Tony Weens.
Tony
as
Weens.
we
Tony
call him.
Weens.
Tony Weens.
Tony Wieners.
So Dan did not serve long in the assembly. This was mainly because he was in a lot of debt. So he needed to go back to his law office in New York and work some cases, make some money back.
I wish it still worked like that.
I know, right?
I wish there was everything, all right, you could be in the government. It doesn't pay. Go do something else.
Go do another real job and then come back.
Yeah.
Yeah, please. Anything for that again.
So Dan
But
returned-
it's also surprisingly funny how easy it is to become a lawyer back then.
Oh, yeah.
Anyone could
Say
become
it.
a lawyer. Look at Abraham Lincoln. The guy lived in a cabin. He had no education. I'm gonna be a lawyer, dog. Who cares?
Well,
Yeah.
they tell us that in school, but they also don't tell you a lot of other things, like, oh yeah, when you leave here, there's no way you're buying a house. That shit we were talking about with the calculator doesn't matter. And
have
also,
one in
we've been wasting your time with how we speak. We teach you foreign languages. You're just retarded now.
Yeah.
You know 7 words and amos and and amos and have fun with that, you stupid idiot. We just wasted
But
your time.
Tom, touche, tiamos, amos, heliodatos, tu madre.
that was 9 words, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Connor, can you translate that later for me?
No, I don't speak Spanish.
Oh, right.
I also have been part of the same failed education
Chupa
system.
la pinga.
Everyone knows biblioteca, but no one knows what a 1099 is. How did we leave school without knowing what that one is? Oops.
The mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell.
Right. Thank God.
Thank God we all know that.
Dude, I remember Gogi's apparatus because it's a fish show, and that has to do with your fucking cells.
Well, speaking of cells, tell us what sickle cell was doing over here.
All right,
Yeah.
so sickle cells. I didn't even think of that nickname. That's good. So
It's like called in jail.
is returning back to New York after his time in the assembly. So this is early 1850s, and remember that Italian family? So there was Maria
Pomodoros?
Baggioli, who that was the rumor that Dan was sleeping with this girl, and she had that daughter that was 3.
Yeah.
Well, that daughter is now 15, 16 at this time.
Oh, no, Danny boy, don't do
Yeah,
it.
she's going to become a major figure in our story.
Oh, Danny boy.
Well, you know, she got what, 12 years older? He lost 5 years.
He lost 6 years, maybe.
yeah.
So he's younger now than he was when they knew each other.
He's got money.
Yeah.
all
So
that matters.
Teresa at the time, she's 15, and is becoming kind of the buzz of New York high society because she's, starting to go to social events for the first time.
She's sexy, right?
And everyone's like, she's beautiful. She speaks 5 different languages. You're
Oh.
talking about
Wow.
failure to speak languages. And I was
Jesus
like,
Christ,
wow, what a
speak to me,
tie-in.
friend.
You got to cram it
Well,
all
also-
in before they're 3.
Yeah.
What was that, Travis?
Also, Also, back then, an Italian person was like exotic. So she's like the
Yeah.
Lucy Liu of New York at the time.
Lucy Liu.
And
Technically,
Charlie's
she
Angels.
wasn't a white lady by the census.
Oh yeah.
Census count was she's
Yeah.
not white.
When did the Italians become white?
That got to be post liberation of slaves. So
All right.
because
that's a big
that's when the Italians
title.
were like, oh, we gotta be so something else.
Yeah, right.
2020, according to Chris Cuomo. 2020.
Oh yes.
Oh, right, right. Yeah.
yes. Thank you.
I will never
Thank you,
drop
Cuomo.
Fredo. That was a fun one. If that's hate speech, then throw me in hate jail.
You're afraid
That's
of
fun.
So Dan's making stops at the house again just to see his old friends, and he and Teresa are striking up conversations, striking up correspondence, and it's creepy, but by all accounts, they do seem to have really enjoyed each other's company.
What do you think this conversation was like?
I don't know.
You have money? Yeah.
Well, no, but she had money.
No, she knows. He knows his money. He's probably asking.
They've
her,
known
like,
each other for a long time too.
I've known you since a little kid.
What is your favorite Harry Potter movie? Could you, maybe, if your nipples were Harry Potter characters,
Which would they be?
which would they be? Do you think they'd be? Do you
Hermione.
think your nipples would be Ravenclaws?
They would be
Tom!
dumb. No, what's his name? Haggard. There's Haggard
Yeah, they're
tits.
haggard.
Haggard titties.
He's
That's
haggard
why I
to
named
me,
my
man.
balls.
I know. I'm not. Look, I'm painting a picture. That's all I'm doing.
What was the legal age back then for consent?
Probably
15?
there
Not
probably
ex-
wasn't one.
Yeah.
If the dad didn't want to murder you,
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
sure like 12 and 13 they would have been like, wait a little bit.
Oh,
But you were probably being betrothed by like
15.
I feel like
16.
15 was probably like normal for people to, not normal, but not abnormal to be married.
I mean,
If your lawyer didn't think it was weird, then, you're good.
then you're all right. And if everyone can be a lawyer,
yeah, right. I'm a lawyer.
She'll
15
grow
enough.
into him. She'll grow into his wife. Don't worry about it. They grow up.
So the
fucked
biography I read said that like the reason they were had such a good connection is like Dan, like I was saying, everyone loved this guy from the moment he walked in a room, even if you didn't like him.
It's a
He would-
charisma.
he just had this charisma. So she kind of saw him as like this older, worldly, traveled guy.
Right.
He thought like again, everyone said she was brilliant, spoke all these languages. So they're kind of a natural pairing of like these two super charismatic people. But the age thing is creepy.
Of course.
The creepiest part
yeah.
I think is also that he knew her when she was 3.
Yeah.
like.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if she's 25, but
You really grew
It's
up
kinda
into
creepy.
a lady and a lady.
Yeah, it's not a fruit bearing tree. You can't just wait 15 years.
Yeah.
Well, maybe he got some bonds for her when she was like born. He's just trying to cash out. now.
Oh, that would be actually fun if you did
Yeah.
that. Oh, there's a gift. Do you
Oh,
remember
and
where
don't-
your parents put your gifts?
don't think for a second that Dan has stopped banging horse. Like,
Oh no.
No.
never, always remember, no matter how long it's been since I brought that up, that he's doing that. Like,
Connor, this is the man of the world. This is a gentleman.
he's a sporting man.
Sporting
love that
man.
word. Sporting man.
Sporting man.
So Dan and Teresa quickly get together, and they are married in a civil ceremony in 1852
Those are the best kind.
because neither family approved of the wedding at first.
Well,
So it was rumored that like they got married by like a justice of the peace, but it was like just the two of them. And then 2 months later, they had like a formal Catholic wedding. So like the families, I guess, reconciled and like gave up the ghost. And were like, "All right, fine. If
He's
you're gonna
dogging
do
her
it,
out. Might as well
whatever."
give it up.
No. So her family was like, "That's an old man. You shouldn't marry that man." And his family's like, "They're Italian."
Yeah.
yeah, her dad just ripping all of his hats in half. Oh, Melville!
So they're so they're married in 1852, and a mere 7 months after the civil ceremony, Teresa gives birth. So there's
sperm.
some people will say like, oh, obviously they only got married because he got her pregnant. Which I would say, then Dan probably would have been married long before this, if that's what he would have.
Yeah.
If that was his only motivating factor.
This guy didn't pull out.
no, he was not. He was not a pullout.
Well, it's hard when you're sickle shaped.
Yeah.
You really have to like.
She speaks all those languages. You're like, God damn.
So during this courtship and the early parts of their marriage, Dan had a really high posting within Tammany. I forget the exact position name, but it was like basically like comptroller of like the city. So like high up, making a lot of money doing it and doing well.
Captain of the Sewers.
Yeah. One of his biggest projects is something that we all have benefited from at one point. Dan was a huge proponent for the creation of a large park in central Manhattan.
Oh, wow.
And he would finally get approval for that down the line. But he was a big reason why we have Central Park.
No way.
Yeah.
Wow,
What a nice
shit.
guy.
Like
What a
bad process in
hero.
there.
I know. Put him on a $20 bill.
Right.
Yeah.
Well,
Him and all his
didn't they
ladies.
also bulldoze an entire black town to make Central
I think
Park?
at this time there was no town to bulldoze because this was like still early on. Dan was trying to like get them to do an entire belt from like one river to the other, so it like wouldn't even just be in the middle.
Okay.
But he was like one of the people who got a driving force behind it, got the bill passed, but didn't
Right.
actually oversee the creation of actual Central Park.
Yeah, unfortunately, if there were black neighborhoods knocked down to make Central Park, they probably waited until they existed, knowing New York's history.
Yeah.
And what's his
Like,
name?
don't build the park yet. Wait until there are minorities there, then bulldoze it, then build
They
it.
pay a 14-year-old every year to just be like, they're laying down more brick down there, isn't it? We'll wait until they're really finished.
So Dan's like, you know what? There's too many rats, too much fucking street scum. Maybe we should put some trees in the middle of it. Is that all too much to ask?
Used to be farm territory at this point.
Yeah,
Oh,
so
yeah.
right now, at this point, like, Dan's family has a country estate in what is now the Upper East Side
Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah.
that, like, takes, like, a day to get to.
Right. It was different back then. That's
Yeah.
something
Yeah, I know.
I've gathered from this show.
Yeah.
My family on my mom's mom's side, so my maternal grandmother, the Muldoons had a like country estate in like the Bronx.
That's real country. That's like bumpkins.
I was up there.
Yeah.
You were poor. That was a poor person's estate back then.
Yeah.
Now you'd be rich.
In the BX.
So
Now I'd have the offices of the Clintons.
Yes.
So at this time, when Dan's enjoying this high position in Tammany, he is chosen by a man named James Buchanan, future president of the United States.
Okay.
Future arguably worst president in the history of the United States. Dan's chosen by Mr. Buchanan to lead a diplomatic mission to London. Now, the purpose of this is to get London and the UK and also other European kings and queens to back the Americans for taking over Cuba, basically.
Well, we got to get over to London quicker.
It's like, we want to go, we're going to campaign basically to say, pressure Spain to sell us Cuba, because it would be better for all of us if they did.
Right.
And if they don't sell us Cuba, allow us to go to war with Spain.
Okay.
Listen,
Damn.
boys, they got cigars and good music there. You gotta sell it to us cheap.
Gotta try one of these sandwiches.
And
That will
who
change
better
your
than
mind.
Danny Boy to like campaign for Havana becoming an American hotspot?
Right, him and his 16-year-old wife walking over there going,
Well,
Yeah.
yeah.
So it's funny you mentioned that he would be going with his 16-year-old wife. He is not going to London with his 16-year-old wife at this time.
even better.
So because Teresa had just given birth to their daughter, Laura, he says, Teresa, you stay behind with Laura. I'm just going to go to London alone. You meet me there.
Yeah, right.
Year and a half, 2 years, whatever.
That's how long the trip was going to be?
Well, it's going to be, it's
Oh,
a
it's a
diplomatic
3-month
mission.
thing.
and,
Take care of the
yeah.
kid.
It takes
and
2 months to
fucking
get
we'll see him
there.
later.
So he's like,
Yeah.
you don't take an Atlantic voyage with our young daughter. And she's like, you're right, Dan. Waiting for him on the ship to go to London is Fanny White.
Oh, my dude.
Because Danny could not pass up an opportunity to gallivant over London and all of Europe with his favorite gal.
Let me smell your fanny. Let's go to London.
Wait, so we are talking about the original Captain Stabbin on this cruise across.
I got to be honest, Miss White. My new dime-piece wife, who's 16, man, she speaks 5 languages. Of none of it I want to hear.
I don't want to hear a single one.
And she's not nearly as good of a lay as you are, your old leather couch. Let's get going.
She does make a great gravy, though.
Makes a wonderful gravy.
It's hysterical.
So Dan brings Fanny White along with him to go see the city of England.
City of. I'm not going to.
I was trying to think what the nickname for London is. I was like, I don't even know if there is one.
The old tall round.
The old round. Like,
The old cobblestone.
I don't know what.
They call it
Travis,
Thames-
you
they
know
call it Thames?
if London has a nickname?
They call it Thames, right?
Thames.
That's the river.
That's river.
Holden
Yeah, that's
Day
the
Thames
river.
down.
Times.
It's the good old sausage pie land.
England.
Sausage roll.
England.
English listeners, write in. What do you call it?
Yeah.
Bollocks.
What do you call it? What's the name?
Don't say home.
It's probably something like the Wapping and Cock.
That's a great pub.
They have lager.
So Dan goes there and he loves it. He's having a great time. They're not really getting anything done in regards to Cuba because once they make the pitch, the British are like, well, no. And they're like, all right, it's never going to happen. Like,
Right,
Yeah.
and they know this war with Spain is a bluff, right?
yes. Yeah.
Okay,
They're
yeah.
basically like, you're not actually going to do this. Just stop. We're not going to sell you Cuba. We're not going to force Spain to sell you Cuba. We got better things going on right now.
But the sandwiches.
yeah. So,
Have you tried the mojo sauce?
but Dan's favorite part is just the court culture. He loves going around to the balls, going to the dances, the things like that. And his favorite moment was he hated the royalty. We could spend a whole episode on just his time in London and how like he would basically just fuck with the British. Like at one point they're playing God Save the King and he didn't stand up at a dinner because he's like, I stand for no king. I'm an American, unlike the rest of you. But they're all Americans there.
Oh,
And he's like, you're not American enough and all this shit.
sounds real South Shore.
Yeah, he didn't
Yeah.
like that
Very
they
aggressive.
they didn't put the American flag in as prominent a location as they should have for the mission.
But how would he feel if a limey was at an Army-Navy game and did not put their hand over their heart for the Pledge of Allegiance?
He probably would have beat his ass.
yeah.
And he was probably like thinking when he was not getting his ass kicked for doing all this, he's like, see, you're a bunch of pussies. Because I would have punched me if I was a fan of the royalty.
Right.
Yeah.
He's got the
Yeah.
smarts.
And the whole time, he, instead of wearing suits like everyone else who's there, he is wearing the uniform of a New York militia officer, which he was not a member of.
that's hilarious.
He's just wearing an army uniform the whole time. They're like, you're in the army? He's like, no. I've just...
What?
Stolen valor.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, right. The stolen. It's Veterans Day. We're recording this on. So,
Yeah.
shout out
Well,
to you. You,
shouts to the
you
vets.
Dan Sickles stealing
you
valor.
welfare
but-
stealers.
Yeah, he's also a ladies'
valor.
man. You know what I mean? He's definitely doing that stolen valor shit.
They don't know what the army is.
So my favorite little anecdote of his time in London is on one occasion, the mission is going to get the whole diplomatic mission is going to get a chance to meet with none other than Queen Victoria herself at Buckingham Palace.
Vicky!
Huge deal. You know, this is not like now where the Queen will meet every single president that gets elected.
Every dying kid. No problem.
Yeah.
Queen's coming
Queen's
over.
coming.
She's gonna. You're gonna die before
So
her.
this was a huge deal. And who does Dan bring to this?
Oh, Miss Fanny.
He brings Miss Fanny White to a meeting with the Queen because he couldn't think of anything better to fuck with royalty than bringing his whore.
Look at this dumper.
Well, you know what they
That's
used to,
fantastic.
you know what they used to call Queen Victoria?
dump truck.
Sticky Vicky.
Oh, so dump truck, Sticky Vicky. All right.
Hey, Vicky. Nice to meet you. This is my whore, Miss White. You can call her. Would you like to stick something in one of her holes?
How about that sausage roll?
Oh, darling.
Just £2 sterling.
I've never
You can do whatever you want.
Really? She's crazy. She's gonna give me the money anyway.
Dan like elbows Vicky like Queen Victoria, and he's like, I hear you guys call Fanny pussy over here. Check this lady out. I hate it.
So it gets even better because he obviously couldn't just say, hey, everyone, this is Fanny White, meet the Queen, even though everyone on the mission knew who she was. So he introduced her to the Queen as Miss Julia Bennet. Now, to us, that's just a normal name. But the reason why Dan picked that one is because back in New York, the New York Herald is a paper that hates Dan, has always reported on all of his misdeeds, specifically one guy.
They're the BuzzFeed.
Yeah, I forget his first name, but I think it was Gordon Bennett. And so Dan basically is introducing Fanny White to the Queen as Miss Julia Bennett, just to like stick it in the nose of this newspaper editor.
Of that guy's wife? Is it his-
I don't think it's his wife's name, but it's just like everyone knew the surname. So like the newspapers in New York are hearing about this and are like, and they know it's Fanny White, but the Queen doesn't know it's Fanny White. So they all know that Dan is like fucking with this newspaper editor.
Oh, God. Now
And she's
that's
like-
hate speech.
Yeah, and she's
I like his style.
Yeah, she's like, Queenie, I'll lick your clit for fucking 5 pence.
Oh, God. Travis, we didn't say, I would never say anything that rude to the Queen.
I wouldn't, but Fanny White would.
So
And so would Vanna White.
Vanna White.
Vanna
White.
And Betty.
And Betty. All the Whites, they're fucking hoods.
She got that dump truck Bodie.
Walter White will fucking eat my ass.
He's got a dump truck ass too, Walter White.
Dump truck,
He's
throw that
dummy-
pizza
dummy
on my
thick.
back.
Yeah.
That big bald head. Let me rub that shit, bro.
Rub that head on my ass.
Yeah. Let me shine
Yeah,
my
Pete-
ass over that head of yours.
Yeah, fucking grill that, Hank. Fucking get it.
Just gonna put bacon on top of your fucking head and let it sit outside.
Mike, you're being a bitch! A bitch!
Oh, I'm so mad
Bitch!
today.
Are we still talking about Walter White? I lost track of time. Okay.
Alas, Dan's wonderful trip in London can't last forever. To be clear, he's going to stay in London. It's just now Teresa and his child are there.
Right, so it's less wonderful now.
Yeah, exactly. Fanny goes home. Teresa comes in. I like to imagine that like he's waiting at the port, waving goodbye to Fanny, and also waving as Teresa comes in.
Right.
Yeah, one big wave for both of them.
Time perfectly. I
Yeah.
like that.
So
It's not just called a lifeboat when the ship sinks. You put the lady on the lifeboat
Yeah.
to save your life.
exactly, like you gotta go. You gotta get the next boat.
Yeah.
So while in London, Teresa again distinguishes herself to the high society. She becomes a favorite of the royal court. Everyone's like, "Who's this young lady? She's delightful. I love spending time with her." She's married to Dan, that fucking weird, funny guy. Even better.
Who was here with his mom?
Yeah. Wait, who was that lady that he was with before? They seem to be real close.
Kept French kissing his mom.
You wouldn't get it. It's an American thing.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah.
American. We're all American.
The Americans are so crude.
It's a 24th Street thing.
Yeah.
We only do it down there, downtown, you know?
The LES, you know.
Yeah, we're down
But
there.
Teresa's speaking all these languages, probably like communicating for all of them, helping them translate the New York into
Right.
English and then back into Italian.
Right, thank God a useful woman. Yeah. What, Dan? What? You just used the last one as a canoe.
Yeah. So after 2 years in London, the diplomatic mission, it's a complete failure, but they don't come out and say that because they don't, I guess, spoiler, the U.S. does not get Cuba in 1856 or whatever.
Spoiler, the government is not a successful mission.
Yeah,
Let's put it that way.
Spoiler, the government failed.
Yeah.
But
I'm
they
just
made a lot of
imagining-
friends that are rich.
Oh,
I'm imagining Dan showing up to Parliament like every other day, being like, "Yo, can we get Cuba?" And they're like, "No, sir." And he just like takes his snuff box out and just goes like, "All right, that's cool, man."
I'll be down at the pub.
I'll see you guys at the docks.
Yeah. Or he's the real asshole. I'll see you at the bar.
Yeah.
Because I'm American. I don't stand for no kings.
Yeah.
Like, what? Just go leave.
Yeah.
They're like,
Can
"Dan,
I
we're
get
gonna-
can I get some fucking fried fish and fries? You fucking cockney dicks.
I don't want chips. I want fries.
Yeah. Do it again.
So they return back to New York, and a big part of what happened in London is Dan and Teresa both become very close friends with James Buchanan, and as I said, he's a future president, so that's going to help them in their prospects, I guess. Dan serves one more term in the New York State Assembly when he goes back. He picks up his park project and finally gets the funding for it, but again, they don't actually build the Central Park. It's just kind of like, all right, we're going to do this. It's not yet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They just get the funding, as you
Basically,
do.
yeah.
So all that funding was gone by the time they actually built the park.
Probably, yeah. It's probably all new funding. But Dan would like to. This is going to become a theme. Dan would like to get the credit for it. He's like,
Yeah.
"Hey, I was trying to do it back then, and they just wouldn't let me." And then, all right,
We should have called it Sickles Park.
let's go down to Sickles Park, baby.
It's not good. Not a good name
I feel
phonetically.
like I'm gonna get like raped if I go to Sickles Park.
Yeah,
Stabbed or something.
probably. So after one term in the New York State Assembly, Dan is elected to the U.S. House.
Okay.
He is elected as a representative for the Western Manhattan, and this is for the 1857 legislative session. So, as you know, we are at the cusp of the Civil War. Mm-hmm. So, D.C. at this time is a hotbed. You know, pro-slavery, anti-slavery is all coming to a head. This is right after Charles Sumner got. I forget if he's the one who got beaten or if he's the guy who beat someone.
I honestly don't
Sumner,
know.
no, Sumner got caned. Yeah, Sumner was a U.S. senator who got caned, which means someone beat him almost to death with a cane on the floor of the U.S. Senate. And it was a South Carolina congressman who beat the senator almost to death.
Wow.
That's the type of spunk we need in fucking Congress today.
Yeah, and so like that was a huge deal. You know, we had Northerners and Republicans saying like, you know, whoever I can't remember the guy's name, the one who beat Sumner. They were saying like he should be hung for treason, and then Southerners were sending this guy new canes that were made out of gold and brass, and they had etchings in them that said like "hit him again."
Oh my god!
Awesome.
Yeah, crazy shit. And this was right after President Buchanan had been elected to office. So Dan and him just spent some lovely 2 years in London, and now they're going to be spending this time in D.C., where Buchanan's the president, and Dan's going to be one of his loyal congressmen. And Teresa and Laura join Dan from the jump this time. They come right down to D.C. to, again, this is the time of like the
ruin
court
his
stuff.
fun.
Yeah.
To ruin his fun.
Ruin his fun. No, again,
DC
remember, he is still banging everything that moves.
Right.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
He's still having fun.
The brothel count in D.C. is extremely high in comparison to the rest of the United States, from my understanding.
No, not at this time. This time, New York was a number one for brothels.
Okay. All right.
Oh,
fair
yeah.
enough.
Like he's going down to the minor leagues. This is when D.C. is still basically a swamp at this point. Like the Capitol is not even done being built.
Mm-hmm.
This is when you have like the construction going up on the rotunda.
So I know it's a little earlier than a few episodes ago when we talked about mock duck, but if you can imagine with all the brothels and, you know, that's that time we're entering into with New York. So, you know, he has no problem getting anything he wants there. Now he's just smacking mosquitoes.
Yeah. Now it's important to remember that Teresa actually kind of knew about all of Dan's indiscretions, not to the full extent. Like, obviously, she wasn't fully aware of Fanny White being in London, but she knew that Dan was going around having sex with prostitutes, but also just having affairs with other rich socialites. And she always kind of chalked it up as this, like, oh, well, he's older than me, and I'm a young girl, so he's going out and getting this otherworldly thing that I can't possibly give him.
Well, he's probably giving her like disease, like STDs, right, or like fucking.
Not
Yeast
that I
infections or
didn't
some
come
shit?
across any of that.
Well, he's banging all these chicks.
He's
definitely not
got
clean.
to.
He's got to, but
Definitely
like
not clean.
they mention when Fanny White, his love, she eventually is no longer seen as a clean girl because she famously apparently got an STD. So I feel like if he had gotten one, he probably, because again, he knows where to go. He knows which prostitutes
I
to
know
go
the clean hose at.
Yeah.
You can smell it. He's like Blade,
He's like,
the vampire slayer.
no,
but
no good.
He's
Smells like chicken.
Sickle, the pussy slayer.
Woo, low tide over here. I'm leaving.
Yeah. So the two of them, Teresa and Dan, became excellent socialites in the D.C. political scene. So again, this is all the time of the balls and the dances. That's where all the political power brokering is going on. And Teresa and Dan both, everyone's like, wow, what a breath of fresh air these two are. Love having them around.
Oh, love birds.
Right, and so we roasted that doughboy Buchanan. He was a party boy.
Oh, yes. And he and Teresa specifically were like apparently best friends because they were just like kindred spirits in that regard.
Well, also famously, Buchanan, I mean, there's allusions that Abraham Lincoln could have been gay, but Buchanan is probably the most likely of the presidents to be gay because he stayed a bachelor until he died. He never.
And he also had his close friend, I forget the guy's name, that was his like live-in roommate for 35 years.
Wait,
Neither of them were ever married, and they shared a bedroom.
Right.
Yep.
He's a bachelor. And he's
Yeah.
got a best friend that lives with him. And that makes him gay?
Mike, you want to move in with me?
Yeah.
I I don't think it's exactly that. I think it's the amount of imperial dick that he got. And when I say imperial, I mean the measurement.
Yeah.
How many inches has the man taken in his life? Probably hundreds and thousands.
There were even rumors
Yeah.
at the time that Buchanan was gay.
Oh,
There
Yeah.
was also a counter rumor that Buchanan and Teresa were doing it on the side.
That's what I'm saying.
And that Dan knew about it and actually was kind of. Some people like to slander him or saying that he was pimping out Teresa to Buchanan. That's almost definitely not true, but it was like a rumor that people like to throw around.
I feel like
surprised.
Buchanan was
I'm
Buchanan was probably like paying Dan to have Teresa for a night, but then they were just talking about what their favorite Yankee Candle smell was.
Yeah, they're like sneaking away to a different opera that Dan didn't want to see. Like.
I love the midnight oak smell. It's my favorite smell.
Just doing puzzles. James Buchanan asking
Yeah.
about, like, what's it like to have ovaries?
What if he's just like super flamboyant because that's what girls like, and he's just a ladies' man?
It's a way to go, dude. That's the rock and roll thing.
That's rock
You know,
and
that's
roll.
Right.
the rock and roll thing. That's like, like look at the Rolling Stones. All those guys look like massive gays, but they crush pussy.
exactly.
No, I think
Crushing it.
Yeah.
Buchanan needed Teresa needed someone to go with her to see Magic Michael at the
theater.
theater. Yeah.
That was
And
that
Buchanan's
changed the
like,
whole world. That film.
Yeah, and Buchanan's like, they're just so handsome. That's so much talent they have.
How do you get your abs like that? How do you get that V cut to your penis?
Yeah.
I wanna know. I really
Teresa,
wanna know.
would it be
That's
too
want that
too
too.
improper of me to go get a lap to dance from that magical Michael?
For research.
How do you get glutes like this?
So at the time, Dan, like I said, never keep it too far. The Dan's still fucking everything that moves. But now his tastes have kind of, let's just say, graduated. Where now he's mostly sleeping with his contemporaries and their wives. You know, like that's what he's doing.
Okay.
He's banging other people's wives.
Banging other people's wives,
Like friends'
banging other
wives.
people in high society. Like I guess it's also because DC, there aren't as many bordellos, and also it's harder for him to like go to one with a wife now. It's better to be like surreptitiously meet someone else at a ball.
Wait in the waiting room and go smell some fucking fish.
And we have
Look, this actually like
Go
like
bob for some
everything
apples.
took such a long time back then.
yeah. Oh yeah.
So
it was like 6 days to send the letters.
yeah, like you got to think like it probably just skirted right over their head all the time. Like, honey, I have to go to the bank. Come with me.
Yeah.
And like she'd be sitting in the waiting room, just like I have to do finances for 3 hours that way. And then let him out. Then let him out in the back. He'd just be like, here's a $10 bill.
Go right
I'll
out,
skirt out the back,
Oh, my
climb into the
fucking
hotel.
God.
And there's another woman who's going, I'm buying a hat, dear.
Yeah.
And she's on her way up. She's getting fitted for a hat. That's going to take 3-4 hours. So there they go.
Do you think that Dan maybe had like the Tinder dossier where he would receive a bunch of painted oil paintings of women, and then he would swipe right and would go into his briefcase, and if he swiped left, it would fall into the fire, into the pits of hell.
Send a telegram to that one.
Yes, send it. Yeah.
Slide into her TGs. So we know that Dan, and these weren't affairs. Like it wasn't like a one continuous affair that he would have and then break off into a new one. It'd just be whoever he was with that weekend.
Amazing.
But he had some steady girls too on the side. Now we don't know exactly who they were because although we do have a lot of their letters, they never signed them by their full name.
Right.
So we don't have that. But I do want to read an excerpt from a letter from one of Dan's lovers sent to Dan.
Okay.
Now remember, his middle name is Edgar, so it looks like this one called him Edgar. So this is an excerpt from one of Dan's mistresses. It is now 6 o'clock and too late to meet you. It is best, for I might sin. Ginny, her handmaid, is waiting to go home. It is so dark. My hand can hardly hold the pen. My husband is looking straight at me. Love me still, dear Edgar. It is so sweet to be loved by one so dear to my sad heart. I am afraid I shall always be so. God forgive me, and bless you so, my dearly loved one.
He's got a
at the-
mandingo. That's what it is. She loves
He
At the
that.
had a
end of
magic
it-
dick. He had to
She
have
loved
had a
that
magic
rod.
dick.
That's what it is.
Yeah, at the end of that, there was an etching of a peach and an etching of 3 drops of water.
Now imagine that. She in the letter explicitly writes that my husband is
That's
looking at
fucking
me, and
hot.
he's probably hammered.
Yeah.
sitting in front of the fire, peering over these armchairs.
Yeah, writing his own letters or something.
and
like-
just saying mean things to her, like "You're looking fat,
Oh, fucking bitch.
bitch."
Meanwhile, she's writing with only one hand on the desk, other hand underneath her skirts.
Yeah.
Thinking about Danny.
Dan, you make me want to flick my bean. Oh, the agony of my husband
and
stares into the back of my soul. Oh.
And her husband's like, "Did you say Edward my name?"
Edgar's not cool. He's stupid and bald. You're fat. And,
So all this is happening at the start of Dan's time in D.C. But we're going to take a quick little backtrack because on the night of the inauguration ball, so this would be in April back then, Daniel and Teresa meet a man named Philip Barton Key, commonly just referred to as Barton Key. He is the son of one Francis Scott Key. Does anyone know who that is?
I do.
Mike.
Mike, who's Francis Scott Key?
He made that song about the Star-Spangled Banner, right?
He made that song about the Star-Spangled
You're
Banner.
on a
That's
boat. Right,
on a
exactly
boat.
right.
He also famously during the War of 1812 he held a concert where he sang the song.
That's real.
And
That's
the crowd pushed forward, killing a bunch
people.
of French. Yeah, they weren't even
Goddamn
involved in
French
the war. They weren't even involved in the War of 1812, but there were some Frenchmen
There
in
were
the front.
16-year-olds
And
there.
he kept singing as it happened.
He kept singing.
Yeah, it's crazy. You know, one day you're just sitting in prison with your MacBook Pro and you're dragging beats in. You're dragging your beats in from GarageBand and you make a song and it gets big and now you're killing kids.
Yep. And that was Francis Scott Key specifically. That's no one else we're talking about right now.
Yeah.
So Barton Key, obviously son of a very famous man.
Yeah.
Not only that, he is the district attorney for the District of Columbia. That's too many districts. That's why I got tripped up. He's the district attorney for D.C.
Gotcha.
Wow.
Yeah, because that's federal territory. And he is known as the hottest guy in Washington. Like
he's
just
sexy?
stone cold stud. Like of good looks, knows how to talk to women, all that stuff.
I'm gonna suck on his skin type dude, right?
Oh,
yeah.
handsome
Like-
man.
People were like fainting in the streets when he walked by.
Damn, he's hot.
Yeah. Like, oh my god.
He had one
Hot.
leg.
See that hot
I'm gonna
lawyer?
suck on his stub.
I live in a swamp and he is steaming.
Ooh, he smells
Now,
not that
Dan and
bad.
Teresa both struck up a great friendship with Mr. Barton Key pretty much right away. Also, another famous connection, his uncle was Roger Taney, who is the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court right now. So Mr. Key is well connected.
Gotcha.
Dude, everyone wants to lick his salted neck.
Yeah. His taney.
His taint.
Now, one sad thing about Mr. Barton is his wife had recently passed. I think it was just some sickness that she had. It might have been childbirth.
It was just the wind back then.
probably the wind.
Yeah.
Yeah, It's just like
Breathing.
strong gust, and he turned to his side, and she's dead on the ground.
Ah, shit, I forgot to brush my teeth last night. It's going to get me tomorrow.
Must have been scarlet woodwind fever-itis.
So
One of them.
at the time, Barton, frequent guests at many of these dinners that Dan and Teresa are attending. And the picture that I got from the biography I was reading about Dan was basically that Barton Key, because of the death of his wife and just his general nature, was like the depressed jock kind of type. Like
Oh, the sad boy?
the sad boy jock guy. where
Sad
he'd
boy
be like,
Chad.
he would like pose and like look sad outside a window, and everyone would be like, "Oh my god, I love him so much."
Who hurt you?
Yeah, who hurt you? And like my dead wife.
Fix you.
I wasn't.
Give me some points.
I'm not picturing like the. I don't think he was a jock in the show, but the fucking dude from Twin Peaks on the motorcycle,
Chad.
James.
James.
Very Chad-like.
Right, he just always kind of stared out there.
He looks like a horse, that guy. That guy was like, it looked like he couldn't
Yeah.
unpinch his cheeks. And he
Yeah.
had that look where it was just like your eyes might at any second now slide, like double flounder to the other sides of your head. He is a livestock person.
Yeah, but David Lynch thought he was a hot man.
David Lynch has strange taste. We all know that.
Look at the guy.
Yeah, he's actually insane. That man.
So I'm gonna tie it back. Sorry about that sidetrack. So Dan Sickle had Eraserhead babies.
Sure.
Okay, cool.
So they're in D.C. for about a year. They're, like I said, becoming quite close friends with Mr. Barton Key, to the point that he is a frequent guest of Teresa's at these balls and dinners. Now, that is not uncommon at the time. Dan, obviously, is a congressman. He's got all his connections in New York, so he's busy. So it's totally normal for an event that he can't attend, another friend taking his wife as a date. Like, he probably did that with other women that he wasn't sleeping with, too.
Okay. Yeah.
So
Okay.
not a huge
No.
shock, but enough to cause a little bit of gossip and a little bit because it started happening more frequently than would be normal, I think. Yeah, so like I said, it wasn't long before the gossip started to build from this, that they were more than just friends. And at one point, they're unexpectedly found, and they're stopped and found drinking champagne together.
Oh, dude.
And now this is a big deal. It's like, who drinks champagne? That's weird.
Dude,
why are you guys?
that
Why are
is-
you two drinking champagne?
Right.
That's that French fucking horny goat weed fucking Rhino 69 juice.
That's true. That's Travis speaking facts over there.
It means
Yeah.
anal. That's what it
does.
means.
That means anal.
That means they went
means
right
anal.
to anal.
Loosen that ass
It means
up.
pegging too. I think.
Definitely
Always.
Yeah,
Yeah.
all the way around.
Always.
It's like you sing like your dad sings.
It means fit 40 feet of garden hose into my body, please.
Length or width?
So I have this thing I keep itching on my ass, and I call it my Rocket's red glare. Can you scratch it for me?
Let me take a look at it.
My rocket's red glare.
Another one of these close calls that Barton and Teresa get into is an innkeeper reported that one night the two of them just kind of stumbled into the inn because of it started pouring rain outside,
Right.
and they come in, they're like, oh, we were out riding, and then we got caught out there, and we need to come in and dry our clothes, and the innkeeper reported that they rented 2 rooms but stayed in one, even long after their clothes had dried.
Well, they were riding, and she went and rode him later on.
Damn, Mike, that's tight.
See that?
Yeah.
That's like straight rom-com shit,
together.
right? Like, oh my god, it's raining.
But you
Like,
have a husband.
we shouldn't do this.
Fuck it. It's 1860 something, right? 60,
No,
58?
1858. Yeah.
I'll give it to you, Mike. That was
Very
pretty
close,
good.
very close.
You're in the same zone.
No one's got cell phones. They were recording each
Yeah.
other banging and shit.
The fashion hadn't changed much. Let's put it that way.
Come on, and little Francis Scott Key's son is like, listen, girl, it's the 1850s. Get with the times. Everyone's free and loose.
No, shave my back.
Yeah. So they have a few of these indiscretions where they're like almost caught in compromising situations, and there are rumors like this going around. And Barton's friends kind of confront him and are like, "Hey, what are you doing?" Because one, she's like half his age again, and
Another
married.
one. Yeah, but that's
And Barton keeps saying, "Well, no, I love her like a little sister. Like she's like a child I'm protecting."
that's terrible.
She's my stepdaughter.
It was the oddest thing. I walked into a room and she had. I don't want to assume anything, but your balls were. I mean, they were in her mouth.
They were in her mouth.
She like a brother-sister relationship. She was protecting my balls from a tick. We were out on a picnic.
We're doing tick checking.
They itched. I needed them to be
You
itched.
check with your mouth.
Yes,
That is how I was taught by my father, the writer of the Star-Spangled Banner.
My balls were tangled, and she untangled them for me.
Are you going to question that anthem? Are you going to question what's behind that anthem?
Yeah, you communist fuck.
Oh, say what can you see?
Maybe you should check for ticks upon balls.
Yes, sir, there is a man in England called Karl Marx. Maybe you should write him a letter.
Now, it got to the point with these rumors that Dan finally gets wind of it. That basically people have mentioned, hey, they were spotted at this inn. We don't really know what's going on. And so he goes right up to Key and is like, what the fuck? Why am I hearing you with my wife? Key adamantly denies any wrongdoing, to the point that he says, Dan, I want to know who told you this because I want to challenge them to a duel on my honor because they are disrespecting me.
Wow, doubling down
Hell
on a lie.
yeah.
Tripling, he's like, I will kill to show you that I am faithful to you and not fucking your wife.
Wow. And what do you think Dan was like? You think Dan was like, well, I did have to throw another 15-year-old off me to come in here all mad.
Dan's
but,
like, you know how many women I left just to come here to
Yeah.
yell at you for banging my wife?
I'm not that mad about it, but
Dan's like, it's an open relationship. This is the 1850s. Come on.
It's open in my direction.
Yeah.
So Dan believes him. You know, as Key
Sucker.
was adamantly denied it to the point, you know, and like I said, challenging duels. And Dan's the guy who was like, all right, you know what, fair enough.
He's American.
But not long after this, the two were seen leaving a massive DC costume party that all of the DC elite had attended. They were
Was Dan
reportedly-
there?
Dan was there. No, Dan was not there.
He's banging someone.
Dan said he felt sick, just stayed home.
he was banging.
He was probably
Yeah.
banging someone.
Banging.
But there's that. I wish I wrote down the full thing because it's this huge costume party where all the people are wearing different things. So, and some famous poet wrote a huge, long, epic poem about this costume party. And it's gone down in history because it's right before the Civil War, and all these major figures are there, the North and South. And he kind of is talking about the North-South divide. But
Surprise! A lot of those Northerners came with blackface on.
yeah.
There
There was a report about one of them in blackface.
I think when I was researching James Buchanan, I think I remember hearing about this party.
Yeah, he did not come in a costume, but he loved these types of parties, and he was like, "Well, I'm president. I can't come in a costume, but I'm gonna show up."
Right.
And he also owned a 25% stake in Spirit of Halloween, so
That's
it would
true.
make sense.
Yeah. And the Capitol was still being built, so it was a Spirit Halloween at this time.
Darn! I wish I could have got a costume, but that place sold out.
Yeah.
Their goods must be so fine.
Yeah. Now, if my memory is correct, Teresa went as Little Red Riding Hood, and there were reportedly like 3 or 4 other Little Red Riding Hoods, and Barton Key went as some sort of like
Shrek.
hunt. No, he went as Fiona from. No, he went as some sort of hunter, and in that big long epic poem this guy wrote, he talks about a hunter, like he does it in like a poetic language, but like basically a hunter tracking down Little Red Riding Hood.
Oh, okay.
Wouldn't he dress as a wolf?
Yeah, I know, right? But it was so widespread that it was like, oh, the Little Red Riding Hood, everyone knows is Teresa Sickles, and the hunter, everyone knows is Barton Key, are fucking. They take a carriage home, and it's reported, and the driver would later like reveal this, that Teresa ordered the driver to go the long way, and he could hear them fucking in the back the whole time.
Yeah,
So
fake
the affair
That's
is
what I'm
on.
talking about.
They're on fake taxi.
Dan's at home pulling his little pecker. He's like, "Fuck, where's Teresa at?
The broadband's terrible in this hotel.
Look at these photos. They suck."
The last laugh is that Dan was dressed as one of the Goldilocks,
Yeah.
and he's going around tasting different porridges.
Could you imagine?
This one's too salty.
I would love to see a cash cab and fake taxi dash up.
You're gonna get plowed, and you gotta answer trivia questions as we go.
What is FDR?
So this is all happening in the summer of 1858.
Summer of Love.
Summer of love for Key and Teresa. And every time Teresa would go on rounds of the city, because that was what common for women to do, is like the congressmen would go into the Capitol, they would do their work, and the women would like bounce around to each house basically and just like keep tabs on all of each other and like spread messages that way. And Key, who has nothing better to do, apparently is joining Teresa on all of these trips every single day.
Do you like my dad's song?
Do you like my dad's song?
Oh, that's a good
you like my dad's song?
line right there. Opener line.
Yeah.
You like my
No,
dad's song?
no, Tom, I think you really kind of hit the nail on the head here, because like
That's a
This
panty
is like-
dropper right
thanks.
there.
no, because this is like I don't know, Robert Plant's son.
Basically, yeah. This is like
You
fucking
know, like
John Lennon.
and he's like
style.
hanging around. He's like, "Oh, dude, you know Led Zeppelin? They got a man that doesn't have a penis with wings, and my dad drew that."
Yeah, it's Led Zeppelin's. Led Zeppelin's son. We'll just go with that. And but girls in the 90s, because I don't think that
Yeah.
would translate to girls today. Girls today, they don't understand anything. Like, everyone they listen to has to be like within
Is
10
their
years
age.
of their age.
Or have like a giant
Well, no,
dump
girls
truck
today-
ass.
Girls today love to be pushed against the stage as hard as they can.
They can.
Until their eyes bulge out.
Until they can replicate the pimples that they've been popping.
Le Flame.
That's
I
a
love
Sarah V.
Travis Scott.
pimple popper.
What's? Oh God! What do you think happened that made that travesty go down?
That
I
song
don't know
he was
why
playing.
no one's used that one before. Is it
I
Travis
think he was
Scott?
playing. I think he was playing the national anthem, and everyone was so patriotic that they just wanted to storm the stage.
He was playing Butterfly Effect as like people were getting carried on stretchers, and he's like looking over.
I don't know that song.
It's the worst song to be dead to.
Amazing. I think so. I think what happened was someone in the back yelled, "Alec Baldwin's here!"
He's got a gun.
Well, here, surprise, surprise, Travis Francis Scott.
Key.
Whoa, Illuminati confirmed.
Yeah, I can't talk to you anymore.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Scared.
Had
So,
to kill you, Travis.
so Teresa and Key, clearly now they're just like fucking like crazy. And this is right as Dan is going back to New York for his re-election campaign. So the whole family goes back. And who has happened to just need to stop in New York a lot out of nowhere, despite spending his whole life in Washington, D.C.?
Oh, never mind.
No, it was the right guess. It was Barton Key.
Barton Key.
I was like,
He's just like all of a sudden like, oh, I got to spend my whole summer in New York. Wow, it was so weird. And Dan's like, sure, I guess.
Oh,
What are you doing here?
Yes. I have been lucky enough to win a grab bag raffle of tickets to Cats, the musical. I would love to see it with your wife.
I planned the whole thing out. After the Broadway show of the Cats, we're going to go to Coney Island, and I'm going to eat several hot dogs quickly.
So Dan wins re-election.
Wait on. Coney Island is just like a fucking
dump.
swamp. Just like,
well, it still is.
oh, and they're just eating hot dogs in the middle of this like marsh.
sucking down glizzies in a fucking cloud of mosquitoes.
We should put a roller coaster here, I think, right?
Isn't this romantic, darling?
You want to go see a ball game?
What's ball? What's
Cracker
a ball
Jack
game? Oh, I
popcorn.
forgot.
When's ball?
My favorite
Is baseball
ball game.
invented yet? No. Still
no, not
20
yet. We're
years
like
off?
20 years away.
Now they just learned how to throw round
Medicine balls.
objects.
Yeah.
Right? At this point. Throwing medicine balls back and forth.
No, this is when like the kids are like using the stick and the wheel, like and just like you ever see that one?
Sport was just lifting things and running from
Well, no,
one tree
sporting.
and then back.
Tom, sporting, as we learned earlier, is
bucket.
banging whores.
Banging
What
whores.
sports
Yeah.
called back then? Activities? I'm doing activities.
Exercise, probably.
Yeah, it was all extra.
And it was like hunting. It was like,
Hunting,
let's
hunting
go
and
fucking hunt.
Well, they had
No,
like,
it was
gyms
it
and
was
stuff.
it was legitimately just not touching your penis. Like that's what it was.
You're gonna get swole if you just stop jacking off.
Well, I think around this time they did have like gyms, like
Yeah,
exercise
this
gyms.
is when like
but-
gymnasiums were starting, and
right, but they were like you would go there, you'd wear your suit, right, and then you would go to a locker room where you would have another suit that you would change into.
like women would be in corsets still.
Right, and they would play
With
like
sweatbands.
some bastardized version of badminton. Like that was the sport. They'd play for 3 minutes and then go smoke a pipe and
Full of opium.
Like none of
Yeah,
it
and
was.
they're like,
You go fuck
and they're
a
like,
whore afterwards.
boys, this is the CrossFit version, and they got like some guy playing fucking Chopin on piano really fast, like remixed.
while they're stepping on phone books.
Yeah.
The old LA Fitness back in the day was popping.
I'm signing up to LA Fitness next week.
Really?
Nice.
I'm
Wow.
about to
Come
get
with you?
pink eye in the pool.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, I think I got to get out of Planet Fitness, man. They have been so swamped. There's not a machine untouched. I found myself working out parts of my body that only women work out because it was the only open
Were you
machine.
doing this one?
Open
Yeah,
your
I
legs
was
up.
Yeah, dog.
I was
The
like,
leg
it's the only
spreader.
thing here. The crowd meter, they have an app where it's just like, you're about to go to the gym. Well, that's how crowded it is. It was off the fucking chart. It was like a World War III joke about the temperature rising, a thermometer breaking. This is how many people are in a Planet Fitness getting their fat off. All right.
Dan is reelected comfortably in 1858.
Of course, he's doing our city proper.
He's a Tammany man. There's no way that anyone can deny him. So they go back to D.C. Now they're kind of looking for something more permanent, so they get a house. The house that they get is on Lafayette Square. Lafayette Square, for those who don't know D.C., is the square right in front of the White House.
I
So-
did not know that. I did not know DC.
Remember
No, me
when
neither.
Trump gassed those protesters and then held the Bible upside down?
Pretty cool.
Lafayette Square.
Nice.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
Now it means something to me.
Now it means
Connor.
something to you. Now it
Yeah.
means something to all of us. So,
I just wish he came out in like paintball gear, though. I mean, that would be really American.
Like
of
fox
him.
gloves too, like fucking motocross
Yeah,
gloves.
fox team gloves. Yeah.
Dope.
God, yeah, it's just
no,
you
the,
know,
gl- no, the gloves that like fold mittens over, like the
That too. That
Oh,
even more
those.
savage.
The
That's-
badass ones.
And he would be like, "So listen, F slurs, I need to fucking put my hand on this Bible, read it upside down."
yeah.
Trump Rittenhouse 2024.
So that's where Dan and Teresa get a house, and Key rents a house that's not on Lafayette Square but is behind it and is visible from the balcony of Dan and Teresa's house because reportedly, and this would all come out at a trial that we were about to get to, that Key would go in and either like send up smoke signals like he was electing a fucking pope, or would like hang out different pieces of laundry that would be like, "Hey, bitch, I'm home. Come on over." And she'd be like, "Oh, it's brown smoke. I can go fuck."
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. So
Right,
they're-
so he was the originator. His father wrote the national anthem. He was the original of a knock 3 times on the ceiling if you want me. Twice on the pipe. Dang, dang.
It's not as memorable, but it means a lot.
Yeah.
So Key is renting this house to make their liaisons, or it was also called I don't know if it's pronounced assignations or assignations, but that's what these were called. These rendezvous between a married person and their non
Assignation?
assignations. So it was like this assignation house. I don't
Sounds
know
like
what the fuck that
assigna-
means.
that
but
sounds like it.
the assignation
Dude, that sounds like a
house.
big ass word for like fucking bang bug.
This was their booty call hideout.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What the balls on this dude to rent a
Yeah.
house
So again,
and be
they're,
banging.
they're being so brazen about it that people are thinking that like not only are they like, well, they're clearly fucking, it's also like, well, Dan knows they're fucking, right? Like Dan gave permission for her to go fuck Key because it's so obvious to the rest of us.
I mean,
You want to hear some fucked up shit?
Always.
I love this.
Yes.
Go.
There's this. I met this person, but she's dating. She's like in our like friend group. She's dating 2 dudes.
She's polyamorous.
Do they know?
They know.
Oh.
And they're okay with it.
Okay.
And I'm like, that's some savage shit.
Well,
Good for her.
Polyamory, sir. It's
Yeah.
it's a
The
thing
picture
that
they took
some
together?
people do.
The picture they have together is so good.
Well,
It's the
wait,
2
are
dudes
they
together
are they
and
just
she's
a
on the end?
Oh,
2 dudes together and she's on the end.
so they're just a throuple.
Quadruple.
Yeah. Okay.
And
Yeah,
she's
thruple.
pegging all of them. I think.
She's the pegger.
Yeah, she's handling shit.
so,
Wow.
So
She
so Connor,
sounds. You go. Ahead.
this is very interesting because this is like this. We haven't roasted this African American gentleman on our show, Alexander Hamilton, but this is a DC tradition because
yeah.
Alexander did a fucking
Oh, yeah.
a very much similar thing in DC with someone else's wife.
So yeah, there's a lot of people fucking wives and wives fucking other people at this time. Like I said, Dan is sleeping with a bunch of married women. Specifically at this moment, he keeps going back to Baltimore for no one knows why. So they're like, oh, he's got a hoe in Baltimore.
oh, he's got a whore who knows how to boil a crab.
Yeah,
Yeah, he's picking up those natty bows.
He's
The
coming
best
home with
fucking
Old Bay
beer.
all over his mustache, and Teresa's like, "What do you got?" And he's like, "Oh, I don't know.
It's not Italian. You wouldn't understand.
It's not
you dumb bitch.
It's not oregano."
Stop calling it gravy. Stupid idiot.
It's sauce.
Like I was saying, so people thought that surely, not only must Dan know, Dan must have given his permission for this to be happening.
Yeah.
So this is all in the winter of 1858, 1859. And in 1859, They are at a dinner party at their house, and then they're going to a ball afterwards. And Dan's like, "You go on up ahead. I'll catch up." So she goes on up ahead. She's hanging out with Key there. They're seen canoodling. The moment Dan walks in, Key leaves, Teresa, and then Dan is hanging out. Someone gives him a note. He takes the note, puts it in his pocket, and is like, "I'll deal with that later. I don't want to read any fucking correspondence right now." So he leaves the party, and Teresa and Barton stay there, and then, probably make their way home on the fuck carriage. Teresa goes up to bed. Dan sits down at his desk and is like, "All right, time to catch up on the day's correspondence." Oh. And he opens up a letter, the one that messenger boy had slipped him right as he walked into the party. Even now, we do not know who wrote this letter. It is...
Anonymous? Anonymous?
No, it is signed by the initials... RPG, so a rocket-propelled grenade, wrote this letter.
Yeah. Al-Qaeda wrote this.
Al-Qaeda wrote the letter. This was the original Al-Qaeda plot to overthrow America.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
This is like Jersey Shore, when Sam gets the note about Ron cheating on her.
Sure.
You know what's
For
also
our
really
millennials out there.
What's really fucked up around this time period is when that horse and buggy rode into the Pentagon Tavern, and they removed the sketch that the man had drawn next to the Pentagon Tavern because, we would have known what happened.
Yeah.
That size of that hole in that tavern was not the size of a horse and carriage. Horse and buggy. I will tell you that.
All right. You're officially... We have a car guy on the show now.
So I'm going to read the whole letter. It's short, but it's just a fascinating piece of history. Dear Sir... Oh, well, first, all right, who are the suspects for who wrote this letter? There's a bunch of them. RPG. One of them is this... I don't have her name. Should have written it down. This old bitch from the South who eventually becomes a Confederate spy during the Civil War.
Oh, Ruth Bader Ginsburg. Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm
but
thinking
something
Fanning.
like that. It's like Gainsborough or something like that. So
Okay.
it's like the G actually. So
There's a lot of gains
Yeah.
in the South.
she is a suspect because one, she loved gossip, so she might have done this just to stir up shit, and two, she might have done it just because she hated Teresa. There's some other people who are suspects because they wanted to have affairs with Teresa and they were jealous of Key, so they wanted to get Dan to look at Key and fuck him up, and then they could be with Teresa.
Right. The perfect plan.
Yeah,
This could never
the perfect
backfire.
crime. Yeah.
Yeah.
Other suspects include people that wanted to just see Dan discredited and see him ruined.
Okay.
Some were even Republican operatives because remember Dan's a Democrat, so that was another suspect.
Right.
Well, I feel like this guy, he's in politics. He's also nailing most politicians' lives.
It could have
so
literally.
there's a lot of people that
Probably don't like
It could have been just like the person whose wife he was banging at the time.
Yeah, it could have been like literally the cashier at 7-Eleven, and Dan walked in drunk, and he's like, "Give me 4 of the taquitos with steak in them," and they're like, "Sir, we don't have any more of those." He's like,
They're
"Fuck
self-serve.
you."
Right.
So here's the letter. Dear Sir, with deep regret, I enclose to your address the few lines, but an indispensable duty compels me to do so, seeing that you are greatly imposed upon. There is a fellow, I may say, for he is not a gentleman, by any means, by the name of Philip Barton Key, and I believe the district attorney who rents the house of a Negro man by the name of Jonas Gray, situated on 15th Street between K and L Streets, for no purpose other than to meet your wife, Mrs. Sickles. He hangs a string out of the window as a signal to her that he is in, and leaves the door unfastened, and she walks in. And, sir, I do assure you, he has had as much use of your wife as you have.
Oh, damn.
With these few hints, I leave the rest of it to your imagination. Most respectfully, your friend, RPG.
The burn. Lead up to your imagination. That's fucked up.
So, not only is this person like, dude, this guy's fucking your wife, he's also like, by the way, he's renting the house from a black guy. That's just as bad.
Wow.
That's
What
why
a-
they think it
what
was
a
this
demon.
That's why I think it was this racist lady that would work for the Confederacy.
So,
I believe
did you
that.
ever consider that it could have been Ruth Bader Ginsburg?
That's what I said. But you missed it because you're in Portland and you're too progressive.
I am very progressive.
Yeah. You have to step over human shit to hear my jokes. I got nothing.
So Dan reads this letter, and he was also. I should have mentioned this earlier. He was always. Everyone loved him, but there was also this hint that he could fly into tempers kind of randomly.
All right.
His dad was really more known for that than Dan up until this time. So Dan had a temper, but he doesn't freak out immediately. It's kind of so stunning. He seems like he's in a state of shock. So he gathers his close friends around him and kind of lets them read the letter and is like, "What the fuck's going on?" And they're like, "Well, Dan, we kind of been telling you. We think this is happening." A few people in the area confirm that they see Key, and they don't mention who, but they're like, and a woman, we don't really know who, going into this house that is mentioned in the letter. And finally, Dan gets enough evidence, and he confronts Teresa. She denies it. She's like, no, you're wrong. This isn't true. It wasn't me. It doesn't take long before she gives in, confesses the whole affair.
Of course.
Not only does she tell Dan that she did all of this, she also writes a detailed confession with like lurid details of their like sex, basically like their sex life.
Like, first, he's so much bigger than me, man. He's so much bigger.
I was checking for ticks. It just started like that.
You know how the wonderful song "Shaggy's Wasn't Me"?
Yeah,
I was kind of picturing it as like that almost, where it was like they even caught me on camera. They saw me in the bedroom. They saw me on the floor.
See, Teresa didn't listen to that one. She didn't listen to that song.
But she's not saying. But she and it was me. It was me. It was all of us.
No, but you'd be like, it wasn't Key.
It wasn't Key. Ooh, that's good.
So she's basically violating him by telling him the details. Like, I would not want to know the details if my wife was cheating on me.
Why not?
I already know
guess
you're
you like yourself.
I mean, you're already cheating on me. Why I gotta know the details?
Mike.
I don't want to know where your mouth's been.
You need to be able to walk into a gun store informed with what kind of firepower you want.
You know what?
Where you go with this, Tom? What do you mean? My wife just cheated on me and telling me that she liked it.
I'm saying, how are you shooting them?
Mm-hmm. Oh, sure.
I think Teresa was like, well, my husband, Daniel, I must inform you that my man, Key, has discovered the exotic fruit, pineapple. Have you ever heard of this pineapple?
He knows how to play her keys. That's what it was.
Yeah.
What is that about pineapples for?
Yeah,
Where's that going?
Pineapples, that jizz you talking about?
Yeah.
The jizz taste?
Mike,
there
you're
you go,
on my
Mike.
level, dog. Jizz.
See, I don't eat that. I'm trying to do that, but like I keep eating garbage, so it probably tastes like fucking like Mountain Dew, probably my jizz.
Say like Nerds ropes that they forgot to put the sugar in.
Just the rope.
Just like
Nerds have been
ropes.
out in the sun for a while.
It's like all soft. I like that.
So this all is happening rather quickly. This is like the day after Dan got the letter that she's confessing and all this is happening. He's kind of flying into a rage randomly. His friends are worried that he's either going to kill himself or kill Teresa or kill Key. They're not. They are maybe all of the above.
Yeah.
He's also still doing his duty as a congressman. Like he's in the Congress records giving speeches on the day after he learns about this, where he's just like calm, cool, and collected, being like, "We still should accept Kansas as a slave state."
Oh.
Well, and now I got to go fucking scream about my personal life collapsing to my best friends.
He could easily just go bang a prostitute and get over it.
He probably did,
and then get back into being mad.
but he was still mad. He was probably like hate fucking. Like, oh, I'm so mad that my wife's cheating on me.
What the fuck?
So raw.
Why is he so much bigger than me? Probably this is, I mean, or it sounds like he ain't handled it in the sheets.
Yeah.
That limp dick.
So, 2 days after learning about the affair, Dan is in his house on Lafayette Square, and he looks out his window. And who does he see but Philip Barton Key walking around the square, kind of waving a little handkerchief. Because he'd been leaving signals that Teresa wasn't responding to. Because, by the whole time, basically, Teresa's under house arrest.
Oh.
Like, she's just, like, in the room, like, a wreck emotionally and just very sad about all this. And Dan sees this. Not only is Key walking around the square, like, doing his little dance with his fucking handkerchief, Dan's dog runs out of the house and greets Key like an old friend.
Oh.
And is like, I love this guy. So Dan is fucking pissed. He is going into a rage, and he's with one of his buddies. His buddy leaves the house like, Dan, just calm down. Like, don't do anything rash. Like, we'll confront him, and then we'll figure out a divorce, and it'll be all right, and whatever.
But his buddy was Hammer.
Yeah. Dan,
You missed that one.
his friend is while his friend walks out and starts talking to Key and is just kind of like, hey, maybe you shouldn't be here. Maybe you shouldn't be hanging around Lafayette Square. And at that time, Dan walks straight up to them, pulls out a gun, and yells, Key, you scoundrel, you have dishonored my house, you must die. Fires point blank at Key, shooting him in the hand. His gun then misfires as he tries to shoot him again, and they basically just start good old-fashioned wrestling.
Right.
American tradition.
Then Dan shoves him off. He pulls a second gun because he had reportedly had between 4 and 5 guns on his person.
Well, of course, if you have 4 or 5 guns, you're guaranteed 2 or 3 shots back at this time.
Look, I'm just saying this guy is not patriotic because if he was a true patriot, he would have pulled out the steel chair.
Yeah.
Yeah, true. Good point. Yeah.
That'll keep him off the 20. Damn it. So Dan pulls this second gun. They're like separated for a moment. And Key is clearly just... Oh, Key at one point had thrown a pair of opera glasses at Dan.
What a pansy.
Because he didn't have a gun.
Oh my
so
God, that is
threw a
the
pair of
weakest
opera
defense
glasses.
ever.
And then, so as they're standing like maybe like 5 feet apart, Dan shoots Key in the upper thigh, and it would be reported later that amongst all of his friends, Dan was reportedly the best shot. Like this guy was super accurate with a gun.
Right.
So it's clear he was trying to shoot Key in the dick. Because he shot him, like the bullet wound was like upper thigh, center hip. Like it was clear what he was trying to shoot.
Fantastic. Let him have it.
I will
so-
remove that black key from your center.
Yeah. So Key slumps down, falls against a tree, pleading for his life, pleading like, Dan, don't kill me. Don't do this. Don't do this. Dan walks right up, puts the gun to his chest, shoots him in the chest.
Nice.
Then puts the gun to Key's forehead, pulls the trigger, gun misfires, so he can't get his coup de grace killing shot. Finally, the people that were there pull him away. They rip Dan away, and they're like, what's going on? He just murdered Barton Key.
Well, fuck Barton Key. Let's vote for him again.
Yeah. So Barton would die in the next few minutes in a nearby house. They would bring his body, and he held on for a little bit, maybe like an hour, but then done. They said it was only the wound in his chest that was fatal. The thigh wound was just a flesh wound, wouldn't have killed him. The grazing of his hand wouldn't have killed him. It was the third shot to his chest that killed him.
Well, the shot to the thigh was deflected by a very hard substance, very hard tubular thing that just deflected the bullet right off of it.
He was so horny.
They couldn't figure out what it was.
So hard.
Yeah.
So just to reiterate, a sitting U.S. congressman murdered the district attorney of Washington, D.C. in broad daylight on the White House lawn. Like... It was on Lafayette Square. Like if Buchanan was looking out the north window, he would have seen it.
Yeah, Buchanan. Buchanan was like trying on a dress, and he sees these. He's just like, "Oh my, oh my,
Oh,
He watches every shot. Oh dear, somebody stop this! Get me some tea."
So an event this big would not happen for almost 150 years later when our vice president blew someone's face off with buckshot in the woods.
It's like a cross between the Dick Cheney hunting incident and the Monica Lewinsky cheating scandal, and also like eventually we're gonna get to where it's almost like Watergate at this point.
This is great.
Well,
I love this.
All of them involve
It's like
either deep throating or fucking cum shots. So
It's the 1859 version of the OJ trial. Wow. And Dan, who was already like a tabloid superstar for banging Fanny White, is now like, oh my God, he just murdered the son of the Star-Spangled Banner.
He's like a political John McAfee.
Yeah, he really is.
Love him.
So, obviously, as I said, it's going to be the 1850s version of the OJ trial. Like the OJ trial, we know he's guilty,
Right.
but the
I don't know though.
we don't know. I guess so.
Gloves.
That's true.
Gloves.
Do
I'm a
they
glove
fit?
guy.
Do they not
so-
fit?
Yeah.
So there's no doubt about his guilt. Everyone knows it. He admitted it right away. They're like, Dan, what happened? He's like, I killed Barton Key. And they're like, sure, but like you don't have to say it. He's like, no, I killed him. I want it known.
All right.
So
No.
the question became, is this going to be premeditated murder? Which it pretty seemed like it was.
Nah.
Or could this be interpreted as some sort of duel or a crime of passion, one or the other? So if it was a duel, then it was basically pretty legitimate. And at the time, it would have been like, all right, it's a duel. Key lost. But obviously, Key unarmed, no gun.
Binoculars. He had the.
He had his opera
he
glasses. That becomes a
eyewear.
huge part of the trial.
Does it?
Could it be?
Yeah.
Could it be fucking Key waving his little cum rag around on the street, being like a parlay?
Yeah, maybe it could be. Or and then the other thing was like, as a crime of passion, is Dan protecting his, because the wife is his property? So is he protecting his property by killing this man? That's what
I wouldn't know.
that's what-
Mike and I don't understand that type of property. You guys would,
I
but
don't understand,
we don't understand that.
So Dan basically goes straight to prison. Doesn't go home. Straight to jail. While there, he's visited by many, many fellow congressmen, both Democrats and Republicans, and Know Nothing Party people. Just everyone's kind of wants to come meet Dan.
Sure.
The Vice President of the United States walks on down to the jail to visit Dan and wish him some words of encouragement and best of luck to you in the future.
You're gonna beat this, Dan. Don't worry. You're gonna
And
get out.
the President of the
man.
United States sent a letter to Dan saying basically like, hey, I can't come to say hello, but I want to say hello.
Can he pardon him?
Hey, well, that's going to be, people are going to say, can he pardon him? Is he allowed to? It's federal
Dan,
federal
this is fucked
territory.
up.
So as the president could pardon him right away.
Is that yeah?
Connor, do you know if little Jeffy Daves showed up? Jefferson Davis?
No Jeffy Daves yet. He was probably
okay.
still fucking around in Richmond.
Oh, okay.
So he's getting all these visitors in prison to the point that the warden is like, you know what? Don't stay in your cell. You can take my office. You can live in my office now. So not only can you live in my office, we're going to bring your desk from your house and you can use your desk. Also, your dogs are going to come to stay with you. And we'll get your chef to make you your meals.
And back then, an office was like it was like
Yeah,
half
it was
a
like,
house.
Yeah, it was 25 desks.
Yeah, even though now, like, I feel like back then all you needed, you had a parchment and your quill. Now you need, like, computer, 8 monitors. Back then their offices were massive, but they really didn't need anything.
Yeah.
They didn't do shit back then. He just like hung out and fucked.
Mike, you have never talked further away from a microphone in your life.
I'm getting comfortable over here.
You're actually closer to my microphone somehow.
Tom, I think you should just mic your bass pickups there, and I feel like you'd get better sound
I need
from
like a
Mike.
headset. I need like my own little personal.
I think I'm gonna get him a lav. This is getting annoying.
Yeah,
Yeah,
right. Get
one of
him one of
those-
the. Get
we
him
need a
one of like the
pilot
Britney
headset.
Spears fucking.
Yeah, just like the
Thing.
tiny
Well, if I
little
bring my
ones.
headset with a headphone
Yeah.
thing, could it work?
I mean,
I have nice ones like Astro.
I don't know.
Astro
We'll bring it
40s.
over. We'll see how it sounds. If it sounds like garbage, then
is top
I'll try
quality.
it.
It's top quality. It's like a $250 headset
Wow.
or $150.
Oh, cool. This is a $600 microphone you're
Guess
talking
what?
into.
Fucking,
Talking to it, fucker.
She get closer to me. I don't know. It's so fucking far away.
Do you see how phallic it is?
Phallic?
It's practice.
Yeah.
See how you're holding
Yeah,
it?
learn.
What else do you hold like that? Big old wiener.
Now, despite getting all these creature comforts at the prison, by all accounts, Dan's a wreck. Now, to be clear, he's not said that he killed Key. He's totally fine with that.
Yeah.
He just really feels bad that he put Teresa through this, and his daughter.
Yeah.
He's like, I just wish it didn't come to this, basically. He's like, I'm glad I killed that fucker, but I just wish it didn't come to this.
I feel bad for my wife that cheated on me. Fuck.
Yeah. And he was
So, Tom-
terrified that he was going to be hung for this, because if he was found guilty of murder, he would have hung. No doubt about it.
Tom, you always tell me Papa John's jokes are passe, but this is like Papa John in his essence. Like I'm not ashamed that I said the N word. I'm just ashamed I lost my business.
Yeah. He kind of does have the Papa John attitude going. He might have eaten 800 pizzas in the 18 days.
and then
he was there.
I'm sure Dan went back to banging his wife. You know what I mean? So like Papa John's back to eating 8,000 pizzas a month or
Yeah,
whatever.
you've gone through a lot. Let me put something through you.
Yeah.
Come on.
yeah.
Like, how do you get back like, how do you like get back with someone after they've been like cheating on you?
Back then, it's different.
Yeah, it's different back
Back then, it's property.
Yeah.
You got to behave now.
then.
Just stick it in, dude.
Yeah.
This is my fucking dog.
Stick it in,
keeps
close
banging
your eyes,
things.
and cry.
That's how I usually do it. I usually scream like as soon as it goes in, like.
Like a Mickey Mouse.
And then the girl's like, "I'm leaving."
That
You hear
would be-
that?
Yeah, she should leave if you make that noise.
I think,
Yeah.
like, honestly, you just brought us into even further into the world of Who Framed Roger Rabbit, because he sounds a lot like that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
hear that? It's the male model of Spitfire right here, Mike.
Yeah, fire over here. Come over here, Dan. I'm gonna.
Mike's
give
giving
you
me
a-
these weird eyes. I'm not sure what part of this is truth and what isn't.
Come over here, Teresa. I'm sorry you cheated on me. I love you.
Sorry you
I'm
cheated on
sorry you cheated on me.
I'll be
I'm
better.
sorry.
Come suck my crusty balls, please.
All right,
Just
so
all
now
about
we're entering the
tits.
storm of the century, the,
Yeah.
the trial of the
the
century.
Now, again, this literally was the trial of the century. This was probably the first. I don't want to say it's
Major
the first, 'cause
trial?
it was probably the first giant nationwide trial that the U.S. had. Because
So
now
this
we've got
was-
telegraph lines, so like now like people in Chicago can read updates on the trial as it's happening.
It's true.
So like,
Connor.
this might have been like the first one that like blew up nationwide.
This is tabloid. This is also the 19th century. Therefore, this trial is more important than the Civil War.
Oh yeah, probably.
Yeah,
Probably.
that's how it works.
So Dan begins assembling his legal super team, and he does get quite the team going. He gets future Secretary of War Edwin Stanton, one of the most capable men in Lincoln's cabinet. Another one of his lawyers is a man that there's nothing notable about him except his name is funny to us now because it's Daniel Radcliffe.
Oh, Harry Potter. Have you guys seen Harry Potter's?
He's
No,
that
I
old?
never
Your
seen
dad's
it.
watching
What is
Harry
that?
Potter.
Is he?
Really? Which one? Do you know?
I think it was the second one.
Chamber of
Your dad
Secrets?
is definitely watching it on Blu-ray too, because the fidelity is
High
a little
quality.
bit a little bit better than streaming.
Slightly better than streaming.
Now, another member of his crack defense team would be James Topham Brady. This is a fellow Tammany man. Now, Brady becomes kind of like the all-star on this team. He was from Ireland, was put on trial for treason against the British, which is why Dan loved him, because he tried to overthrow the Queen.
Nice.
Was sentenced, found guilty, and sentenced to death, and then they said, never mind, we're going to send you to Australia. Escapes Australia, shows up in New York, becomes a Tammany Hall super guy, and has an excellent track record with murder trials, specifically defending 50 successful defenses in the murder trials.
Damn.
Yeah.
So was he expelled from Ireland originally because he had a pork pie and he deflated it a little bit, so there was less volume in Brady's pork pie, and therefore it just nullifies the entire experience of eating a pork pie?
What are you talking about?
Talking about Inflategate, dog.
Is that a thing?
Was it?
I'm not stoned
Yeah,
enough
right?
for
Isn't that Wayne
sorry.
Brady? Wait, Wayne Brady?
No,
Tom Brady?
Deflate
Tom Brady?
Travis.
Football joke, Travis. Fuck.
I'm trying to do.
This is how Travis does topical jokes.
When you said, I was like, wait, is there actually like a famous line of Brady's pot pie?
Let's go Jets, baby.
I was thinking is there some kind of
JTS.
Irish
Like the
treat?
Crocker pie?
So, fellas, you hear this lady named Britney Spears? I'm going to say, oops, I did it again. Right? That's top.
Mike, have you heard that one?
What? Oops, I did it again.
Yeah, classic.
Classic song.
It just came
How,
out last
how
year.
young do you think I am?
6?
Fucking, that was a staple. I used to. Britney Spears is back then.
John
All right.
Lennon or Britney Spears?
Depends. What am I doing?
Fucking.
Am I pitching or am I receiving?
Whatever you want.
Whatever you want,
Whatever
really.
you want, dude.
I'll throw some pitches at Britney. And,
Receive some pitches from Lennon.
I'm gonna shoot John Lennon.
Yeah.
I'm gonna kneel down and shoot. So
it was this James Topham Brady, who is the first and would be the most heavily in favor of a plea of temporary insanity.
Nice.
Temporary, I like that.
So this would be the first time in the history of the American legal system that someone would plead not guilty by reason of temporary insanity. Basically by saying that because of the grief of finding out that Teresa was fucking Barton, it drove Dan nuts. He acted out of his mind, and he should be acquitted of all charges.
But he was just kind of crazy for a little bit, though. He didn't know they were
just a little
banging
bit.
for that long, even though they was literally sending out smoke signals in the backyard,
And
like
it
he was
was-
barbecuing fucking long kielbasi sausages in the backyard.
And it was also
he was
two
like, "It's
full days
temporary, dude."
after.
Yeah.
Two
It's
full
temporary.
days after finding out about it. He's like, oh, no, now I became insane.
At first, I was incensed with the amount of laundry that the key guy was doing in his yard. I hated seeing it from my house.
It was always at inconvenient times.
So it drove me. And then one day I find a letter, and then it drove me crazy upon finding it.
Hey, Dan, you want a kebab?
My wife would be on the second story of our apartment on Lafayette Square, and she would be sucking these newfangled fruits, bananas in her mouth, looking out the window.
She had been asking
And
to
she'd keep
install a zip
winking.
line. She wanted the zip line. I said, I don't know what these are. Where is this from?
Yes.
Is this
Well-
Brazilian?
And why is it going to the house owned by a black man?
Yeah.
Again,
Well,
they're like all freaking out about that.
Yeah, that detail is really trying.
That really drove
They
me.
really
must-
keep
that was
reinforcing that. Like every single like press release was like, by the way, the house was owned by a black guy. Like,
I must say I'm very partial to the zip line because I had spent time in London to acquire Cuba, and I think once we go to Cuba, we will install resorts with zip lines where you can zip line through the jungle.
That's Cuba.
I want a zip line from Miami to Havana.
Yeah.
So there's huge press coverage of this trial. Obviously, like we were saying, Dan, big fan of the tabloids were a big fan of his, so they're all covering it. And remember, Dan had spent a lot of time in Europe, so all the press from Europe comes to this trial. Because they're
Great.
like, remember that weird, funny fucking American? Well, he kills a guy.
Yeah, he introduced us to the word bar instead of pub.
He also told us about titty fucking. Crazy.
Yes.
Oh, he kissed his mother.
So the trial begins on April 4th, 1859.
Shout out.
Massive press coverage of the trial. Oh, I already got that part. And the prosecution presents their case as this is a brazen murder planned ahead of time. And Dan, was waiting to ambush Key. He was heavily armed. He brought multiple guns. This was all a big plan to go kill him. And they never once mention that Dan was a frequent and well-known man whore. They never bring it up. They never talk about his marital indiscretions.
Of course.
Ever. They're like,
Well, yes.
How dare they?
so they basically present the case as like this happily married man finds out this happily married faithful man finds out his wife is cheating on him and then kills the guy.
It hurts.
Yeah.
Well, do you know that this man, Dan Sickles, he goes to the local youth groups at his Episcopalian church. And he tells the children, Jesus is the blood and Christ of my pee-pee.
Also, just the way you said his name there, it's like, imagine him hanging off of, like, the side of a building. You can call him a dancicle.
Dansicle.
I like that.
Dansicle.
So the courthouse is packed every single day. People are fighting to get in. They have to, one day, they suspend the trial early because so many people had packed in that it was so hot that like people were fainting and the judge was like sweating through his robes.
Travis Scott concert.
Damn.
It was April, and this because of just how many people were in there.
It's crazy that the judge didn't stop judging, and all these people just were trying to get into the courtroom.
So after 4 days of making their case, the prosecution rests. It was around this time that the press was leaked the full letter of Teresa's confession, where basically she lists out all the different positions that her and Key used.
Oh, I like
So
that.
this she feels disgraced, and this really upset Dan because secretly and no one knew at the time, Dan and Teresa were writing each other letters where they had basically reconciled already.
Amazing.
Where they were like,
Amazing.
she was giving him like advice about how to like stay strong. He was saying like, you are my rock. Like I wouldn't be like, I'd be falling to pieces if you weren't with me.
Right, and the press is circulating that letter, which basically reads like the sidebar of Pornhub.
Yeah.
Where it's just like ass to mouth. Ass
It's
to
like
ass.
the Mitchell's soap bottle of like fucking.
Yeah, exactly. It
Connor.
just doesn't stop.
Yes, Mike.
Was there any like explicit details about Key? Like, what was the most embarrassing thing she said?
I mean, we're
like-
saying it was all like the lurid details, but like to us, we would read it and be like, this reads
it?
like a 15-year-old's Instagram bio nowadays.
Oh,
but back
okay.
then,
Right.
it was like, oh my god, they held
Right.
hands in the carriage. Like,
Right, it was
She
like
blew me
it was
the
more
carriage.
euphemisms. Yeah.
Key would show me the petunias on a Sunday afternoon
Yeah,
after
and
we
it-
ate
you
eggs.
But it would be like, we got in the
How
carriage
dare you.
ride from Mrs. Gates' house and we had our way together. And then that would be like, oh my god, they had their way together. Like,
Do you think Cardi B has ever had her way together with someone?
I think she fucking woman handles the dudes.
I'm just saying.
Fanny White 2.0.
She got that
No,
big
Fanny-
fan. I'll say
Fanny-
that. She got
yeah,
a
I,
whole
like, I don't
family
think
in
the
that
letter
ass.
is as explicit as the WAP lyrics are, but think about same type of outrage at the time.
I had the wettest ass wop for Key.
WAP, want a pension.
Want a penis? Please give me one, God.
So another
Warrant on parole. Warrant a parole.
We are people that like to have sex with prostitutes.
A stretch, and this needs to stop.
Yeah.
That's my motto.
Now, the defense begins their case. John Graham, I didn't mention him earlier, but he's another member of this defense team. He opens with an opening statement on the morning of one day of the trial. And he starts talking. Keeps talking. He's talking and talking and talking.
Like Boomhauer.
And the day ends, and the judge says, "Is your opening statement over?" And he goes, "No, I still have a few more hours."
Wait. Where is this from? This is from a movie. I've seen the.
His opening statement lasted all of one day, so think like probably 10 a.m. until 6. And then he said he had a couple hours to go, so they're like, all right, well, recess for tonight, come back in the morning, you'll finish your opening statement. He goes all the way for another 5 hours through lunch.
Jesus.
Wait, is this all to stall the court?
No, so
It
was a stalling
Story
tactic.
before.
But remember, this is back in, there's no, one of the things of entertainment was oratory. Like, it was a skill.
Yeah.
So you would go to watch people speak. Think like the Lincoln and Douglas debates were like fucking sold out show
gotcha.
concerts, just seeing these two old white guys debate each other.
Right. So this is like Billy Graham's fucking grandpappy.
Yeah. So he goes on for a full 15 hours. And as he's giving it, people in the court are like fucking cheering. They're going nuts. Like, he'll like build to one point and everyone will like explode into cheering and raucous applause, and the judge has to simmer him down. The whole time, Dan is sitting in his prisoner box, like throughout the entire trial, just emotionless, just like flat face, bored, basically.
He already heard it.
Because they're telling him like, look, we're pleading temporary insanity. You have to show like no emotion and show that like you are a very quiet, reserved guy, except in this moment of passion when you fucking freaked out and shot a guy three times.
That's
so horny.
that's fucked though. I would be like, you need to start masturbating.
Yes, I would.
Like every fucking
No, that's
second.
that's
like, you
not
need to-
temporary insanity. That's just insanity.
But it's temporary. I only masturbate and then I'm done.
I
And
only
it's
mas-
over.
It
Under
comes in
pressure.
once a week, but we've really tamed it down to just random masturbating.
Yeah.
I keep it down to one at night and one in the evening. You know, keep it tamed.
He
the
needs
demon
help,
inside.
actually. Teresa, she's going to be on this. It's part of her punishment. The whole deal.
You
They've
might
worked
as
it out.
well make it fun if that's what your
Yeah,
fucking excuse is gonna be.
Shit on the table.
I'm
like-
going to be the first person. I'm going to kill someone and be the first person to plead temporarily retarded.
My mind walked away and then it came back to me.
Well, you see, I upon reviewing my actions of the date in question, I realized I was rather stupid and retarded about how I thought about it.
Have you seen the kid that fucking shot those 2 protesters? Him in court.
Rittenhouse?
Yeah.
Oh, dude,
That's the
that is
worst part.
so
that was
fake.
That was insanity right there.
That's the worst part. He should have just kept a straight face. Tell the story.
Travis, you got the face down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, he's in Portland. They learned Killed it. I wish you could see that at home.
Now,
Listeners.
so back to Mr. Graham and his big long speech. Throughout it, he keeps returning to this main theme of how adultery is an evil, and he's using like biblical imagery. He's quoting the Bible constantly and like quoting people in the Bible who kill adulterers, and basically is saying it is an evil that plagues our land. And Dan was vindicated by God in his punishment of Key. Meanwhile, Mr. Graham has a mistress whose apartment he rents for in New York.
Of course.
Right. It's a lot of Cain and Abel shit,
Yeah.
right? Yeah.
So Graham finally finishes. It's roughly a 15-hour-long speech. Again, thunderous applause for when he finishes. They're like, this guy fucking nailed it. That was an awesome speech. It was printed in newspapers worldwide in full.
The thickest newspaper ever.
That'd be like a
Yeah.
book of a newspaper coming out that day.
Jeez.
And the defense presents this case as, one, temporary insanity, and they play into the idea of Key throwing the opera glasses is basically him saying, let's fucking duel, even if he's
Right.
not armed.
So, like, he's throwing, that's a parlay thing,
So it's like,
right? He's
even
like-
though he
yeah.
already has been shot in the hand by throwing the glasses, he's
Right.
accepting
That's
it
it.
as a duel.
Let's do this.
Tink!
I feel like
my
this.
hand, fuck.
You've basically described Joe Rogan's defense if he ever got in an actual street fight, which I don't think he's ever been in.
He'd do fine.
I feel like he would fuck me
No,
up.
he used to fuck people
He'd
up.
fuck
I
me
listened to
up.
his show enough times where he used to rough and tumble.
Maybe.
He's short though,
I mean,
but
I
they're
feel like-
tiny and they're grappling.
But now he'd just be like, yo, you ever go into a bath and listen to Spotify?
check out my podcast.
No, I feel like he only fucked people up in the octagon.
Well, he did DMT, so he's on another level than us.
Yeah.
He's basically died.
He's growing out of his skin.
Yeah.
I wish I did DMT. We'll wait till I die though. DMT. I think you should do it.
Well, that's
early.
what happens when you die. You release DMT
it's
in your
not
body,
that
but that's
good.
cool.
But I'm like, oh, this is it when you die. Then you're like, oh, I'm bummed.
It's not that good.
Well, I'll wait till I die to be disappointed.
This is why I don't. This is why I don't listen to these people anymore. Like these Duncan Trussels and
That's
these
what I'm
fucking
saying.
Joe Rogans.
I'll wait
like,
till I die.
I've done the drugs they've
You
done.
did DMT, Tom?
Yeah.
What was
Yeah.
it like?
I'm sitting in a chair and I see the stars and it's like, wow. And then I wake up and I'm like, I'm kind of hungry and my mouth tastes like I just smoked a Sprite bottle.
Tom, there's a reason why Duncan Trussell cannot be trusted because a similar reputable corporation, Dunkin' Donuts, changed their name to just Dunkin'.
All
Is
right.
that true?
Yeah.
Honestly, fuck Duncan Trussell. That dude is not funny at all.
It's
But
no more,
don't
no
fuck
more
Dunkin',
dough?
dude.
No more donut?
No, yeah, it's just Duncan.
Are you fucking kidding? What simulation is this that I'm in now?
I don't know.
It's shitty.
I
It's
knew
a
I was
shitty
going to
one.
hurt Mike's brain with this. I knew that was
It's like some
They've
Bernstein
been, but they've
Bear
been
shit.
Dunkin' for like a year and a half.
a
now,
year
right?
now.
I never go there, but
Used to work in.
I used to work
He used to work at a
oh, the
Dunkin'
donut place. Donuts.
Donuts for donuts.
Bum ass
Baby! Mike
We
used to
Dunkin'.
work at Jackie Chan's.
Dude, I put my resume and they didn't call me back.
They just throw the deep fryer. Connor finishes.
Who the fuck?
All right, so wrapping up part one. So the defense also, like I said, they're trying to paint it as a duel. There's also the issue, the fact that Dan used like 4 different guns during the attack.
Right.
That the prosecution never really makes it clear how many guns he had, to the point that the defense can kind of muddy the water and basically say like, we don't know, one of those guns might have been Key's. Like,
Oh, yeah.
That gun that they found
Whoa.
in the street that had a bullet missing, maybe that was Key's. Maybe he shot at Dan. You don't know.
So this is I know we made a joke of it before, but like this is straight up the same defense that fucking Wisconsin boy is using now. Like I had an AR-15. The guy had a skateboard.
Yeah.
The skateboard could have shot a bullet at me.
I get how much of a hot topic that is, and from what I've read, one of the guys had a gun. The guy got shot.
And the prosecution is shooting themselves in the foot constantly.
Yeah,
like
like,
they're
I don't
doing
know a
shit
lot
that
of
they
detail.
know they're not allowed to do just because. It's like
I don't understand it. Like, I really haven't followed the case at all. I don't care that much. And being on the outside and skipping over every time I see that stupid fucking name, Rittenhouse, it's just like, oh, well, the other people had guns.
yeah. Well, it's like they're trying to charge.
Yeah,
him,
but he was a child with a
AR-15.
gun in a protest.
and in
Come
From a different
on.
state,
an illegal gun too.
Yeah,
Yeah,
an
the
The
illegal gun.
problem is though is that they're charging him. At least I think this is what's happening. Is they're charging him with first-degree murder.
Okay.
which is like fucking really hard to get a conviction for, when it's like a slam dunk manslaughter case.
Okay.
So they bit off too much, like more than they can chew. So
All
like,
right.
they're
See,
gonna lose.
I
this
still don't
case.
understand.
He's gonna walk. He's gonna walk. It's
think
like,
so?
oh yeah.
But he's
It's
got
not a doubt.
poo-poo diarrhea face. Oh, come on, Connor, finish it out.
I don't think he should walk. But speaking of walking after you killed someone,
Yeah, let's hear this.
the defense rests. The jury deliberates for 70 minutes, an hour 10 tops.
Easy. Drinking
They
lemonade.
come out. Chairman of the jury, a man by the name of Mr. Arnold, reads their verdict: not guilty.
Oh, fuck.
Dan is a free man. The court erupts into cheers, like to the point maybe even the judge is cheering. Like, again, nobody wanted to see the prosecution win for whatever reason.
Wow.
Which, again, the prosecution, I didn't mention this, is the new district attorney of Washington, D.C. that is replacing the guy that was just murdered.
Right, so he might actually be a little threatened.
Yeah. So there was that. There was also the fact that Buchanan could have pardoned Sickles at any moment, and they
Yeah.
kind of thought that even if he was found guilty, that probably would have happened, or at least he would have had like a sentence commuted.
Probably would have waited a little bit.
Yeah,
Do you
he probably would
think-
have been like
do you-
found guilty, but like we're not going to hang you. Just go live in California.
Right.
Do you think that when Dan was the verdict came out that he was not guilty, he was like, you guys want to see a pink sock? And then he pulled out Fanny White and he was like, check this out, dog.
Well,
I'm
Fair
ahead of
enough.
my time.
Well, so he would hang out with members of the jury that night. They just
Yeah,
like
and
came by and
show-
hung out and had beers together.
hey, thanks, guys.
And they would be like, hey, hello, thank you, members of the jury. This is called a mauve stocking.
Yeah. So Dan
God.
takes the news well. He's not ecstatic. He's not going out like fucking rubbing it in people's faces. He's more like, this justice was done. I was right in killing him, and I'm glad it's been seen that way.
But you were
like-
insane. So, well,
Yeah, it was partly, just that day.
I was on point. I saw
One of the
red.
his family is there with him in the court when it ends, and by family I mean his dad and Teresa's dad are both there to like greet him and be like, "We're so happy you're through this, son."
Right.
Like Teresa's dad's like, "My daughter might suck, but I'm glad you're all right, Dan."
It's me,
fucking my
your
daughter.
father-in-law
I
told
don't
me.
care about her anymore.
I brought 15 hats to rip.
I have my granddaughter. I don't care about her anymore.
The bigger the penis, Dan. You got the bigger pee-pee.
I don't like a
They
key.
gotta be.
Come on,
He write a bad music. It has a no tune.
I bring a lunch for the jury.
I'm making a pizza.
So
Posada.
again, not only is he found not guilty, he is not removed from his position as a congressman. He keeps that post throughout.
Of course.
They're like, "Fuck, no way. This is our guy. We elected him. We want him there." And that is where we will cut part 1, because part 2 we will cover Dan's second wind in D.C. and the rest of his life, where he, like many Americans at the time, is going to go to war.
Zesty.
Dude, this is a big moment in American history.
Danny Boy is going to be a soldier.
I'm
And
quite hard.
this man has a big, girthy penis.
Nice and healthy, strong penis.
I think it's healthy.
Big, stinky chode.
It could be a big stinky chode, dude.
That's
I feel
why
like when
she's
you have
cheating
enough
on him.
money, you don't really need to have the flop.
Exactly. You got money. It's whatever.
Yeah.
I've been mulling over a theory since we were talking about the note being passed into his pocket.
Yes.
Now it's signed.
Mr. and Mrs. RPG.
Right. So RPG. Now this stands for
Role-playing game.
Role-playing Gerald Jr.
Junior. 11th grade.
Now, role-playing Gerald Jr. is the son of one role-playing Gerald Sr., who was in fact ripped off by Francis Scott Key in the same prison cell, who was writing a very similar song
Oh.
on that night.
All right.
On that night with the Rockets' Red Glare, that wasn't there in the original. Our guy, role-playing Gerald Sr., he had written it so the average person can sing it. Not taking away our dreams mid stanza, if you would. Okay. So I'm thinking it's a little bit of like a glory, get you back.
Get
Get your family back.
Family
your dirty
vengeance.
name.
Dirty.
So fuck the Keys.
Yeah.
Well, no, Tom, you actually bring up a really interesting point about our national anthem. Most national anthems in the world can be sung by every single citizen.
Yeah, they're one octave.
It's one octave. Our national anthem has that fucking, like, Mariah Carey note where no one can hit that shit
Yeah.
and come back down.
And
But, like, if you look at, like you know, God Save the Queen, God Save the King is all, oh, yeah.
the anthems should just be one scale within an octave because people are not. And it's very funny when you watch people sing the anthem at baseball games and things like that, and they for some reason everyone starts too high.
Oh, yeah.
And then they're pinching that last one out. They're pinching that red glare out like a brown note.
Oh, I wanted to look this up. The woman who is the main suspect for writing the note, the Confederate spy, Rose Greenhow. So RPG almost fits. I don't. Her middle name's O'Neill, but Rose O'Neill Greenhow.
Rog.
Are you sure her name isn't AOC?
Oh,
She's fine.
maybe it's a cipher.
She doesn't know what she's talking about either. No one knows what they're talking about. I don't know.
She's got
what
that
they're talking
ass.
Yeah.
about. Mike, how you doing with that microphone, Mike? Get on the horn. We're gonna finish the episode. Connor,
getting close.
Thank you very much. She's getting close.
Excited for part 2.
Yeah, me
More
too.
Danny Boy.
Yeah,
I'm a huge
I
fan.
love
as
it,
fuck.
dog.
I'm telling you, he should be on a $20 bill.
I agree. I
Because
think-
when you're doing a line of blow off of a hooker's ass, you should be able to look down and see a guy who would have done the exact same thing.
yeah,
Yes.
I like what you're putting down.
yeah, and look, no disrespect to Harriet Tubman, but let's make her own denomination.
Yeah, let's get some more
She
bills.
should be-
in there.
Yeah, I could
She's
use a
really,
$40
like-
bill.
Yeah.
I would love
No,
a
the
40.
$35 bill.
Oh, 35? I like that.
$35 bill. Throw Harriet on there.
About 69.
Let's get rid of singles, bring back the dollar coins, put Harriet on that.
I was there. He tried
No,
that with
they
Secretary.
got
Yeah, but I say
Saskatchewan or whatever the fuck.
You
that
got to put
shit
it on a
is.
higher denomination because I think that there's something about
The color
coins and women don't get along. They tried
Yeah.
with Susan B. Anthony, didn't catch
good.
on. They tried with
No good.
Sacagawea, didn't. They did it with all the states, and people thought that was neat for several years. They were like, "Look, Texas has."
Did you guys have the book? Did you ever fill your book?
They just
I had
stopped
a book.
printing them after a while. Everyone had that book.
Yeah.
I got about 10 in, and then I was just like, Rhode Island's a fucking state.
I remember getting that book and being like, whoa, 2011. Whoa, there's no way they're going to be making these in 12 years.
Yeah, right?
Did
Everyone
they
stopped
actually finish it? I don't think they
Yeah,
did.
no, they finished the states.
No, and then they doubled back.
Really?
They did the states, they did all the territories, they did every national park,
And then they doubled back on a bunch of states.
and they've done a
then
few
made-
states second.
Yeah, they did like
I guess
another
they have
New York
nothing
one.
better to do.
They put fucking Bill de Blasio on the New York one.
Yeah.
Well, you know,
and
his
he's falling
son-
asleep.
You know that his son is mixed race, so he should be governor.
They recalled the
That's what I'm
Florida
saying.
one because they put Epstein on it. And they had to,
Yeah.
they had to get a new one.
You printed $14 billion worth of quarters with
Epstein
Epstein's
quarters.
mug shot on there.
Why is there just an island on this coin? Fuck.
Why is there a plane that says Lolita Express on it?
Is that
All
Bill
right,
Gates in the
boys,
window?
I am so excited to hear about this soft, maybe hard. I can't. I'm like, because whenever you go into a show when it's about a man, or if it's a woman, it's a dry scale. A man is a hard scale. I don't know where this guy is. I
He's
think
got
he's
limp.
like semi-hard.
I think he's limp.
Like he's
No, I think
flax.
he's always got half a chub.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think
half
Dan
chub.
was never more than a half chub away from coming.
Like I think he's just kind of like slapping it more than fucking.
What's also funny is so far there's been no mention of him being like a heavy drinker or partier or anything like that. Like no like fun drugs at the time the way other people are doing. Like this guy just loved to fuck. Like that's all he wanted to do.
He's probably doing snuff though. I mean,
He's definitely doing snuff tobacco and stuff like that.
yeah. I mean,
And
back in the day,
he's drinking, but he's not like it's not like they're saying like, oh, he was a drinker.
Yeah, yeah.
Normal drinks.
Well,
It was the ladies that were his vice.
next week we'll see how he drinks Union and Confederate blood on the grassy fields
Of Pennsylvania
of Pennsylvania
and Virginia.
yeah.
and Virginia.
Welcome to Roast Mortem, the end of an episode, the end of an era.
He's not dead yet, though.
Mortem.
But someone else is.
No, exactly. It's the end of. It's a good two-parter. This isn't you planned this two-parter.
I planned it because it was just like I saw his life and was like, oh, there's a very clear part 1, part 2.
Now let me ask you a question.
It's like he got reborn at the trial.
When we did the Oliver Reed episode, that was your first episode on the show.
No. The Gotti episode was my first episode.
Oh, right. I forgot. Yeah, but that was your first two-parter on the show.
Mike
Yeah.
is asleep,
And that was an accident.
That was
so-
next.
I was just resting my eyes for a second.
Yeah, so you
Oh,
took
yeah,
notes.
Mike-
You were like, how not
yeah.
to do it. Like
How
Tom.
to plan out a part 2.
Right. How
Yeah,
to
if you had to pick the absolute opposite of how to do an episode, it would be the guy next to you right now. The guy is that's,
The sleeper.
Mike is sleeping. Good night, Michael.
The sleeper awakens.
but he's a model.
yeah.
What was that?
My little
I heard
mushroom
model.
cut
I heard
model.
model.
All right. Thanks
Double
for
team
listening,
the two
everyone.
guys.
Were you listening?
Thank him, Shane.
You know what?
Thank
yeah.
him, Shane.
Fuck this dude. He's a piece of shit.
Yeah, Mike's going to
He has
fight.
a bit of-
Mike's going to
No,
fight.
Fuck him.
Hey, guess what? Go to roastmortemcast.com and check out our merch. It's going to change real soon. You might get a limited edition. But guess what? I'm afraid to wear this hat out on the streets because I'm in Portland.
I'm not afraid.
Yeah, if you wore that on Long Island, no one's going to know what docking is. They're going to think it's actual a boating term.
Yeah.
because
They're
we
gonna
have
be like,
lots of-
bro,
But out there, they're like,
in there.
oh, God, that's sick.
Does your tip stay soft as well as mine?
We have a violent docking 3D printed hat. I'm just saying that. Who does that?
Who does that? All right, we do this. Goodbye.
We did.
Thank you.
You'll follow me.
Thank him.
Mike, you're looking so handsome tonight.
Been watching what I've been eating lately. Good. Very conscientious of what I put in my body these days, and yeah, just healthy living, sober life.
Proud of you.
Thank you.
It's great news.
Thank you.
Cool.
I got a good story for you guys this week.
All right, cool. So we'll start the show. Hey. Welcome to Roast Mortem. It's the only show worth quoting on any of your research papers. My name is Tom.
I'm Travis.
Oh, Mike.
And I'm Connor.
It's part two. It's a part two.
Part 2.
You clicked on a part two.
Part
if you've
two.
never listened
Nope.
to the show before, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Go back to the first part and come back.
Yeah.
If you want to go
This
out
is
of order,
numero dos.
start here. But I wouldn't recommend that.
Yeah. That's not good.
Say Star Wars.
Yeah, we could do. It'd be like a Star Wars if you just started right here.
Right. Civil War, Star Wars. That
like-
would be fun.
That would be cool.
Guys, weeks, right? Mike, you just mentioned you had something fun to mention.
Oh, it's like more like a. So I told my coworker about our podcast.
Oh, yeah?
He's like, "Yo,
Oh.
listen to it." So we put over like the big speakers in the warehouse, and it was the episode. Drew Barrymore's like grandpa was his name again, John.
John Barrymore, yeah.
And everyone's laughing, and then it's just like me talking about putting a knife in my ass for 20 minutes straight, and I'm like, and everyone's just like. After a while, I'm looking around, everyone's just like not laughing anymore, and they're just like listening to me talk about putting knives in my ass, and then didn't last too long.
Then they turned it off?
Yeah.
Oh, God. Well, then they're not the right crowd.
They hate it
Yeah,
on
that's
us.
some great company bonding right there. They know all about
now they
you.
know
That's
that,
like a
like-
trust fall.
Yeah, now I know I'm gonna put a knife in my ass.
That's good.
I'm gonna say, like, I shared that reaction when you were talking about that. That was
That's
It was a
life tip.
surprising one.
a life tip, but it also was, how was your week? And then it was a life tip for
Yeah.
those of you going to jail.
Put a knife up
Well, I
your
feel
ass.
like a lot of people listening is going to jail.
Yeah,
Gotta hide it.
Myself.
we got a couple jails, peoples. It's good
You're-
people.
You're,
you know?
welcome, jail people.
Who said the law's good?
laws are made to be broken?
Exactly.
Connor, how's your week?
My week was good. It was great. Lizzie and I moved. You
Nice.
and Tom both helped, which was a big, very, very helpful to us.
You're welcome.
Yes, thank you. But yeah, we're all settled in now. Still unpacking, boxes everywhere, and we finally adopted the dog that we've been
Harry.
planning to adopt for a few months. Now that we have our own home.
Big boy.
Wait,
So-
is this a dog with a full life expectancy?
Yes, this is not a dog that we are expecting to die within the coming months.
all right.
was-
Just
We're
checking,
not
'cause-
putting ourselves through that again.
Yeah,
just yet.
you checked the expiration on it, right?
He is old. His name is Harry. I call him Harold. And he's a nice, lovable boy.
You gotta call him Dirty Harry.
Dirty Harry. He's got a lot of nicknames, and we're gonna find more as we go.
Big hair.
Big hair. Yeah. that's a
Big
good
hair don't care. That's what I say about most dogs.
Yep.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Well, it's a cool place.
one. Yeah.
Excited for your move. Travis, tell us where you're moving to.
I'm moving away from the cellular network because I'm really disappointed. They're ending 3G. How am I supposed to use my phone anymore?
Well, what about 4G and 5G? You can't use.
I don't like those G's, dog. I like 3G.
All right, so this
Because
is
it's like
fun.
3D, dude. When you're talking to someone on the phone, you want to be able to hear them in 3G dimensions,
I can kind of understand this.
right?
It makes,
Mike, you were so scared of 5G. You talked about it all the time on the show.
Yeah, that's why I'm sticking with
3G, but they're getting rid of it.
Sure. Where are you gonna put it? Where are you gonna put this 3Gs at? You can't just cancel 3G. It's gotta be somewhere in the fucking air.
Yeah, I mean, I'm probably just going to be throwing it into like a cave or something.
That's very nice that you're upset about this. I find that funny.
They have 3G still.
Right?
They
Yeah.
still have that shit. I didn't know that was like, all right, we're up to 5G.
Is 1G just a radio wave? Like,
Yeah,
Maybe.
what does these G's even mean anymore?
Dude, I don't know. I'm just upset, man. It's the end of an era, man. The good old days. 3G networks.
I wish I had 3Gs in my bank account.
This is like less sad than the HD DVD dying.
You know, like
This is
No, it's not.
this is the least sad technology erasure ever.
No, but think about all the good times you had with 3G, dog. I probably
No.
sent somebody a picture of a sandwich.
a lot of frustrating times.
I
with
definitely
3G,
talked
I'll
to
say
someone
that.
using a wireless connection.
Well, that you could still do that. Like all those,
just faster.
I don't understand. Like everything that's offered is still going to be offered, and some.
yeah.
Tom, you have your things. You have your things. I see all those records behind you. Mine was generational cellular networks. So
We're the
you
same
know what?
age. We are 4 days apart in age.
Oh, well, I'm just saying. You know, and people have their hobbies.
All right, that's.
How was your week,
Yeah.
Tom?
How's your week, Tom?
I actually had a week. How's that sound?
Tom celebrated the death of 3G.
Yeah,
threw a big
I was,
party.
I went.
Oh, fuck you.
That's right. I went to Checkers and I celebrated. I said, "Give me 3 fries," and they said, "Okay." This week I went to 2 shows, not just one, 2 shows. I went out to the shows are back on Long Island, by the way. Long Island, home of beatdown
Whoa.
death metal.
Long
How
Island
you doing?
is healing.
Yeah, it's healing. That's right. So with that, I saw suffocation, internal bleeding, and afterbirth. Shout out to Big Will. That was fun. The kids were flying. You've been to a bunch of shows with me, Travis. You know when the kids go flying, right?
Oh yeah, the kids are having a great time. They're having a ball. They're punching each other.
Yeah,
It's a good time.
full
I also
force.
thought you were saying lyrics before because you were like suffocation, no bleeding, don't give a fuck if I cut my arms.
I
cheesing.
also had that song pop in my head when we started talking.
yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it is fun the way I said that,
Sorry.
like with that rhythm.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then yesterday I went out and saw Municipal Waste and Crowbar and Dead Heat and skeletal remains. So whenever municipal waste comes to town, my buddy Phil and I, we pal around. And you know what, guys? I broke my sober streak. I had some drinks last night.
Boo!
Yeah.
Good for you.
But, I kept it on the DL Hughley, if you know what I mean, because I had to drive home. So a few, and then
Road
that's
soda.
it.
Then Waters.
Road
Yep.
soda.
Tom.
Polish waters at the Warsaw.
Tom was drinking just cream ales because he's the creamiest man I know.
Yep. Well, either way, it was a great time. And then I was hungover. I hadn't drank in such a long time that I was really hungover today.
Wow. Yeah, I'll do it.
Yeah, you build up, you live and you drink every day for 15 years. The hangovers diminish. They're not as bad unless you go crazy. Last night I did not go crazy. Terrible hangover. I'm gonna get back on drinking. I swear to God, I've been really slacking.
Charlie's in the
It's the
bush.
only
You're getting
responsible
soft.
thing to do.
Yeah, but anyway, that's my week, revisiting my past. And speaking of revisiting my past, last week we did Dan Sickle episode 1. It's time to get back into that.
Can I redo my week?
Sure.
Me and Connor.
That's it.
Okay. All right. So we last left our good friend Dan after he had just been acquitted for the murder of Francis Barton Key.
Right.
I think I forgot his name, his first name. I don't think it's
It
Francis.
was,
That's his
no,
dad.
it's daddy.
It's Barton Key.
Barton
And I'm forgetting his first name already.
I forget that was
Winston.
last week.
Bavarian
That's really bad.
cream.
But he's
Welcome to
dead.
the show.
He's dead, so we're moving on.
Put a
Just
knife
like
in the
Yeah.
book.
just like Dan did after the trial.
Right after Dan strangled Alicia Keys.
Danny boy. Danny boy.
Goodbye, Winston Scott America boy. You're dead.
So our good Dan leaves Washington after the trial and returns back to New York with Teresa and Laura. And they start to reconcile at this time, not completely. And the press gets wind of it, and they kind of trash both of them for reuniting. Like, they don't look at this as like, oh, a couple has gotten back together after hardship. They're like, what the fuck is this?
Right. It's not like an Affleck-Lopez kind of dynamic.
Very much not that.
Okay.
Much more of the Jake Gyllenhaal, Taylor Swift, where it's like, yeah,
They dated?
fuck these guys.
Did
They did. Yeah, and that's what Taylor Swift's new album is all about, how shitty Jake Gyllenhaal is.
Really?
Isn't it?
Jake Gyllenhaal's a saint.
Oh, I
first-
just thought that he
Taylor Swift's
dated
an
Heath
idiot.
Ledger.
I could be wrong about that.
That's
but
what I was going to say. The entire time he just fucked cowboys in the ass.
Yeah, that's what I thought. He was a method
He's
actor.
fucking hot.
Yeah. Well, he could do whatever he
That's what I'm
wants.
saying. That's why Taylor Swift is an idiot.
So Dan and Teresa trying to get back together. More so, well, no, I guess they were both were, because Dan, he been writing letters to Teresa during the trial, basically like leaning on her for support. And the press was, very upset, mostly accusing Dan of being under some sort of spell that Teresa had cast on him. And that the night that he murdered Key was the one time that he took a stand against this tyranny of his Italian wife.
Demons.
Okay. That's good. It's the woman's fault.
Yeah, they're basically like, "What? Fuck her. Why are you getting back with her, Dan? You should divorce her."
Look, I'm just saying cheddar biscuits are way more tasty than any type of garlic bread. I'm just saying.
I can't stand for that type of slander.
Yeah, that's just
odd.
wrong for you
What?
to say that.
Garlic
say,
bread
Travis?
is by far the superior carb.
No,
What
cheddar
other bread did
biscuits
you just try
is-
and disgrace us with saying?
You can put cheddar on garlic bread, and it'll just be better than either.
cheddar bread.
No. It's cheddar biscuits, dog.
That's two different things.
We'll have to agree
That's like
to
garlic
disagree.
knots versus biscuits. Cheddar biscuits got to do that.
It's very in-depth.
Well, I mean, maybe he was just upset that he wasn't getting his cheddar biscuits from his wife.
I think Dan, he just a little jealous.
Dan was in a strange place at this time. It was one of the only times in his life where he was kind of ostracized and like on his own. One senator's wife remarked about this period of his life and the fallout from the trial regarding the murder. Quote, "That was all right. A fellow could survive such a thing. The real reason he was ostracized was because he condoned his wife's profligacy and took her back."
What does this fat bitch know? What is she talking about?
I love it. She's like, murder, not a big deal, but
Yeah.
we cannot excuse forgiving your spouse for their infidelities.
Yeah, that's unacceptable.
She probably
Yo,
had
she's
like a
got
feather in
nut
her hat.
Yeah.
Stupid shit.
She probably even said it. Probably is all some fake news. They probably wrote it down in a book.
You think Dan wrote that in his journal? Like, this
so.
bitch, fake news.
Fuck that bitch.
So Dan returns to Washington after this brief period back in New York for the fall of 1859 legislative session. But he leaves Teresa in New York. Teresa and Laura both stay at their upstate Upper Manhattan house, which is basically upstate
Right.
at
yeah.
the time.
Where pigs and cows and chickens live.
That's actually exactly right. Teresa kind of became like a farm homebody type, just like raising animals on the Hudson River bank, just hanging out.
Why not?
Lots of dogs, they ducks, geese.
You know what's weird? Every time I hear someone say raisin animals, I just think of those California raisins.
Raisin animals? Is
yeah,
that like,
like they're just playing jazz to animals.
is this like some kind of movie you're proposing?
Yeah,
Or-
probably.
Just purple face a bunch of people?
It's basically if you combined Happy Feet with raisins.
I like that.
Anyway,
should
so
go
she's
see that on
the
drugs,
California
probably.
raisoning animals in the Bronx.
Yes.
Oh my God.
So Dan, when he got back to D.C., lived a much more quiet, sedated life than he had previously. So no more big balls, no more... Well, he might have still had some big balls, but not going to those big balls.
Right.
No more dances, less social events. And this wasn't just because of Dan's situation. It's also because it's 1859 and the country is tearing itself apart at the seams.
Yeah.
And it actually kind of helped him through the 1859 and 1860 because his political party, the Democrats, are also splitting. You had the Southern hardcore slavers, the Northern slavery apologists, and then you had like another sect of Democrats that wanted to preserve it all but get rid of slavery. So it's all kind of falling apart. This is when talk of secession starts up. Okay. People are threatening to leave if certain people are elected. And Dan, he'll find his way out of this train of thinking, but initially is saying that, you know, secession might have to happen if we're going to impose our will on the southern part of the country. And
He just like, I feel like he was probably just like, we should move. I got the best idea, guys. We're going to move everyone to this little tiny island south of Florida, Cuba. All the population of the United States of America right to Cuba. We'll leave everything alone.
we're going to get back to Dan's love for Cuba because that comes up again later in our
Awesome.
story.
How could you not love Cuba?
Yeah, he
What a
loved
nice-
this. He loved cigars and he loved women. Cuba was basically the perfect place for him to be.
Favorite entertainer? Ricky Ricardo.
Yeah. And we'll find out that Dan also loved Latin women. So another tick number
You know what?
3 in the box
I
for
don't blame him.
Cuba.
Yeah, I mean, Latin women, they're just
superior.
fine. Ooh.
So even though Dan was sympathetic to the early parts of secession, he even came up with the idea that if it happens, and if a lot of the southern states seceded, he proposed that New York City should secede not just from America, but also the state of New York, and declare themselves an independent city-state.
What?
I don't mind that.
I thought that was awesome. I was like, we should just do that now. Just
Yeah, but here's the problem. If we do that now, it's just going to keep going downhill.
yeah.
We need to do it on an upswing. We had to do that before de Blasio. Mm-hmm. But now,
Now we can't.
Long Island and Manhattan should be its own state. And we should get into more fistfights.
Yeah, Dan was basically saying we should become the Venice of the Atlantic.
Okay.
Oh, the Venice of the Atlantic, so our rivers need to smell even worse?
We need more shit in our canals.
Does Venice smell bad? I've never been there.
It's just low-lying water.
We were there once, and I didn't really notice the shitty smell.
probably smell
That's
like low
because you weren't
tide.
putting your head down those canals like I was. I was like trying to look under people's skirts, so I had to get real low
Right.
in the canal.
You
And I got-
dog, you Italian dog.
You fucking
I was
pervert.
trying to fit in with the locals.
I see. Monkey see, monkey do.
Monkey semen do.
So in 1860, Dan decides not to run for re-election. He doesn't really campaign for anyone. Again, he's still kind of living this reclusive life. The trial's still fresh in everyone's mind. And after, in 1860, Abraham Lincoln wins election, the threat of secession becomes real. Multiple states begin seceding in the period between Lincoln's election and when he's actually inaugurated. And Dan's initial sympathetic leanings kind of turn much more hostile, and he turns to a much more pro-union stance.
So he was like, I like this tall, weird-looking dude. I like the cut of his jib. I like how he lays a cabin. You know what I'm saying?
Initially, he didn't
Photos
like
shit.
Lincoln at all, but he respected the way he was dealing with secession, and he hated the way. The main reason he really flipped on this idea of like letting secession happen was because they started attacking federal property. And he was like, well, wait a minute. We can't have that happen because then Europeans are going to come and take us over.
Yeah, good point. Also, didn't like everyone in Washington hate Lincoln?
Oh, yeah.
Everyone was like, how did this guy get in here?
D.C. was a slave-owning city.
Right.
And then this guy, this fucking country bumpkin shows up.
Yeah, this fucking half treehouse, half man walks in and goes, keep it together, boys.
What's in that fucking hat?
I
Do you
think
guys like? One of the favorite things I like about Lincoln is he would just eat ground pepper.
Really?
He got a sack of it, and he would just eat ground pepper.
That's ridiculous. That's what an animal would do.
I don't think he did that, but that's what I'm assuming.
I bought it
what
for a
people
second.
Yeah,
would-
that sounds like
Yeah.
some 1800s.
They're like, look at this freak. He's just eating ground pepper.
I
Well,
think
like nerds back then. Little
You
candies.
get a
Pepper ropes.
nerd's rope. It's just pepper on a fucking dried up bullcock.
Yeah, there you go.
I think every description I've ever read of Lincoln uses the word gnarled at some point. Like, he looks like a gnarled piece of oak.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Gnarled.
So as this crisis continues, Dan, like I said, continues on a much more strong pro-union stance, counter to what everyone else in his party, especially New Yorkers, were feeling. And so in April of 1860, the Civil War finally breaks out, with the South Carolina regiments attacking Fort Sumter. Dan gets war fever. He's like, I'm going to fight for the Union. I'm raising an army of volunteers, and I'm going to lead them in battle.
Awesome.
Damn.
Guy who had never had any military experience in his life.
I like
he
it.
did kill someone.
He did kill a guy.
Yeah, he's murder.
Yeah. Also,
you know,
I feel like you name dropped Sumner in the last episode. Wasn't he also fighting people on Lafayette? And
Well, this is Fort Sumter in South Carolina, and Charles Sumner was a senator who got caned in the
Sumner.
Senate House. Yeah.
right.
Right.
So you're wrong, Travis. Whatever you were just laying down is
Yeah.
a big hot load of shit. And what was I going to... I was going to say something real smart, but you interrupted me. So I'll seethe, and you continue.
Well, I just thought, I thought they were this one and the same person. I didn't realize that there was a sump in South
You
Carolina.
thought wrong, Travis.
A bunch of those fucking Confederates came over with them canes and started beating the building up.
They beat the shit out of it. So Dan and one of his buddies decide they're going to raise a regiment of volunteers that they're going to lead themselves. Within a month, they have 3,000 volunteers, mostly from the poor immigrants in Manhattan, but also some educated men, some abolitionists, and 3,000 guys in a month. That's a good haul of recruits.
Yeah.
Now, at this time, most of the militias were under state law. So, like, you'd raise the army of volunteers, and you'd go to the state and be like, hey, I got a band of guys that want to go fight. And the state would go, here's your funding, and you're commissioned as officers in our militia. Go on your way. Dan was like, fuck that. I'm going straight to the top. And goes, Lincoln, make me a general, and here's my regiment. And then you're going to pay for it. And it worked.
Yeah, because Lincoln was a pushover.
Well, Lincoln and Dan become pretty good friends. So they clearly, they had some, chemistry going.
I think maybe Dan just showed up with a little bit of a taller top hat for Lincoln to wear. He's like, I like being tall. That's my thing.
It's like, here's a top hat that's a centimeter taller than yours.
He's like, look, Dan, I'm the president, and can you help me look straight?
Put this hat on your head.
Wait, so also, it's funny because you're talking about state militias and stuff like that, and these regiments. It's crazy that whatever city you go to has these armories.
Yeah.
And there's I think 2 or 3 in New York City, but now they're usually something else, like art halls or whatever. But
Yeah.
it used to just be a place where you'd be like, here's my regiment. We have all trained in the armory.
I wasn't going to get into it, but there's this whole thing of how they're stationing the men and where they're training, and at one point they're in the armory, but there weren't enough beds, so then they're just in a hotel across the street from the armory, and then some of them are just in private homes that people had extra rooms for, and just all these soldiers hanging out.
Oh, and let me guess,
and
they
Dan is
were like,
training
"Hey, guess what? We're gonna sleep in your room and not let you can't protest, dog."
No,
'Cause
that's
we're
the
red-
Sleep with your
no,
wife.
that's against the
Yeah,
Fifth Amendment.
I
No,
forget
Sixth
which,
Amendment.
yeah, I forget which one, but yeah, like legally, any-
Soldiers cannot be quartered in homes.
Yeah,
Well, I'm just saying these are real soldiers, so they can.
Hey, come sleep with my wife, please.
So Dan is
Shame
given
bear.
a provisionary generalship of what is known as the Excelsior Brigade.
Like the badasses.
It just is like New York Excelsior. Boom, done.
Yeah, it was on our
Brigade
license
name.
plates, dog.
Oh, that makes sense.
So, hold on, where am I? So the brigade departed New York just after the Union disaster at Bull Run, and Dan left behind many unpaid bills to all the people that like had stationed his troops and supplied them and all this, and he was just like, "Peace, we're out."
hello, it's a war effort.
Yeah.
Why would you have to explain yourself, let alone pay for anything?
Yeah, he's like, "What do you mean, money? Give
This
me
is-
guns."
This is the South.
Yeah.
that we're fighting here. Okay, do you understand how hateful they are?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're
Wanna
gonna
let them
show up
come up?
on your front doorstep, throw that fucking pizza right in the Hudson, and you're gonna be eating Tennessee hot wings if you don't watch yourself, dog.
Not only are they trying to keep slaves, which is a little not cool, but they're all child molesters, and they
true.
love burning coal.
Yeah. That's right.
And they're
And
all inbred.
fracking. You don't even know what that is.
They're fracking down there, and they don't even care about
Tip,
the internet.
touching tips.
Sir, what is an internet?
Now, there were a few political appointee generals, which is what Dan was. And most of them, not all of them, most of them were kind of like, did it for the glory, but didn't actually do any of the hard work. They delegated, or they just kind of sat around on their asses and pretended to play at war.
We stole that from the English.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dan, though, is like, I'm a soldier now. I'm a general. I'm going to learn everything there is to know. So he is poring over military tactics books. He's learning everything there is. He's marching with the men. He's camping with them. He's really getting into it. He's like,
Okay.
I'm doing this. I'm going to take it seriously.
Respect.
Yeah.
All right.
So as they head to Washington, the brigade is placed in the Army of the Potomac in the 3rd Army Corps. The commander of the 3rd Army Corps has the perfect name for Dan Sickles. It's Fightin' Joe Hooker. Dan, the lover of all prostitutes that he's ever met, is fighting for a guy named Hooker.
I just
great.
imagine. I'm imagining him showing up, going like, "Oh, hey, hooker," and like throwing money at him, throwing some coins.
Yeah.
I want to work with that guy.
So he's fighting
What-
for Joe
How
Hooker.
much would it cost for me to share a tent with you, sir?
You gotta pitch it, baby.
Are you one of those 2-bits hookers? Do you have to wash up after we're done?
Yes. I'm very dirty and stinky. My pussy looks like a fucking hole.
Could you imagine the amount of Civil War bussy going around?
Oh my God.
Must
gotta
been,
be-
must been nice.
Yeah.
Dead body,
horrible.
bussy.
Just awful.
Well,
Everyone
the
stinks.
best thing about the Civil War is they were losing limbs and getting shot so much. There was a lot of extra things that weren't necessarily bussies.
Yeah.
Something like lussies, which are leg pussies.
Oh, look at this
Oh, God.
leg I could fuck.
Because on your way to the brothel, you're like walking past the field hospital and the mountain of legs.
Yeah.
You're
Screaming
like,
just turns me on.
That gets me hard.
Tom, you're making a gross face, but Fleshlight established 1861.
You know
It
what?
was originally a leg that they
You're right.
warmed up in the river.
I think it was a loofah.
You gotta think like the stink. The stink must have been.
But
stink
back
was
then,
there.
think about this. They don't know it smells good. That's
True.
all they know.
They don't have flowers were invented in 1976.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, well, yeah. The flapper just
Putrid
aerates.
asshole. I love that smell.
Yeah, that's why they wore flappers.
Yeah.
Maggots
Ooh.
and dandelions. Same thing.
Yeah, Tom, I'm thinking the field hospital did not smell any worse than these brothels that Dan was going into.
That is the point I was trying to make.
Yeah.
That's why this disgusting thing that probably didn't happen may have happened.
yeah. There's
Smells
a
like
reason
low
why
tide.
Fleshlight was established in the 1860s. That's fact.
Yeah. Okay.
Which
Continue.
limb are you gonna fuck? If you guys had to pick a limb to fuck, which limb are you gonna fuck?
This is a terrible.
I'm not going to answer. I'm just going to keep talking about Dan.
I'm gonna go with the armpit.
Okay, that's not really
That's not a limb.
Well, I'm gonna get like
That's
a
a
shoulder.
junction.
I'm gonna get a shoulder piece. I'm gonna cut off the guy
with a flap.
little flap going.
Oh,
Right,
cut-
right.
Yeah.
Okay, nice.
If you could visualize this with your ears, people at home,
Like a turkey leg.
it's just
You know, Mike, whatever you're doing, I'm gonna follow suit because you seem to
You
have
seem
the,
to-
the wheels
oh.
turning on that
Yeah.
one.
Mike did this already with the Gilgos.
Yeah.
come on.
That's
You
why he
guys-
knows.
South Shore, baby.
I mean, that shit is. There's no. You know what? Just continue. Cut that out, Zwick.
All right.
You're in trouble.
So Dan and the regiment are hanging around Washington, and he's kind of getting bored. He feels like they're just stuck in the mud. However, this is when he strikes up a good friendship with the Lincolns. As I said in the last episode, everyone who ever met Dan couldn't help but like the guy.
Right.
That was true of Mr. Lincoln and Mary Todd Lincoln.
Ooh.
Even
Now-
the misses.
Even though Dan had sex with everything that moved, it's pretty clear he and Mrs. Lincoln did not have any sort of affair. But like the press would try and drag it up as like a rumor. But it's pretty clear that nothing actually happened.
I mean, it's pretty clear from the photographs of her that Dan probably was not very.
Dan was
interested.
probably like, "Oh, I can get better strange back at the camp than
Yeah.
here at the White House."
20.
Yeah, have you seen Harold in the first division over here? He's a lot
You know
better
it's
than
true.
Yeah.
Lincoln's wife.
You think Lincoln's got a big dick?
I mean, he's
He
a
had
big dude.
dick? That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking. He's got that shaft.
Yeah.
Yeah.
20 years or whatever the fuck that shit was.
So Mary Todd, Lincoln's wife, she was super into seances and like communing with the dead. And so Dan would kind of attend these. One time he tried to pull a prank on a seer where like he hid behind some curtains, and they were like, "Who's hiding behind the curtains?"
Oh, they just
Fucking
knew
Dan.
walking around it. It's like it's daytime still, and we see your feet. This curtain only goes down
Yeah.
to the bottom of the window, which only extends as far down as 2 feet to the room. So we see 2 feet of your legs.
Yeah. Pretty easy to tell.
Oh, it's me.
Yeah. So Dan, frequent guest at the White House, and as I said before, he was a provisional commander of the Excelsior Brigade because I don't know if this is still the case, but at the time, every general and every brigadier general needed Senate approval. Now, a lot of the senators fucking hated Dan. This was a mix of Republicans that hated him because he was a Democrat, and Copperhead Democrats, which is like the term for the Democrats who wanted peace with the South.
Right.
They hated Dan because they thought he was betraying the Democrats.
Oh,
And also, they were probably afraid that he was going to shoot him. Let's
And
be
there,
real.
there had to have been like 3 or 4 that were like, he fucks my wife. I can't vote for this guy.
yeah.
You're gonna fuck my wife, Dan?
Yeah.
Getting
They're,
from the
they're like,
military?
I just lost my opera glasses. I dropped it in the Potomac. How am I going to defend myself against this man?
I don't have my opera glasses.
And he's
I'm
fucking my
useless
wife.
now. Alrighty. So in April of 1862, after some months of this like dull period around Washington, Dan received some disappointing news. The Senate has denied his appointment as a brigadier general.
God damn it.
Roasted.
He felt real betrayed. You know, he had been with these men since the regiment was formed. He felt it was his right and his duty to lead them in battle, and it had just been stripped out from under him. And to make it even worse, it was right before their first real action.
Oh, damn.
Because right now, well, not right now, but then, the Union Army was beginning the Peninsula Campaign. This is when they tried to like land boats in Virginia and march on Richmond, and in the brigade's first real action, which Dan missed because he was still back in D.C. Campaigning for him to be instated as brigadier general, they finally see action, and on the first day, they see 772 casualties out of about 1,500 guys.
Damn.
Yeah, so a 50% attrition rate. Pretty fucking awful.
I mean, he's probably up in D.C. going, well, glad I wasn't there.
No, very much the opposite. Dan was
Really?
like, I want to be on the front lines shooting Rebs.
Oh,
Well,
wow.
no,
Yeah.
Dan's like, if I was there, bro, like that wouldn't have happened, son. I would have been shooting them with my.
Yeah,
PP.
he's like, I would have had him in a better spot.
Yo,
Yeah.
9/11 would have been different if, like, I was not busy eating a hamburger.
Yeah.
I was gonna do something about it, but I just didn't do it.
I was just thinking to myself.
A mere 8 days after this, Dan was finally confirmed in his second round of voting. But he eked by. 1 vote confirmed him as a brigadier general and gave him command of the Excelsior Brigade.
Nice. He did it.
Sweet.
What
Yeah.
a fucking weenie.
So Dan makes his way to the men down in Virginia, and performs well under the heat of a few battles. Nothing major, just some skirmishes, light action, but Dan's doing well. His unit has earned some citations and commendations from fellow generals.
So one thing I love about, especially the Civil War. I mean, it happened in the Revolutionary War as well. But he just sees people that are like, I wants to be a general. Mm-hmm. And then they just become one. Like, you know, like there were people in the Civil War that like went to West Point, like Grant, and it was weird because like I feel like it was like a West Point reunion from all these guys that went to West Point, and some of them are fighting from the South, some of them are fighting in the North. But then there's these guys that are like, fucks from New York. Well, let me fight.
Dan's just like, I'm a lawyer and politician, so I'm going to become a general now.
Right?
Well, I could see, like, well, he knows the law, right?
Yeah.
He's a lawyer.
Sure.
You're like, well, I could just be a general. You fucking idiots went to school for it.
You can't be a general.
I'm going to get job experience, okay? Mm-hmm. That's what I'm here to do. I'm going to watch people die. I shot someone, okay? Dead.
That's true.
Yeah. I'm good for this.
Dan gunned a man down. He's about the action.
Put me in a suit.
I just to see him going off to his first battle, and he's like, why are they not armed with opera glasses?
I've got 4 guns. They've got opera glasses. That's what I thought war was.
Why do these gray gentlemen have guns?
Fuck, this is nothing like what I thought it would be.
Yeah. So the Peninsula Campaign, despite Dan's good performance, was an abject failure for the Union. Nothing went well. McClellan, the commander of the Army of Potomac, was a terrified little piece of shit who, even though he had like 3 times the numbers of Lee, just never committed to battle.
Yeah, McClellan was weird. I think I want to do an episode on him because of like...
It'd be a good one, yeah.
Yeah, because he's got so much experience and then just seemed to constantly be fucking up. Like,
yeah.
Like all of his battles, every pick, like he's constantly making the wrong pick.
He's always like really, really prepared, and then right at the moment of truth, it just like folds like a little bitch.
Yeah, he backs out last minute and just blows it. He could have finished that war a lot earlier.
The Union could have won the war here.
Yeah.
But because of McClellan, just didn't.
Yeah, that just seems like a common trend with the Union, though. I mean,
it's gonna be
like,
a common trend
you
here.
mentioned the Battle of Bull Run, and everyone was like, all the Union guys were like, this is going to be the only battle of the war. And they had like picnics and shit watching the fucking battle.
Jesus.
Oh, one thing I didn't put in, but I just remembered. So during the Peninsula Campaign, Dan got to ride in a hot air balloon for the first time.
Awesome.
And he fucking loved it. He was like, this is the coolest thing in the world. We should get more of these. Confederates could see that he had a general's stars. Because they were using like telescopes to look at the balloon and started shooting at him, but there's like no way they're gonna hit, and he just kind of like loved like waving at them as they're shooting. Yeah.
That's pretty fucking fun.
Oh, hey down there,
Yeah,
you idiots!
hello, you cannot reach me in my hot air. So after the Peninsula Campaign, the Union withdraws back to their previous lines around D.C. Dan heads back to New York to try and recruit more men after they had lost some huge numbers during the campaign.
And
Come fight for me. It's
Yeah.
a 1 in 2 chance you'll die, but come fight for me.
Yeah,
By men, you mean Irish.
Yes. Yes,
okay.
the Irish that were in Manhattan. However, he found that a lot of his support had waned. This, like we were saying, the Democrats, his former colleagues, kind of hated him for his avid war support. But he was earning some fans from the Republican side, but there weren't many Republicans in New York. However, Dan got a stroke of luck when his superior officer, Fightin' Joe Hooker, was promoted to Corps Commander. So Dan got promoted as well, being one of Hooker's like right-hand men. So now Dan is a division commander. Pretty big deal.
Cool.
It gets even better when a few months later, Hooker replaces McClellan as commander of the Army of Potomac. And so Dan follows in his wake and is now a
Wait,
major...
I know what it is. He's multiplication commander.
No.
See what I did there?
I missed it.
I did too. What was it?
Division commander,
Fuck you.
Alrighty.
Continue, Connor.
So Dan is now the commander of the entire 3rd Corps of the Army of the Potomac. I think that's like 10,000 guys, maybe?
A lot of guys.
Yeah, and he's a major general, 2 stars. So, Travis, you were talking about all this being a West Point reunion.
Yeah.
So at the time, a 2-star general is the highest rank in the Army. And Dan is one of 2 guys to achieve this ranking at this time that had not graduated from West Point.
Oh, dang.
Other was a German immigrant named Franz Siegel, who had basically gone to the German equivalent of West Point. And then you got Dan, who's a fucking lawyer who became a 2-star general.
Right,
Wow.
so Dan walks in and he's like, hey, boys, you got... How are the ladies up in West Point?
Yeah. Get a lot of women?
We do not have West Point. We have a castle. And there we make fresh meat from our practice victims.
Yeah. And Dan's like, how
We
are the
know how to
Fraulines?
army. What do you know how to do? Well, like fried chicken and shit. I fuck people's wives.
Yeah.
I killed a guy once.
He was a savage.
This man is definitely deserving of having the 2 stars. That's for sure.
Yeah.
One thing I
Piece of
learned in
penis.
Germany: one thing we cannot do is fuck other people's wives the way this fucking guy does. Holy shit!
What do you call penis in German? Wiener Schnitzel.
A schlongdanger?
Schlongdanger is how you say big.
It's
Grosse.
Schlongdanger is gross.
Yeah. There you go.
Big penis.
Ich liebe dich.
Is that,
So,
you follow Travis? You understand that?
Dude, I know that I have a gross penis, but I don't think it means big.
I have gross net worth pay penis,
Nice.
which is
That's
half of what
very-
I should have because
Yeah.
it's taken out.
Gross. I gross about 10 inches. Netted way under that.
Mine's inverted.
You got an innie?
No, 10 inches inverted inside me.
Yeah, you got an innie.
That's cool.
Yeah.
You
I
can't
have a
walk
bit-
without orgasming.
Yeah, I got
You
a
know what?
baker's
Someone's gotta do
gross of girth.
This is terrible. Let's continue.
You guys want to see it?
So, no, at this time, so Joe and Dan, good friends, and they kind of were like kindred spirits. Joe was a heavy drinker, loved partying, loved hanging out. And at this time in the Army of the Potomac, the officers, so like lieutenants through colonels, a lot of them are temperate Christians, evangelical types. So they did not like Hooker and Sickle, especially together. One officer referred to the headquarters of the Army of the Potomac at this time as, quote, a place to which no self-respecting man would like to go and no decent woman would go. It was a combination of barroom and brothel, which sounds fucking sick.
Yeah.
That's like to me.
That sounds like a good time.
That sounds like what soldiers do.
Well, you say that, and all the NCOs and enlisted men fucking loved fighting Joe Hooker and Dan Sickles. They
Right?
love these guys.
Yeah.
They were like, this is awesome. They like to
blame 'em.
party. We hang out.
Because
They-
they're real people.
Yeah.
Like all these upper class, the generals, all the officials and stuff like that. You're always going to find those people want to take away fun. They like control. They like, and when they see someone having fun and they're not part of it, it like irks them.
Yeah.
So, however they spin it, when you don't have control, like one of these troops here, that's like the coolest shit out
Yeah.
there. That's fucking cool.
And like we were saying before, like Dan liked to revel in like the difficulties of troop life. So
Right.
he was always, going to the men's fires and hanging out with them and all this. So yeah, he liked it.
Well, I don't. You have these like well-disciplined like European style armies. Like I guess what America's always. I feel like America was always trying to fashion themselves after these like, European armies. But like when it boils down to it, I know this is also European. Like they're warriors, and like look what Vikings do. You know what I'm
just-
saying? Like that's what they want.
They fucking eat flesh off of bones
Yeah.
of their best friends.
And they like to rape.
They rape.
And fleshlights.
Yeah,
No
that's
fleshlight, just
Vikings. They just
rape.
bend wood until it's a boat, and then fuck each other while being carried away through the tropical rift.
Well,
you go
we
to
might get
Valhalla.
into them at a later date.
Think Valhalla's real?
I think so. I'm
Be
going.
nice if
Sounds
it
more
was.
legit than having
If you get a choice,
go Valhalla.
Valhalla. Yeah,
Sounds dope as fuck.
yeah.
So it's worth mentioning at this time that Dan is a 2-star general, enjoys a lot of comforts in his camp, and it was very common throughout the Civil War for generals to bring their wives to the battle. Not to the battle, but to like camp.
Of course.
Because they would take on roles of like cooking, cleaning, attending the men.
Oh.
And then, it was always remarked that like the soldiers kind of liked it. It gave them a female presence just to like chat and hang out with. Like it was almost viewed as like the mother of the army.
I'll get some
Gotcha.
porn to look at,
Yeah, basically.
basically.
And the
Ankle porn.
I think Joe Hooker's wife was one of like exceptionally liked by the soldiers.
She's sexy?
I don't know.
It's gotta be
Her
Joe
last
Hooker's
name was
wife.
Hooker.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the reason I bring all this up is because Dan never once invited Laura. Not Laura, that's his daughter. Teresa to come.
Well, why would he?
Yeah, hookers.
He's
Well,
on a
every
roll.
other general did. So it kind of shows that even though they'd reconciled a little bit, there were some wounds that were never going to heal. Because Teresa kept writing him. She addressed him as my dear general. And she kind of was always hinting like, hey, I'll come down. If you ask me, I'll
Right.
come down. And he never did.
You're a
It's
fucking
like, hey,
whore.
Dane, where's your wife? Your little hot piece of... that old bag?
Yeah.
Fucking whore.
She's 23.
Yeah, exactly. It's like she's 23.
Yeah.
You're
You-
40.
Yeah, you married her at 6. She was 16.
Yeah.
Now she's just finally of age. You're calling her old... Listen, my grandmother, Miss White, what was her name?
Fanny White.
Fanny White. She's coming down. She's coming down swinging.
I think Fanny might have died by this point.
I miss her.
Yeah.
I miss her in the
yeah.
I feel like
We
she
should
could
have an
play-
episode on Fanny one day.
She definitely has I'm not gonna say it.
story. She's like Madeline Kahn from
Yeah.
Blazing Saddles.
That's how I kind of pictured her when I was reading it.
Yeah, just like a
Right?
piece of ass with a good sense of humor.
Yeah. Nice,
You know,
good
I-
zinger
I-
every now and then.
Yep.
Dan was just looking out for her, man. I'm just saying, she's got those Italian scent. They're not very good at camping, and that's
Also-
what army life is.
Well,
is
but
camping.
wouldn't the
Maybe he's
army be
insecure.
happy if they got some of Teresa's gravy and macaroni?
Oh,
You know?
right.
Like
What if he's
they're missing
insecure?
out on that.
Yeah, but you're not gonna
Maybe he's
find
insecure.
fresh
Maybe.
tomatoes. You know,
Oh, I
you're gonna
wanna
get
fuck
these
my wife.
canned army rations.
Guys,
Yeah,
it's-
that's true.
she doesn't know how to cook.
No,
She's a hot Italian wife.
she's a hot Italian
Oh, right.
rich wife in the 1860s.
right.
So she has a
exactly.
necklace that says Teresa on it.
Yeah.
Teresa.
cool.
Chorizo.
Chorizo.
Oh, you said you wanted it to say Teresa? I made one that said chorizo.
I made chorizo for everyone. Spanish hot dogs.
Well, no, Dan's going to be eating chorizo later in our story.
Nice.
All right. So this is all happening in the winter of 1862 and 1863. This was back in the time when you didn't fight during the winter.
So I like that.
Yeah. By April, morale is at an all-time high for the Army of the Potomac. You got fighting Joe Hooker and Dan Sickles leading you. You're going to be ready to run through a brick wall. And in April, the fighting is set to begin again. So Hooker plans to outflank Lee's Army of Northern Virginia at a small hamlet called Chancellorsville. This is a little bit after the Battle of Fredericksburg, which was another Union disaster. And so they're kind of still hanging around this area, and Chancellorsville's to the west. And Hooker's like, let me go out to the west, outflank Lee, destroy the army, seize Richmond, war's over. That's the plan.
Great.
Let me guess. Everything went according to plan.
It did. And it also went according to Lee's plan, which was the problem.
Oh, I see what you did there, Connor.
Yeah, because Lee notices this is happening and goes, great. I've got an army that's twice the size of mine coming. What am I going to do? I'm going to split my army in half and outflank their flanking.
You know what? This guy Lee, he fought for a terrible, terrible, terrible cause. But let me tell you, he has some smarts. He's a smart man.
Yeah,
I gotta say, if you don't know who Robert E. Lee is, anyone who's listening to this, he's up there.
Yeah.
What's the official title of the Confederate Army?
Grand
the
Wizard.
Army of Northern Virginia.
The Army of Northern Virginia. So this is actually Travis's idol.
It's not my
and
idol. I
relative-
just
and-
share a big brain. We share a big brain.
He's related. Travis is actually related.
You're
Descendant.
related to Robert E. Lee?
Yep,
I
That's
am.
why
I've
he's
done
so
the
racist. That's why when we're not
Yeah.
recording, he says terrible things.
Right.
No, but see, you know what? It's not a good cause, but big brain.
Yeah, you see what he's doing
And
now?
also, there's another thing. Big dick.
Well, this is probably Lee's best battle. This is probably where he really does well, because then after this, it's just all going to go downhill, and he's going to make some terrible decisions. But
Yeah, but you know what? His brain was big. That's all I'm trying to say.
All right, from
Genetics.
his number one relative,
from his biggest fan,
Lee.
big brain. So Lee's plan is to move his own force even further west and outflank the flanking maneuver. And this puts the 3rd Corps under Dan Sickles' command right in the crosshairs of one Stonewall Jackson, who's leading this charge. On May 2nd, I think it's May 2nd, yeah. The charge comes, the outflanking maneuver from Lee finally happens, and they blitz through one unit before they get to Dan's, and Dan's unit holds the line, turns the attack back, and kind of saves the Union line for the moment. So Dan, this is maybe one of his best moments of generalship. That night, Stonewall Jackson is killed by his own troops, who mistake him for Union reconnaissance units. So things are looking good for the Union right now. And Dan is occupying the heights around Chancellorsville known as Hazel Grove. But then Fightin' Joe Hooker, despite being known as Fightin' Joe, and despite taking over from McClellan because he was like the attack kind of guy, that's what Lincoln wanted. He wanted like a attack dog.
Well, after McClellan.
Yeah. He's like, no, I don't want no cautious generals. I want someone who's going to go fight. Take it to him.
Yeah, kill our boys as fast as you can.
Quicker. Because we got more boys than they do.
Yeah.
Well, whatever McClellan had that made him cautious, Hooker gets the same thing here.
Oh.
So despite occupying these heights that have a commanding view of all the surrounding battlefield, he tells Sickles to withdraw, to tighten up his own line. He says, give up the heights. We need to consolidate our forces, despite outnumbering the rebels 2-1.
It's pretty dumb. All you need to do is, like, play Halo and realize, like, when you're on top of the hill is better.
I mean, it's basic Obi-Wan tactics.
Yeah.
Keep the high ground.
yeah.
And this is going to affect Dan for the rest of his life, this moment, because the following day, the Confederates walk up those heights, put about 100 cannon on them, and just tear the Union lines to shreds.
Sheesh.
At this point, it would be the second bloodiest day in American military history.
Damn.
Yeah. It was Chancellorsville's complete disaster for the Union. And Dan will never forget that he had those heights that would have maybe turned the tide of battle, but he was ordered to withdraw against his own judgment. And he said, well, all right, well, I guess I'm the politician, you're the general. I'll listen to you this time.
Right.
And it backfired.
Was number one Antietam?
Yes. And then Chancellorsville get passed by a few other battles in like for a single day worst, but nothing will outpace Antietam.
Although the thing that I think that's kind of fucked about Antietam is they say it's like the bloodiest day in American.
Yeah, and they count both sides.
Yeah, why are you counting both sides? It's just the Union.
Yeah. So it's another disaster for the Union. And once again, disaster for the Union. Great for Dan. He does really well. Everyone's like, well, Dan was good, even though the rest of the line was terrible. And Hooker is going to be replaced because of this. And there was even some talk that it might be Dan Sickles to take over as the commander of the Army of the Potomac.
Danny boy.
Yeah.
Good old Dan Sickles.
It does not happen.
I can't unhear it.
What?
Dan
Dan
Sickles.
Sickle? Yeah,
That's why we call his little boogers, you know? Like, hey, a little Dan Sickles.
Pick out a little Dan Sickle.
Hey, fellas, you enjoying those pork and beans around the fire? Check out this dance school I got, bro.
Someone eat it.
You gonna share that, baby?
I'll pay you guys two pennies if you eat my dancicles.
Yeah. So it's not Dansicle who gets the job. It's this guy named George Meade, a West Point grad, again, and a sober evangelical Christian that does not like Dan.
Boo!
Boo!
We all like Dan.
Ooh, we like Dan. We like Dan.
Get your ass out of here. We want to party and fuck whores.
Yeah. So George Meade has replaced him, and Dan's still under his command. And the main outcome of Chancellorsville is that it makes Robert E. Lee think that the Union is ripe for an invasion. And he begins his campaign to march his army north, take the fight into the Union, get it out of Virginia, and really show the American people what war is all about. And hopefully seize Washington. Now, Dan had gone on leave in June, as was standard. I think he was recovering from a little bit about a sickness, and was spending some time with Teresa and Laura. And even though they hadn't fully reconciled, he still, visited and hung out, but wasn't the dutiful husband he once had been, even though he was still banging everyone.
He never was.
But he at least lived with them and took care of them.
But now he's just like, I'm busy fighting, bitch.
Yeah.
Get off me.
Hey, get away.
And
Your breath smells like semolinas. Get off me.
It's around this time that Teresa begins to show signs of certain illness, and it will be eventually discovered that she has tuberculosis.
Uh-oh.
So she's starting to decay at the round
The
now.
consumption, baby.
Yeah.
I wonder if one of our listeners wants to tally up the amount of people in our scripts that have died of consumption.
I've gotten consumption.
They just keep coming. It's odd too because a lot of the time it's not like our
Subject.
It's never who we're our subject, but
it's
it's
someone
everyone
related
around
to them, yeah.
just constantly dying of tuberculosis.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, Teresa's
TB.
she's not going to die yet, but this is around when she started to show signs of decline. So Dan gets back to the army. He actually got back the day that Hooker was replaced with Meade, but it had been like a long time coming. They kind of knew what was going to happen. And Meade had been tracking Lee's army north into like the Pennsylvania-Maryland border, and was keeping his army in between Lee and Washington.
Okay.
So on the morning of July 1st, Dan is at a farmhouse in Maryland, just outside the Pennsylvania border. When he gets a note, he's basically at like the northern end of the Union line because they're kind of stretched north-south now.
Uh-huh.
And he gets a note from the guy even further north than him, this guy named General John Reynolds, that a skirmish was breaking out, and he wanted Sickles' corps to come join him.
And then he
this-
also said, P.S. Please send some crabs up.
P.S. Don't fuck my wife.
Yeah, P.S.
Yes,
Don't
I
give
love
my
you.
wife crabs. Please send Maryland crabs to me.
Yes.
It's
Now-
the best letter ever.
Reynolds tells him to come to this small town that's at the confluence of a few roads known as Gettysburg.
Oh, all right.
Oh, yes.
The
We're at
big
one.
boy.
The big
Getty
boy.
Images. I,
Gettysburg.
you're going to probably see some Getty Images in my picture for the week.
Is that where those come from? Gettysburg?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Have you
Or
noticed that
gas
every
stations,
Getty's
too?
image has a little dead Union soldier on it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
knew that.
And it says property of Matthew Brady.
Yeah.
What about Getty gas stations?
That's also they use the bones of dead soldiers
Well,
for
like
their fuel.
Yeah,
recycle.
That's
they
why I
turn-
exclusively go there.
They turned Civil War soldiers into dinosaurs.
I like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's how I want to go.
So Dan had orders to remain where he was, and he was kind of debating what to do, whether he should send a small force up or bring the whole army up, or he had already sent word to Meade basically saying, hey, Reynolds is saying that there's a big battle coming, we should maybe move up north. And a second note comes, this time from General Oliver Howard, who hated Dan. Like, these two did not get along. This is another, like, devout evangelical Christian.
Boo!
Not
we
good
want
friends
fuck
with Dan.
whores!
Whoa, fuckers!
And all this note from Howard said to Dan was, quote, General Reynolds is killed. For God's sake, come up.
That's I would have
Yeah.
been like,
And
I'd been
Dan,
I'd be like,
well, yeah.
Dick, that's blasphemy. You're an asshole.
well, that's basically what he's saying. He's like, oh shit, like the evangelical is swearing under God's name. It must be serious.
Yeah, well, that's not in vain then. It's
Yeah.
really stress a point.
Really stressing.
Yeah.
And yeah, Reynolds, who had sent the first note, shot through the head.
Wow.
Headshot.
Good job.
So Dan goes, fuck it. Time to go.
Kill-tacular.
Yeah. Gets the whole division moving north. They get at this point the Union Army had already, well, not army, but the Union forces in Gettysburg had already been forced out of the town into to the south. Gettysburg is unique in that it's one of the only battles where the Union was on the south and the Confederacy was in the north.
It's called the Yin Yang, bro.
Yeah, because they were trying to come flank and go down into Washington.
Well, in the south of Gettysburg, there's a Sheetz gas station, and they have some of the best sandwiches you can buy
Oh, yeah.
while you're on the road. So
A sheep's gas station?
Sheets.
Oh, Sheets.
You ever have Sheets?
No, I never heard Sheets.
You know, for the amount of gas station food you eat, you're not very well versed.
Yeah, have you
in
had
gas-
I don't
Sheets?
leave New York.
You ever been to a
Wawa's?
Love's?
Never been to Wawa.
Really?
God,
a
Mike.
Love's?
I've been at Cumberland Farms.
Oh,
I'm a
Cumberland-
huge fan
not
of
bad.
Cumberland Farms.
Cumberland
I can't
on the
believe
farm.
that flies still.
I know.
Those are usually mobile stations.
yeah.
And you know what's crazy? I'm thinking it's not relevant to the show. I'm not gonna say.
Please tell us.
Sheets-
Mike, I
sheets
haven't
are-
heard from you in a while.
I was at Cumberland Farms and I found the complete discography of Life of Ryan. I don't know if anyone knows
What's Life of Ryan?
Ryan Sheckler's reality TV show they had. It's the complete DVD box set at
Well-
Cumberland Farms out in like.
Did you
fucking
buy it?
Yeah, I did buy it. Yeah, I still have it to this day.
Well,
It's out
Mi-
east in like fucking Ronkonkoma or some shit.
Sick.
Mike, well, if you ever would like to walk through history about what Connor's talking about at Gettysburg in Pennsylvania, you would probably be able to go to a Sheets. They're very popular in PA.
You're gonna get hungry.
Yeah.
It's a big battle.
Go to Sheets, get some food for the walking tour, and then when you're done, go to the Wawa to relax.
and then set up your picnic on the blood-soaked grass of Gettysburg.
Yeah.
Vibes.
Yeah,
like
vibes. That's it.
That's
Hashtag
how-
vibes.
Kind of gotta relate to the kids now. Vibes.
Most haunted patch of grass.
I'm
in
just
America.
picturing like Mike
Horny
eating a
vibes.
sheet sandwich at Gettysburg, and like all the rappers are just fucking going out into the middle of the
Excuse
field.
me.
There's like a family.
I recycle. Excuse me. I throw out my trash. I recycle.
It's an accident, Mike.
Yeah.
Not an accident. I don't have accidents.
It's
like
windy,
that.
man.
I catch it.
They just the
I'll
rappers
get up.
blow away.
I will sacrifice my blanket. I'll get up, grab the garbage, and then deal with my
You know what?
blanket.
That would be
later.
the most heroic thing that's ever happened on the field of Gettysburg.
Well, you know what? I like to do my part for America.
Thanks for being American,
Yeah.
Mike. I
You
appreciate
know
it.
what? God bless.
All right, so the vibes in Gettysburg at this time, not great. Everyone's real nervous.
Everyone's dying,
Yeah.
right?
Dan leads the division north in the late afternoon of July 1st. They occupy the heights to the south of the town called Cemetery Ridge.
A little foreshadowing.
Yeah. Well, there's already a cemetery there.
Oh.
It's just about to be there's about to be a much bigger one.
Yeah,
Well, extra
they're about to
foreshadowing.
expand at the cemetery
Yeah, they expanded.
gates.
Yeah.
You ever look at those headstones? They're just like going forever.
Oh yeah, the military one down on Pine Lawn Road.
Pretty. There's people there.
Yeah, but Mike, the
That
crazy
trips
thing
me
is,
out.
if you go to this place, there's just bones underneath you.
Yeah.
Can I bring
They just
my
left
little?
them where they lay.
Can I bring a little metal detector? Find some shrapnel.
I think it's illegal.
No, actually, within like 50 miles of Gettysburg, it's
Yeah.
illegal to even have a
Why?
metal detector.
Yeah.
because it's history. And
Yeah.
well, one, it's history, and the more important thing is
preserving history.
the whole battlefield is a dedicated like burial ground because
Yeah.
the bodies just kind of laid there for months.
170 years later.
No, 140
Mike, you know what's
years.
not
40.
illegal? Bringing a
They-
sheet
160.
sandwich.
You're closer. I
Connor,
The
believe.
bones
please
are gone,
continue.
probably.
Just
All right.
yeah, bring your
Shut up,
sandwich.
Mike.
Have a good time.
I'm beating off in Gettysburg Field.
Well, here we go.
I meant beating eggs into making pancakes.
First, you're throwing rappers over this place, and now you're beating off
I got an issue.
on Cemetery Ridge.
Mike, we'll talk after the show.
All right.
Continue, please.
I see the humor in it.
All right. So
We're all beating off low key. You can't see it though, unless you're on live stream with us.
Yeah, the
That's a weird
universe is
technique you
beating
got
off.
going,
That's
Travis.
just how it works.
Yeah, why does your meat curl?
Yeah,
like
why
that?
are you doing the spinning technique?
Connor,
Like
explain Gettysburg.
You're like-
I want to hear
you're
about
like
Longstreet.
kneading some
He's
dough.
my favorite one, even though I
All
don't
right.
know if he's my favorite.
here we go. So Dan is getting ready for what one author would call, quote, the supreme encounter of his life, other than the one that had occurred 4 years past in Lafayette Square.
Okay.
I don't know. I think this is the bigger one than shooting to death his wife's lover.
I think it's a contrast thing, though.
A little
Yeah.
different
I think
situation.
like, oh shit, I've been seeing shooting and all this crap. Wow, it's a big battle.
Yeah.
As opposed to like, oh, it's a nice day outside. Better go shoot this guy with a handkerchief.
Bang, bang, bang.
Yeah. Better scare away all the birds, if you know what I mean.
So Dan sends word to Meade. He's like, this is it. The battle's finally here. Because they've been like waiting for the big battle during this whole march north, basically. And they're like, it's coming here. So the stage was set for July 2nd, 1863, arguably the most important day in all of American history.
Not 9/11. Get that out of your thick skull.
Yeah,
boys.
remember July 2nd.
All right.
Never,
Do
never
like
forget July
Good
2nd.
month.
Remember 9/11? That's the Alamo and Gettysburg.
You know
Yeah.
what really hurts? I mean, without going too far into that concept, but we will forget 9/11. That's what happens. That's what history is. So, you know, it's what are you doing, guys?
No one
Tom,
remembers
since we
the
broke up,
USS
I'm never
Maine.
forgetting.
I still remember Pearl Harbor.
You mean there weren't enough T-shirts printed telling you to remember?
Tom, you remember when they built the pyramids? Yeah, because they're there. You won't forget that those buildings were there once. You see how that
I
works?
remember because I saved that Spider-Man trailer. All right, continue.
Alrighty. So, if you ever look at a line or a battle, like a map of the battle plan of Gettysburg, it always comes up. Every historian mentions it. It's always there. They call it the fishhook line. So the Union Army picture a fishhook where the longer side is on the west and the shorter side is on the right or the east, and it hooks in the north.
Is the fishhook line also called Pickett's line?
No, that's day 3.
That's day 3.
Pickett
Okay.
charges into the fishhook, basically.
Oh, okay.
So if you're picturing the fishhook with the long side, if you're looking at the map with the long side on the left, Dan is at the bottom of the long side of the fishhook. So he is at the end of the Union flank. basically.
Okay.
And the whole line is on a group, the Cemetery Ridge, all the heights that are there. And Dan, just like at Chancellorsville, notices that just ahead of him is even better ground. Slightly higher, has a good view of the battlefield, a good view of where the rebels will be coming from, he thinks.
Sheesh.
And he fears a repeat of what happened at Chancellorsville. So he says the word to Meade. And this is all happening on the morning of July 2nd. He goes, hey, we should go seize that, put our line there. Meade says no. He's like, are you sure? Like, please, just come down, look at it, you'll see it, and you'll know that I'm making the right decision. Meade says no again. So Dan rides over to Meade's headquarters. He's like, please, let me seize this high ground. And he's like, no.
If only they had FaceTime
Don't
back
get-
then.
yeah, exactly,
Let me
right?
just FaceTime you, bro. Fucking see this shit.
Right?
Yeah, here, let me turn my camera around.
What
Boom.
fucking idiots. They didn't have iPhones back then?
Yeah.
Continue, Colin.
Yo, Mead, you see these guys in gray shirts? They're getting a little too close to me, dog. I could just go up on that hill, you idiot.
Also, let me do a face swap. This is what I look like when I'm young.
Lol, I'm an anime boy.
I look my wife's age.
Yeah. Now we're finally age appropriate. So this goes on all morning of Dan basically saying, let me go, Meade saying no. And finally, Dan just says, fuck it, I'm going. And he moves his whole division out of line to seize these heights on Emmetsburg Road. This move has been highly debated ever since. It's one of the most controversial aspects of the Battle of Gettysburg.
Okay.
Because you have people, because what it did is it disrupted the Union line, it opened up more flanks, and it basically exposed Dan where he is now alone and could get surrounded pretty easily. Even though it's high ground, he's on his own out there.
Still fun.
Right, so why is it controversial?
Because it easily could have lost the Union the entire battle and thus the war if what we're about to get to with James Longstreet, if what he's the Confederate general opposing Dan, if he had done some actions differently, he could have rolled up the Union line that morning.
Right.
All right.
But then you have other historians say that by doing this, Dan disrupted Lee's plans and actually slowed down the whole rebel army, giving the Union time to hold the line the rest of the day. So you can kind of go argue it both ways. Like, by doing this, he exposed them to greater danger than they would have been, but by not doing it, he could have let Lee, carry the initiative, basically.
Risky move.
High risk.
Right,
Yes.
exactly. But the rewards were great, apparently.
Yes.
You know, one thing I like about our boy Dan is that he's not part of the establishment. He didn't come from West Point. He thinks outside the box. He's a businessman.
Yeah.
He likes
didn't
to
come
climb
from
up a
the
hill.
established
He likes
army.
to climb up a hill
He's-
and be like, I'm the tallest, you idiots.
Yeah. So as I said, Longstreet is opposing him. He's supposed to go south, flank the Union Army, but then all of a sudden there's Dan and all his troops. And fierce fighting breaks out. And this is like the part of Gettysburg where, if you're familiar with it, this is the peach orchard, the wheat field. These names that, don't mean anything if you don't know the battle, but have become famous for everyone who studies the battle.
I am ignorant.
There's also the Devil's Den fighting is all going on over here.
Is Mike asleep? Like,
I was just listening.
Mike's jerking off. Desecrating the Gettysburg Memorial.
Here, just
I'm
pretend.
thinking about how big this dude's cock is.
oh my God.
So July 2nd, the fighting doesn't break
Shut it
out
out,
until the late afternoon because of how slow Longstreet was marching, and because of that, it allowed Dan to seize these heights, but also set up a full plan. Whereas if Longstreet had marched fast enough, he would have caught Dan while he's moving out to the heights and routed them because they would have been a mass of confusion and everything.
All right.
But Longstreet going slow allows Dan to set up a line and have commenced the proper order of battle, basically.
was Dan commanding artillery as well?
Yeah, probably. I mean, he's in charge of the entire Third Corps,
Oh,
so
okay.
he's probably got. It's mostly infantry, but then artillery support and cavalry.
So they're probably
officers
like
on his
raining
command,
like
too.
canister and shit down on these guys.
Yeah. Now, Dan, despite seizing this high ground, they're slowly driven back to the original line along Cemetery Ridge. This is where the famous charge of Little Round Top happens. But the line holds, and they prevent Longstreet from turning the Union flank, and the day is saved for the Union. So, Day 3 will be set up. However, Dan's not going to be there for day 3.
What happened?
So during the retreat from the Emmetsburg Road Heights back to Cemetery Ridge, Dan's on a horse, riding around, surveying his lines and everything, when a cannonball comes out of the mists, bouncing along the ground because it failed to explode, and tears apart Dan's leg.
Ooh. Oof. Baby boy, don't need that leg no more.
No.
Goodbye.
It shreds him so badly that everyone who witnessed the event thought he was dead, or once they saw that he was moving around on the ground, that he was going to die shortly, that there was no way he was going to survive this.
Okay, I like this because I know where it's going.
Yeah.
I see how much script you have.
I know. We still got more to go. So Dan,
Peg leg.
he doesn't even seem fazed by it. Everyone who's there comments that it's like he doesn't even register the pain. He's just kind of like, no, what's going on? Carry me back to the hospital. The whole time he's still puffing on his cigar. He actually at one point asks his attendant to light it for him because he's like, I don't know where my matches are. They might have been in my leg pocket that got blown to shreds by a cannonball. Woo! I need you to light my cigar for me. He's like toasting the men, and as he's going back to the hospital, he's like, "Give him hell, boys. I'll be back soon. Don't worry." And his legs falling off.
Shushkumba.
Just a little flesh wound. I'll be back in a little bit, I swear. Oh, God.
I'm going to go make sure my balls still work.
Fresh Chipotle barbacoa. It's coming right off my thigh.
Yeah. Fanny's back at the hospital, so I'm going to see if everything works properly. But
Fanny's on my face.
Wait, Connor, did everything work properly? Was it?
oh, it's gonna. We're gonna get there.
It was low.
It's
half a
working
nutsack.
quite well.
Oh, quite well.
Yeah. So he gets back to the hospital, and the doctor who's there amputates his leg at the thigh, about 1/3 up the thigh from the knee.
Damn.
Just slices that off.
That's so gnarly.
And in a weird twist of fate, the doctor had been recently reading that the Army Medical Museum was advertising for samples. And so they wrapped Dan's leg up, put it in a coffin with a note from Dan, sent it to D.C., and you can go right now to D.C., I think it's either in the Walter Reed Hospital or the Army Medical Museum, and see Dan Sickles' amputated leg on display.
What?
Oh, he's a hero.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's just a giant-ass bone mangled in the middle because you can see like where the cannonball blew through it. And they have a replica of the type of cannonball that did it sitting next to it.
Jesus, that's awesome.
That is awesome.
That's pretty dope.
I think it's... So you mentioned... I don't know what the type of ordnance they were using, but you mentioned there were cannonballs that were exploded when they landed.
Yeah, at this time it's mostly explosive shot.
Yeah.
But they don't... They're like...
But I think... And you don't really see it. There's a few movies where you have seen it like done. I can't think of one off the top of my head. But a lot of the tactics with cannonballs that weren't explosive rounds were to ricochet them.
Yeah.
Which is really weird because whenever you watch a movie, it's like you just see cannonball and an explosion. But in reality, this is a fucking like hot iron ball that's just bouncing like a marble through like rows of people. It's pretty weird.
It was like the Napoleonic Wars. Most of them were either grape shot or they were that type where they were designed to just bounce along a field at like head height, so that like they could just carve a hole through a line of just like mutilated people.
Yeah, you never see it like that in the movie usually. So like even
usually
in the
it's just
older movies and
explosions.
stuff, it's like a boom explosion, but it's like no, these were just like ripping people apart. Like
Yeah, I'm sure it's like they had some of these in the Civil War, but I think by the Civil War it was mostly explosive shells.
Right. So this one didn't go
but-
off, and they went.
Yeah,
it
this
went
is just
old
a
school
dud
and
that
took his
just
leg
tore
off.
apart his leg. And the funniest thing is, so he's riding a horse. The horse was unscarred.
Awesome. Look at that horse.
So like
meat
it just
for everyone.
tore apart. If he was like 1 inch to the right, it just would have gone right through his horse's chest, and he wouldn't have gotten wounded. And then like 2 inches to the left, and he doesn't get wounded at all.
We
But
just
instead,
got
it just
endorsed
tears
by
apart his
PETA.
leg. Yeah. So as I said, Dan misses the final decisive day at Gettysburg. Union finally gets a resounding victory. They hold the line, repel Lee's charge. But key for the rest of our story is Meade never follows up his victory. Doesn't harass Lee back to the south. Just kind of lets him limp back home to Virginia. So Dan's back in Washington for bed rest. Lincoln and his son Tad come to visit Dan. And they pour congratulations and thanks on him. They're talking to him about the battle. And this is like 2 days after the battle had happened. And Dan, at this moment, begins his lifelong campaign of discrediting Meade for his conduct during the battle.
great.
It's the
Man,
best.
Any PTSD?
No, he was just he basically a week later was like, when do I get to go back?
Oh, that's so
And Lincoln's
savage.
like, you can't walk, so not yet.
Like, you took
We
my
haven't
fucking
invented
leg.
the wheelchair yet.
Yeah.
We're still figuring it out.
Yeah, we're still figuring that part out. And also, you can't go to battle with one leg when you can't even walk.
Hey,
Yeah.
put me in here,
We
please.
build these square wheels, you see, and the problem we're having is that the more we use them, they round themselves, and that's no good.
My penis still
Lincoln-
works. Please put me back in the war.
I want to fuck some grays.
Lincoln's like, wouldn't you know it? There will also be a wartime president that will not be able to use his legs, and he will be elected 1,000,000 times.
Yeah.
And I'm talking about Donald Trump using those robot legs.
Dude, I think Donald Trump needs to run again next time, but he needs to run just from a rascal scooter. Because how much more American can that be?
I want to see him on the unicycle.
I'm extremely bored under Biden, so let's go back.
Rascal.
Especially if he was like driving around rascal scooters, but then every time he got agitated, he would like stand up to yell at people and then sit back down and drive away.
That's it.
Even more fun. Yeah. You got to see the ramps they've been putting up all over D.C.
I feel like someone would clip him, though.
So Dan returns to New York to rehab and grow his strength again. He's still as energetic as ever. He's going hunting. He's banging whores. He's doing Dan stuff.
Living the life.
Awesome.
But he's eager to go back to his troops, and he wants to command them again. He visits them in October because they're stationed around Washington again. And he's back spending time with the Lincolns, being like, hey, when am I going to command again? They're like, you still can barely walk, so not yet.
Right.
While in Washington, he gives testimony to a joint committee in Congress about Meade's war conduct. He condemns it wholly, praises Joe Hooker, says Joe Hooker's the man for the job, get George Meade the fuck out of there. Especially,
Just look at his name. How could you not like
Yeah.
this guy?
yeah, he's a hooker.
Yeah.
My favorite people are hookers.
The other guy
Yeah.
makes college-lined paper.
Yeah, what a piece of shit.
That's it.
So he gives all his testimony, and then the day after his testimony, a anonymous account of the battle is published in the New York Herald. That is basically an account that, from the perspective of a Union officer, that could be no one other than Dan or someone Dan explicitly told his side of the story to.
Right.
That just condemns Meade and is like, Meade's a fucking idiot.
Jeez.
So Meade, however, is not removed from command because of this, but it does give Lincoln the opportunity to create a new position in the Union Army of Lieutenant General that would command all the Union forces, not just the Army of the Potomac. And that position was created for one man and one man only, Ulysses S. Grant. Now,
Grant boy!
yeah, so Grant, our favorite, the best American general of all time, hard drinker, hard-nosed guy, total badass.
I love drinkers, man.
Loves
They're fun.
Dan. He and Ulysses get along great.
Amazing.
You know, I just think that the hookers are not impressed when you throw Grant in their G-strings because they really want Jackson.
No, they want Benny.
They want Benny.
They want
but,
Benny
like,
Franklin.
They'll take Jackson.
Yeah, they don't. They don't want Grants though.
I'll take $1,000 in my panties. What do you mean?
Well,
Oh, Grant.
Grant.
I said-
Ulysses
oh,
S.
Grant.
Grant.
I think it's $1,000.
Well, it's still $50. So
I'll take it.
I'll take a grand worth of Tubmans in my panties. You know what I'm talking about?
I'll take it.
well, if we have our way, it'll be Sickles instead of Jackson's.
Dude, get Sickles, all right?
Yeah.
What are we doing? The $40 bill?
Oh, I think
Yeah.
it's a 35.
35. I like
35.
it.
What about
Tubby
33 and a
bucks.
half?
Nah, $35 bill for
Tubby
Dan Sickles. Or
It's got to be 33
or make a
conspiracy.
$69 bill for Dan.
I like that one.
Could you imagine that shit? They let like the Tubby bucks. They just
I mean,
Yeah.
we have Dogecoin. And Sheepcoin.
that's our cryptocurrency. Let's make Tubby bucks.
Tubby bucks.
Tubby bucks?
You can buy-
Hell
for
yeah.
Fat
buy us
people
all
It'll be,
one
an
of this.
it'll be an underground crypto.
Tub. T-U-B. Tub.
So, despite Dan's friend Ulysses getting the job, a little bit of sad news for Daniel here, because with all the reorganization of the Army, the Excelsior Brigade is disbanded.
They gotta
and
go.
Reorganized into different units. So, they were nicknamed the Black Diamonds because that was the patch that they wore on their shoulder.
Okay.
They were no more.
That's way more extreme than Excelsior.
Yeah,
Like,
I know, right?
They're Black Diamonds.
They snowboarded?
They're the
fucking
big time
skiers?
skiers.
Oh.
Yeah.
They would stack each other up on shoulders and be like, we're triple black diamonds.
Yeah.
That's far.
Come touch me.
So Dan was not going to be given command because he was one-legged general, couldn't really move around that fast, couldn't ride a horse anymore. But he was still useful to Lincoln, who had him go tour the territory that the Union held in the South. This included most of the western part of the South, so like Tennessee, Kentucky. I think he even got to New Orleans, parts of Georgia that Sherman was occupying at the time. And Dan had a little bit of prescience. He noticed that the Union was creating a hatred of the North with their harsh occupation, and that they might win the war, but they might lose the peace. In 1864, Dan campaigns for Lincoln, leading a group known as the Democrats for Lincoln, so quite the turn from our Tammany Hall boy. And he's still living in New York, but not with Teresa and Laura. He is living downtown while they stay at the Uptown Estate.
What is he doing downtown? He hanging out in them Chinese opium dens?
Hanging out at his dad's law office and getting strange, I think.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah, the author that I read the biography that I got most of this from said that Dan's dad was probably Dan's best friend and the strongest relationship of his whole life.
Okay.
So they're hanging out, have fun.
We're gonna
Do,
fuck
do you
some
think
bitches,
he
Father-son
Danny.
bonding.
towered anyone?
I think maybe.
Probably.
Like, I don't know. They both seem like freaks.
What, Eskimo Bros, you said,
Yeah.
Travis?
Oh, they definitely must have been Eskimo Bros, just because
No,
of the
you
amount of
need
hookers
more
that there
than
were.
Eskimo Bros.
Wait,
These
what
are
did
like-
Travis ask?
If they had Eiffel Towered someone.
What,
Yeah.
DP?
You never know what Eiffel Towers?
What does that mean?
It's when,
It's when you spit roast a chick and then you high five on
Yeah.
top.
so then it looks like the Eiffel Tower.
Right, so it's not Eskimo Bros at that point. It's Inuit
Team building.
neighbors.
Yeah. And it's not just a chick, just to be fair.
Yeah, it can happen to
we
anyone.
like
It could be
we
guys,
appreciate all
too.
you could do that with a guy too.
It could
You
be
do
three girls.
men, do three girls, you could do any
Come on,
combination.
2 girls, both sides, me in the middle.
They're both wearing strap-ons.
Leaning Tower Pisa, though.
Yeah, they're
Leaning.
doing it on the side. They're strap-ons
Yeah.
on sideways,
Yeah,
like
on
Fred
side.
Durst's hat.
Yeah, fucking
You
your
could-
armpits just like you like.
That's what I like.
You can also do it with big game as well. I'm not judging.
Big game?
Big game,
game.
like
a-
donkey shows.
Oh.
Like I'm talking about deers in the wilderness.
Yeah.
Right.
So speaking of the wilderness,
We're not all lucky enough to grow up right next to a bagel shop, is what I'm trying to say.
so in end of 1864, Dan is given a task by Lincoln to make his way to Panama and then south into Colombia for 2 reasons. The first, advocating for the right of passage for Union troops across the Isthmus of Panama. And the second is the possibility of Colombia being the place that takes all of America's freed slaves when the war is over.
Oh.
Because we always forget, Lincoln, the great emancipator, his idea was, yeah, we free all the slaves and then we send them somewhere else, right? Like, that's what we're going to do,
I'm
right?
free.
Right?
Yeah, he was racist.
I mean, they all were, yeah.
Everyone was.
Everyone was racist back
It was like,
then.
yeah, free the slaves. No one should be in bondage, but they also shouldn't be here.
Yeah, let's keep it white at least.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
What do they
mean,
call
during
that,
Reconstruction, that's when they set up, what was it, Liberia?
Yeah, that's
Where
when
they
Liberia
just-
was created and all that.
Yeah, they just threw a bunch of freed slaves, like, into the jungle, and they're like, I don't know.
They
this
dropped them
is-
off at a
I've
beach in
never lived
Africa and
here.
like, here, you live here now. This is your country.
That's gotta suck, man.
Yeah.
I grew up on a plantation. I don't know any of this. That's like right. Isn't that like half of them at this time?
That's
all of them.
They were
Yeah.
all,
Yeah, it's all
all
of them.
been-
They've
yeah.
all
At this
like
point, they're like
fifth
third gen-
generation
yeah, exactly.
Americans that
Yeah.
are now being sent to Africa.
They are American.
He gets sent back
Yeah.
into the slave trade, probably somewhere else.
Well, no, the slave trade is like done at this point.
That's
Yeah,
probably
the
one of
slave
other
trade,
parts
I
of the
think,
world.
still
Atlantic slave
existed,
trade.
what, in, like, South America, but not in North
No,
America.
not South America. Most of South America outlawed slavery in the 1850s.
Oh, okay.
So
like,
actually,
this-
Colombia was like probably the best idea of where to send them because it was a really progressive country at the time. Like they didn't have like much racism or racial inequality
Okay.
because of like the whole overthrowing the Spanish
So
thing.
it could have been good.
It could have been good, but they never came to anything. Just like all these plans.
You know what?
It's better
It
than,
was- none of
better
these
than
plans were ever gonna
dumping
come.
them in the jungle in Africa.
Yeah, yeah.
Dude, the African move is definitely the worst because I know, like, not a lot of people like talking about this, but, like, the slave trade is black people selling
Yeah.
other black people
Into
to
the
white
trade.
people. To white people. And then when they come back, it's those same black people, those same tribes that hated those other tribes that
Yeah.
they sent over. So you're sending them to war.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
not a
There's
good
a reason
bargain.
Liberia
Re-slaved
is
them or
a
some shit.
failed state right now.
Yeah, it's a terrible thing.
So Dan uses this time in Central America to not really do any of those objectives, but really just kind of fucking hang out. He loves it there. He likes going on the adventure. He's canoeing in one leg. He's riding donkeys up the Andes. He loves it. He's probably banging a lot of broads too.
You guys hear about this shit called cocaine? I'm gonna send some of it back to you. It's great.
You know what? I've done enough cocaine. I'm having such a great time down here in Columbia. I'd like you to take off my other leg. Fuck Lieutenant Dan. I'm General Dan.
Take it off.
Lieutenant Dan.
So Dan also uses this time in Colombia to acquire a large group of exotic animals to bring back to the Central Park Zoo. Because Central Park had been made by this point. Dan continued to take credit for it, even though it's unclear if he actually did anything at this point.
He tried. We have it
on paper that he tried.
Okay.
And he was now helping out the zoo by bringing them like a cheetah, some other he brought a leopard back, some exotic birds. Just like a whole menagerie.
Dan, this is a squirrel. We have squirrels, Dan.
Yeah.
We don't need no squirrel.
Yeah, we know what a horse is, you know?
But these squirrels are from down A.
And it's like, Dan, that's just a prostitute.
Look at the nuts on the squirrel.
I'm just picturing
They're
him
fucking
like
huge.
showing up with a jar full of ants. He's like, check this out, dude. They have ants down there.
Yeah.
And then he's got like some bees in a net.
However,
In the net.
They've got horchatas down there.
because of Dan's South American excursion, he missed the climactic moments of the Civil War. He was away when Lincoln was assassinated and when Lee surrendered at Appomattox. Didn't receive word about either until months after the fact.
Damn.
And he was, obviously heartbroken about Lincoln's death. They'd grown quite close. He was thinking of his friend Mary Todd and how much grief she must be going through.
Oh God, she's such an ugly crier.
Oh,
I gotta see
she
Mary
must have been a
Todd.
real ugly crier.
Man,
She's
it's
not a pretty lady.
No. God, I hate
But like
ugly criers.
screaming wailing
gives a
type
neck.
of crier.
Yeah.
They like the remark about that in all of her she again lived one of the most depressing lives you could lead.
Oh, baby.
Mike wants that armpit.
Well, I mean, it was
Lincoln.
very rude of her after her husband was shot to go, shh, trying to watch.
Shh, the play it's ongoing.
Shut up.
that?
dear.
Oh, so actually,
That's what she did. Yeah, on paper. She looks like a Russian nesting doll.
She looks like, yeah, what the fuck?
But people actually mentioned that if Dan wasn't in South America, it's more likely than not that he would have been in the theater with them.
I believe it.
He probably would have been sitting in the booth. So maybe Dan would have stopped him. He's like, I know what it's like to gun down an unarmed man in Washington, D.C.
Yeah,
I can sense it happening.
I could smell it.
Yeah,
Imagine that
he was
slobbing on your
nothing
knob.
but a filthy actor. I've dealt with them before.
So he gets back just after the war, but he still has some pull with the new Andrew Johnson administration, and he is appointed as the military governor of South Carolina.
That's fire.
Dan,
So how was he with Andrew Johnson? I mean, Andrew Johnson is, I think, our second biggest piece of shit president.
yeah, so Dan got on with him well because when he was doing that tour of the occupied Union territory for Lincoln, Andrew Johnson was the military governor or maybe just regular governor of Tennessee.
Okay.
So they had met and had a relationship already.
All right, cool.
So they kind of got on well. So this is
you like whores? I like whores.
yeah, this is 4 straight presidents that Dan has a close personal relationship with. It's going to be 5 when Grant takes over from Johnson.
Danny boy.
Yeah.
Regular old Jeff
Well-connected
Bezos.
guy. So Dan, as military governor, works to promote the rights of the freed slaves and does not suffer the protests of any of the angry rebels. He's basically leads with the fire and brimstone to put South Carolina in its place. He's intervening directly in judicial proceedings. He's always promoting the interests of the freedmen and sympathetic whites and the carpetbaggers who had come down. In 1866, this command is extended to what is called the Second Military Department, because all this time the Union Army is occupying the South. It's a huge occupation.
Okay.
And this includes North Carolina. So now he is basically the de facto dictator of Northern South Carolina. He's hunting down groups that are like precursors to the KKK, and just enjoying his time, fucking
I
with
like
the rebels.
this guy.
Right, he's like a real activist.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
he's
not like one of
really
these-
gone full swing to fuck the South.
Yeah.
Yeah, that means.
Do you think that he was finding other one-legged veterans and just giving them from the South, like Confederates, and giving them swirlies and shit?
Probably, I wouldn't put it past him. Just tipping them over with his crutches, because even
Yeah,
though he got fitted for a prosthetic, which we mentioned before when he was living in New York, but like Teresa was still north and he was downtown. One of the excuses he used for why it was happening was he wanted to live next to the prosthetic leg factory so that the fittings would be easier. But he like never wore his prosthetic leg. He liked doing the crutches instead.
Yeah, I mean, pretty mobile. I mean, back then, the technology for prosthetics.
It was like a wooden peg.
It's a
not
novelty.
going to be worth. Yeah.
Teresa, you would not understand. There are 150 prosthetics I can collect, and I keep them all in these cylinders. And I can release them, and I can fight with the Confederate men that have their other 150 different types of prosthetics.
So speaking of Teresa, in January of 1867, her health takes a precipitous decline. She'd been battling tuberculosis for some 4 or 5 years at this point.
Sheesh.
Probably
Damn.
lumpy as shit.
Dan is rushing home to see her one last time. They hadn't seen each other in a long while, but she passes away before he can make it. She dies at 31.
Damn.
Tuberculosis.
She had
I beat her.
25 then or 26?
Yeah, she probably got it like when she was 26 or something.
That sucks.
Yeah.
She got it when she was still hot.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
He's like, I gotta
She
fuck
died
you one more
probably still
time.
hot.
Well, she died lumpy.
No, tuberculosis is like you get gaunt, and skinny.
Oh, I thought you.
But then
got-
right at the end, then blood just like falls out of your mouth.
Oh.
Constantly. Yeah.
Well, that's you know.
I gotta fuck you one more last time before you
Yeah.
die. Come back, please.
So Dan was crushed
I
with the
get
news. It's he's reported as like weeping constantly throughout the funeral and all the processions of that. And after the funeral, he finally is like, I guess I got to bond with this kid that I got. And he brings Laura to Charleston. Laura is like, geez, how old is she at this point? Like 15 maybe? So she's in Charleston. He's still doing his thing. And it's around this time that President Johnson, as Travis mentioned, maybe our second worst president ever, becomes our second worst president ever because he doesn't know how to do Reconstruction. And he dismisses Dan in August of 1867.
Bad move.
Get out of here. Anytime
he's
you get
like-
rid of Dan, bad move.
Yeah, he's like, you're simultaneously not doing enough and doing too much. So get the fuck out of here.
Shit.
Yeah. And Dan would like campaign for his impeachment. He was pro-impeachment of Johnson. He wanted him to go down. Didn't happen though.
Dan just wanted to keep hanging out at Myrtle Beach. That's
Yeah.
what I'm saying. They got fucking
That's facts.
you can pet tigers and shit, and you can eat alligator fritters. It's cool.
Yeah.
Fucking swim with a dolphin or some shit, probably.
Yeah, dude. Mike, I want to pay for you to swim with a dolphin.
You want me to get raped?
Yeah. Yep. That's what I
is that
meant.
you want? You just me to get raped in the ocean
By a dolphin?
by a dolphin? Yeah.
Yeah, by those big
All right,
tunas.
I'll do it.
He's in.
I'll wear a wetsuit.
Yeah,
strap a
but no,
flashlight
part
on.
of me
Yeah.
paying for it is that wetsuit's going to have a little opening.
flap in the
like
back.
assless
Yeah,
chap
a little
wetsuit.
flap.
Like a Santa Claus outfit.
Yeah.
Can't do the dolphin sound, but just like edit as all dolphin
I'm
sound.
editing this. One.
Insert dolphin sound.
Tom. I just put that in there.
It's like keyword Tom. After this, Ulysses Grant elected president in 1868. He and Dan, good friends. He offers Dan the post of minister to Mexico. Dan says, no thanks. And so he goes, all right, how about minister to Spain? Dan's like, fuck yeah, let's go to Spain. Because
Why not?
I want to buy Cuba.
Oh yeah.
Oh!
Yeah. So now Dan's like, I can go straight to the people who own it and say that we should buy Cuba. It's never going to happen, though. But while in Spain, he takes a trip to Paris, and he meets the recently deposed Queen Isabella II of Spain. She, at this point, she had just been overthrown, so Dan was talking to the Republic, but he goes to Paris, meets the former queen, and they quickly start having an affair.
That's far.
Damn.
Yeah.
Damn, Dan.
He's still laying pipe, missing a pipe?
Missing a pipe, laying pipe. There's also, I skipped over a few of the affairs he had in South Carolina with local southern gentlewomen. But they were
Southern
happening.
Belles?
Yeah, there's one that he probably had a kid with that died. The child probably died in childbirth. But yeah.
Well, this bitter earth.
Yeah. So Dan went from bringing prostitutes to a queen of Europe to
Yeah.
now banging queens of Europe.
How'd you get that stub?
I fucked my
I'm just
own
going
leg
back
off.
to these Southern Belles that he banged. Be like, well, I do say, Dan, that is most charming. You've killed my uncle and my brother and my 3 sisters. Even though I don't even fight on the battlefield. That's charming.
Do you think my mouth will fit on the stub?
Welcome to West Virginia. Would you like our choice pick of Oxycontin?
Yes.
Come straight off the trees.
So Dan and Isabella didn't really hide this affair at all. Everyone in the press knew about it, and in America, they referred to Dan as the Yankee King of Spain, and they did the same in all the European newspapers as well.
That's great.
Damn.
Yankee King of Spain, Dan Sickles.
Are you telling me that Dan Sickles started Yankee Candle?
Oh my God! Imagine. Well, we were just talking about smells, so
Yeah.
Yeah, right?
maybe.
Dan's like, I've seen fucking smells. Let me tell you about smells.
I've seen
I can
some
make any
fucking
smell you want.
I'm
walking to a
seen
bar.
some fucking smells.
Yeah, you all talking about smells? Well, I'll tell you about smells. I've seen some fucking smells in my time. I smell my own bones melting from the inside of my body.
You ever smelled your own leg outside your body?
Yeah.
And then it's just like, at the end, Yankee Candle.
Yeah.
We smell bones from inside the body.
Amputated leg scent.
They changed their slogan a long time ago to "White people are fine."
White people candles, come on down, Yankee Candle, have some fun.
Yankee
So-
Candle. This is a white person hobby sometimes.
Yankee Candle, the most racist candle there is.
It is an embarrassment being. That's the most embarrassing part about being white. The amount of
The
Yankee,
Yankee candles.
candles that I just trip over.
Yeah.
The amount of,
They just appear in your home.
Yeah, like God, stop it, stop.
Well, it's impossible to avoid Bed Bath & Beyond, I'll say that. It just, like, sucks you in. That Beyond part's the vortex that sucks you in the front doors. There's no handles. You just walk right. You just sucks you right in.
You won't even know you're there. All of a sudden, you can't read the signs. Like you're having a stroke.
Like,
You're in Beyond.
Yeah, you're like, Beyond.
Yeah.
Where is it? Oh.
You're like,
fuck.
whoa, you
Candles.
just stopped there for
All right.
45 minutes. You're like, wow, these flying monkey ice cube trays. I never knew I needed these.
I spent
But
$25
that's
on a
beyond
candle
what I
yesterday.
know.
Is that fucked up? Really fucked up. Is that fucking sad of me?
Get the
Yeah.
plugins. They're cheaper and they last longer.
Dude, my room smells like fucking BO, like sweat.
Clean it then.
Yeah,
It's my clothes, like it's my laundry.
Wash them.
It's not like high enough yet, the pile.
This is a problem with your generation. You're eating the Tide Pods instead
Yeah.
of doing the right thing.
Like-
I don't even
Tide
put
Pod-
Tide Pods in there. I just let that shit water rinse it.
Mike gurgles a Tide Pod and then spits it in the laundry.
Right, mushes it in there with his feet.
I like to suck on them slow, like ice pop.
Like the
Sexy Tide Pod.
Tom,
Sex
they've
time
moved
you
on
feel
past Tide Pods. It's just fentanyl pods now.
Fentanyl pods.
All right, back to Dan.
Please,
Danny
thank you,
boy.
Tom.
So, despite his ongoing affair with the deposed Queen of Spain, Dan is also courting the young Caroline de Craig. I don't know how to pronounce it
This
because
motherfucker.
she's Irish-Spanish, adopted daughter of a knight.
That's got to be a heinous accident.
And he's got
know,
no STDs. This guy.
No STDs
That's a
yet
fucking
that we
lie.
know of. I don't. They never mentioned STDs once.
This motherfucker's dick pile.
except for the fact that Fanny got it eventually.
Everyone had chlamydia at this time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But he never got syphilis, so that's a win for Dan.
Yeah.
Then J.O.
So he's courting this woman, younger than him, but not quite as young as Teresa. The two were married in 1871. Laura, Dan's daughter with Teresa, approved of the marriage and got along well with Caroline.
Was she older?
Laura?
Yeah, she older than the girl he's marrying.
No.
Oh, that's
okay.
a good question.
Laura is
actually.
like
Yeah.
16, maybe.
Okay.
And I
girl
think
17?
Caroline was like in her mid to late 20s.
Was Dan
okay.
like a dick to his daughter when she was like, "Oh, I approve"? It's just like that's great, and if you didn't, it wouldn't fucking matter.
Well, we don't really know, but we do know that their relationship fractures right after this.
Oh, okay.
And we don't know why. It's never made clear, but
I can wonder why.
basically he stops. Oh, and he's still banging everyone
Yeah,
while he's,
this-
it's because it's Dan Sickles.
Wait, did the relation did this woman, I mean, she's in her late 20s, so I'm assuming she has kids, because this is
Nope,
a
no
long time
kids.
ago.
But
No
her
kids?
and Dan will have a daughter named Ada and a son, George.
Georgie?
And Laura gets along real well with her siblings, her half siblings, but
Right.
but fucking hates her dad.
Okay.
Well, this is a long time ago, and things were a little bit weirder, and the porn was all about half brothers and sisters, not step
not step brothers and sisters, right? Yeah.
You know, I learned something this week too. Some guy told me if you have a daughter first, that means you're a sinner.
Who said that? Was this guy Muslim or
Who's telling me
Japanese
this?
or something? What was he?
What religion, Mike?
Who's I talking to about this?
Was his name Ahmet or something?
Oh, we were talking. I was talking to this kid I work with, and we were talking about like how we don't have kids because like I could never deal with having a daughter.
Okay.
And he's like, yeah, if you have a daughter, that means you're a sinner.
He managed to get this out to you, like, between taking gulps out of the ketchup packets?
Yeah. Okay. That makes sense. I ain't having kids. Sorry, Connor. I don't know why I had to bring that up, but
Yeah, I don't know either.
Yeah, you guys just call him by his nickname, Isis K.
if you have a daughter first, that means you're
All
a
right,
sinner.
we get it, Mike.
Which ain't a bad thing. I mean, everyone sins it once in a while.
So Dan, who was a sinner and had a daughter first,
Sins.
during this time, he'd been keeping a close eye on his business dealings, and he and his young new wife visit New York, and Dan pulls off a huge business coup that involves the Erie Railroad. I don't want to get into the details of it, but basically it ends with Dan, fabulously wealthy, finally securing like some good financial
Got
security.
that bag.
Yeah, he got the bag.
He won at Monopoly.
Yeah, so he goes back to Spain, and they don't make any progress towards Cuba. So in 1874, he leaves Spain for Paris, where he and Caroline and their 2 children and Laura all kind of settle in. This is when the relationship with Laura just completely breaks. And again, we do not know why. But later on, Dan's dad, who would continue to support Laura for a while, would write to Dan and be like, you should reconnect with your daughter. And Dan would write back being like, I've already told you, it's not fucking happening. Never bring it up again. She's dead.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
What did she do?
There's a idea that she just like, I mean, obviously she resented him because he was absent her whole life and drove her mother basically to an early death in her mind.
Right.
And the rumor is that she threatened to expose all of Dan's misdeeds to his new wife.
Oh, that's rude.
Yeah. And then
Snitch.
also there was like this whole other thing where she might have had an affair with a Spanish officer that Dan didn't approve of.
She just kept flushing the fucking tampons down the toilet. No matter what he said, and he just had to get the cesspool cleaned too many times. Just like, fuck you, bitch. I told you.
Yeah.
I told you, just throw them out.
Well,
It's natural.
We have Spanish plumbing here. It can't handle your flushable tampons.
Yeah.
really,
This is
it's-
Madrid. It was built 700 years ago.
It can't handle your 20th century needs.
Quit flushing rags, Laura.
You
It
leave those
says
locks
on
in
the
there.
package, non-flushable wipes.
I want to see what you've done.
Really, though, it's because Dan was terrible with family stuff because in 1879, he ditches all 4 of them and goes back to New York.
Yeah, ho.
Yeah, boy.
Yeah,
Oh,
champion.
fucking
He was probably
whores.
wearing pit vipers when he did that.
Yeah, shout out to them.
Pit
Laura,
Viper, yum.
Laura independently also returns home to New York, but as we said, they're completely estranged. They have no relationship for here on out.
Okay.
So it's the 1880s. Dan's getting up there in age, but he's still part of the social scene of the New York elite. He's attending opera at the Vanderbilts. He's hanging out with many Civil War veterans, going to Gettysburg reunions. And on one occasion at the opera, he crosses paths with Robert Key, Barton Key's son.
Oh, damn.
That boy you had.
I know I made it all dramatic, but nothing really happened. Apparently they just locked eyes
Shook hands.
and then moved on.
Yeah, he was like, "You want to see a cool trick?" And he just like pulls off his prosthetic, and he's like, "Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle, wiggle."
And he just shows off. He's like, "This is the gun I used to murder your father, you
Yeah.
fucking piece of shit."
Your father was
One
a
of the
bitch
4
and
guns.
threw opera glasses at
Imagine
me.
just like a
fucking
6-year-old man yelling at you like, "I killed your dad, you son of a bitch, and I got away with it too."
Your granddad writes bad songs.
A few times during the book, they mention that like the Star-Spangled Banner plays, and Dan like does not care at all. Does not faze him one bit.
This song sucks.
Yeah,
overrated.
but like,
so
they play it to
indie.
like celebrate Dan. They're like, strike up the national anthem for our hero Dan Sickles, and it's like the guy who murdered the son of this.
This song is bittersweet.
So Dan's father passed away around this time. Like I said before, one of his strongest friendships and relationships of his life. And not too long after that, so does his daughter Laura of debilitating alcoholism.
Oh, wow. Well, she really hated her dad.
Yeah, Dan does not attend the funeral.
Wow.
As I said, he had already sent a letter to his own father saying Laura is as good as dead and buried.
Damn.
Whoa. So you're telling me that you used some big words there. You're telling me she died of fun?
Yeah, she died of having she died a very 2020 or 20 21st century death. She's a failing artist in Brooklyn that drank herself to death.
Oh, she was 27.
Oh,
Yeah.
that makes sense.
with rich parents.
With rich parents
Right.
that are estranged.
God.
Yeah.
while
Basically girls.
While her grandfather sends her money to support her habits.
Oh.
Wow,
It
she was
really
way ahead of
is,
the time. That was like, wow.
And she's probably living in Williamsburg because that's pretty much all there was of Brooklyn. So
Yeah, that's it.
It's great. It's great. Shout out
I
to
didn't,
FIT.
I didn't realize that. That's just a great point. Really living the life of a 21st century.
She
I'm getting a major in
She died while listening
Scientology.
to her.
Scientology is my major.
Yeah.
She died
Okay.
while listening to her favorite Crystal Castles song.
I like Crystal Castle.
Who doesn't? What?
I like that one song, man. That's
No,
a back.
it's okay.
I'm
fine.
very
Last
active
one.
in like the disabled veteran community because my dad doesn't have a leg.
He
Even
doesn't-
though I fucking
he doesn't talk to me,
hate
but
him.
it affects me.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
affects me a lot.
Dan's still getting up there in age, but still full of energy, still banging everybody. He's got, we got plenty of letters from his lovers that survived till now. In the late 1880s, he's appointed the chairman of the New York State Monuments Commission and is instrumental in creating monuments to all the brigades all the New York brigades that fought at Gettysburg.
Make Grant's tomb. Did you make that?
No, that Grant's tomb is in New York.
It's not in New York right now. Did you say it was New York?
Well, he's in New York, but he's making monuments in Gettysburg
Oh, I didn't hear that
for
part,
New
sorry.
Yorkers.
Gotcha.
Pretty sober. Right
Fun
now.
fact: my uncle, who's a big Civil War buff, he passed away. We spread his ashes by the New York State Monument in Gettysburg.
Oh.
Oh, nice.
Now, in 1891, while dedicating a monument there, he gives an impassioned speech in favor of creating a national monument of the battlefield. That same day, he's awarded the Congressional Medal of Honor for his role during the second day of Gettysburg.
Wow, it's so great that he shares the same honor as one of our past Rush Limbaugh.
Wait, Rush Limbaugh has won a Congressional Medal of Honor?
Yeah.
Yeah.
For what war?
Yeah, it's pretty
Oh
weird.
no, the Presidential Medal of Honor.
The Presidential Medal of Freedom. No, the Medal of
Medal of
Honor is
Freedom.
like...
And not the Medal of
the
Honor.
war against liberals. of
Oh,
course.
right.
Yeah,
one that's still waging,
I mixed
but
it up.
there's been-
I always think of him as a hardened veteran against
Right.
fucking degenerates.
So
and
Dan-
hearing.
Dan would make this cause a big part of his congressional campaign in 1892. At the age of 75, he's reelected to Congress, and he doesn't really do much in Congress as he did before. He's much more just kind of a quiet guy that sits there, but he does help create the Gettysburg National Military Park.
Sheesh.
In fact, his original map that he had drawn to designate like the boundaries of it was used up until 1973 when it was then expanded.
Oh.
Yeah. Despite all this, he's one of the only generals on either side of the battle that does not have his own monument at the site. You know, if you go to Gettysburg, you'll see all along the road, you'll see like horses. There's actually a cool thing. It's like if a monument is on a horse and a certain number of hooves are off the ground, that means they were killed in action. If it's a different number, it's killed in action at a different battle. And then if they're all on the ground, that means they survived the war.
Oh, no shit.
Yeah.
No.
I don't know if
not
that's
either.
exactly how it is, but it's like a certain thing with like
There's a code there.
there's a code to it. Yeah.
I was going to ask, you kind of answered the question, Connor, but has anyone else been to Gettysburg?
No, I've never been there.
I haven't. I have
Have
no
you,
plans
Travis?
on going, actually, because then I'll start weeping, because I'm very emotional.
Where's it again? Pennsylvania?
Yeah.
I
Have you
have
been there,
not.
Travis?
I have not. I have a very weak bladder, as we know from the show, and I'm afraid if I start walking the grounds, I'm going to desecrate.
I highly recommend going. It's just a really cool place to go.
I will go.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to make it there, though.
I'm gonna go and metal detect there.
Let's go.
So
do it?
when Dan was asked why he did not have his own monument at the battlefield, he responded, quote, "The entire battlefield is a memorial to Dan Sickles."
Yeah, brother!
Jumps in the air, one-legged, freeze frame.
Yeah. He runs for re-election in 1894 and loses, so he heads back to New York. Now, despite being a distant father to Laura, he had kept in touch with Ada and George, and Ada comes to visit New York and Washington when she was 22 with her new husband.
Those with the Spanish broad, those kids?
Yeah, and these kids are like cosmopolitans of Europe, like hyper elite. They speak 5 languages. They're super wealthy.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
They're probably
want
going to
kids like
marry
that,
like a
right?
Rothschild or something.
She had married like a British cavalry officer, I think.
Okay.
However, and despite having a great time with Ada and her husband, he didn't try to see his wife or son for another 12 years, showing that he didn't really go out of his way to do this.
He doesn't care. The man doesn't care. That's why he's such a hero.
Yeah, he's like, you can't bang your own kids. That's fucked.
Well,
Yeah.
Why would I want to hang out with them?
And I already banged my wife. What else is there to do?
absence makes the heart grow fonder, is what they say.
Not for Dan Sickles.
Yeah, he's
Well,
just
12 years, that's a long time. I miss you, Dad. Hello.
absence, period. That's what
Absence.
he's
That
dealing
makes
with.
the heart grow fonder. Absence, period.
Absence.
Period.
It's what's for dinner.
Lunch is canceled, everyone.
Dude, like a hustle. So Dan continued to attend a lot of Gettysburg Memorial reunions. In fact, he had quite the friendship with his opposite that day, James Longstreet.
Oh.
They had a lifelong friendship afterwards.
I always think
mostly
that's it's very touching. Almost
Yeah.
like
It's like a
especially like you see like
reconciliation.
those World War II. I mean, because obviously we've never, the Civil War is way more detached than something World War II. I mean, we just barely remember a lot of these. A lot of these veterans are dying from World War II. There's maybe a handful left, but you see these veterans like a Nazi guy, and then like some fucking American paratrooper, and they're like, "That was dumb what we did. We're cool though. We can talk about it."
Yeah.
Well, when it comes down to it, you're not Jewish, so I could see myself having a blossoming friendship with you.
No, but I always think that's weird. It's like it almost just is like, why do these people fight to begin with? It's sad.
War's kind of dumb, but, so are people.
Yeah.
We're going to keep doing it. People who say war, peace on earth and all that crap, they have no idea of the human condition.
That's
We're
true.
designed to fight each other. Mm-hmm. It's
money in war.
unfortunate, but it's true.
I mean, look at my physique. I'm a fighting machine.
You are a fighting
I
machine.
will
Life is
murder
fucking.
You are a cannonball of flesh.
So Dan, still living in New York, still hanging out, sexual appetite strong as ever.
Wow.
Even as he advances into his 70s and 80s. At this time, he begins a personal friendship with another outstanding American figure, Mark Twain, who was living in New York at the time across the street from Dan.
Oh, also drunk corn
Motherfucker
dog.
knows everybody.
Yeah.
What the
So
fuck is good?
Twain lived across the street from him and liked hanging out. He basically described Dan's house as a menagerie, and he didn't seem to like enjoy Dan as a person, but more just liked observing and thought he was just a fascinating dude.
Right. Character study.
Yeah, character study. He called him, quote, sweetly and winningly childlike, and remarked that because Dan was always boasting about himself, that, quote, the general valued his lost leg away above the one that it left. Basically saying, like, Dan was happier to have lost a leg than to not go unmaimed through the war.
Right. Likes a good tale.
Likes a good tale.
Yeah.
So we're getting to the end here. At 88, his wife and son come to visit. That's the first of that. That was the 12 years had gone up, so now they're coming to visit him.
Time to see Dad.
12-year gap.
12-year reunion, yeah.
Yeah.
But
Absence.
Absolutely.
his wife, Caroline, does not stay with him because Dan refused to dismiss his live-in housekeeper / nurse / girlfriend, who was 40
I like that.
at the time.
Principles.
So
Well-
his wife had to stay at a nearby hotel during the entirety of her visit.
Well, honey, the
As she
aide
should.
could fit at least 6 Baby Bell cheeses inside of her, and we've all tested it with 4 for you, so...
Yeah. A few years after this, in 1912, it was discovered that there were some $28,000 missing from the account of the New York State Memorial Fund that Dan had embezzled.
Oh, you're going to die. You might as well.
Yeah!
He's smart.
Just embezzled a cool $30,000 from
Guess
the
what?
Monuments Commission.
America embezzled his leg fighting
Yeah.
for the freedom.
That's
What?
Fucking freedom.
So an arrest warrant was drawn up for the 93-year-old Sickles, but no one had the heart to actually do it. At one point, they finally were like, all right, we have to do something. So they went to his house, put him in cuffs, took the cuffs off, and said, you're on house arrest.
Great.
Yeah. However, our boy Dan couldn't go on living and fucking for all of eternity. And in April of 1914, Dan suffers a cerebral hemorrhage, and he dies 2 weeks later on May 3rd. He had left all of his worldly possessions to his grandchildren, so Ada and George's kids. And Dan was laid to rest in Arlington National Cemetery, where he was given a full military funeral. And you can go visit his grave today.
Hell yeah.
And that is Danny Sickles.
It's a good one.
I like Dan.
Connor, that was great.
That was a
What a
great
life.
boy.
Yeah.
So what do you think? Should he be on the 20?
I'd say so. He fucks whores all the time.
Maybe the $27.25. You know,
$27.25.
$27.25.
That's a good
the
one.
bill.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think Ronald McDonald would be a better symbol than Andrew Jackson. But yeah, I think we need to get rid of Ben Franklin. I don't what did he do?
Yeah, he wasn't.
Discover electricity.
Yeah, he invented the electricity.
Oh, I forgot he invented it.
Yeah, he invented lightning.
yeah.
He
went
discovered
through
Threw a
Lightning.
key up into the sky and lightning started.
Yeah, he built a giant ladder that was shaped like a key and strangled a cloud until it spat out its sweet juice.
Well, yeah, I'm thinking he needs to go on the 420 bill. Dan
Something
Sickles.
fun. Yeah.
Dan Sickles.
Come on.
Mike, you got any final thoughts on this guy? You're really tired. I see you again, man.
Mike's had a rough day.
Yeah.
My final thoughts on Dan. Loyalty. That's all I'll say.
Okay.
Learn to be loyal, Dan.
Learn to be
Learn to be
loyal.
loyal, Dan. There you go.
Keep your fucking anaconda snake to yourself.
Okay.
And not
never
stop
would.
diddling kids.
I don't know if you've been
He
paying
didn't
attention.
diddle
He was
any
diddling
kids.
kids, right? He was banging a 15-year-old.
Well,
That's
he-
not cool. That was time accurate.
that
I
was
guess.
last episode. Why are
Yeah.
you focused on
Yeah.
that?
Yeah.
He's grown up
just-
since
He's
then.
grown up now. He's banging 30-year-olds when he's 70.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what? I wish I could do that.
Yeah.
I
We're
hope,
all
I hope I
jealous.
get to do that when I'm 70, bang 30-year-olds.
Just cut off a leg.
Cut off a leg.
Yeah.
You know what? He's a savage for that. That shit, I would never be able to do that shit. I'd be like, just fucking kill me. Just fucking kill me. I'm not fucking... not chopping this shit off.
Well, it's hard to kickflip one-legged. I understand.
Exactly.
Look, thanks for listening, everyone. Connor, excellent
Connor.
series you have
Thank you.
brought us.
Thank you. It was fun to learn about Danny Boy.
I'm sorry, I'm a
He had
piece
a-
of garbage.
A lot
all
of met a lot of interesting people and had personal relationships with so many huge American figures. It's amazing this guy goes unnoticed.
One of
Yeah,
my
really.
favorite roasts we've done so far. I will say that. Good
Oh.
job, Connor.
Thank you.
Yes,
Appreciate
and
it.
if you think this is a great episode, go to our patreon.com/roastmortemcast and give us your money and vote with your wallet.
Yeah.
Because now it's a competition. We're now going for the best scripts here. Because
Yeah.
now we're cooking with gas.
Obviously, it's me.
Okay. Obviously, Mike's got a bit of a leg up on us with all of his
I wanna plug my
library
own
science
Patreon.
degree and all that stuff. Go to patreon.com and give Mike money.
Please.
Social medias, Google that shit. Travis, did I miss anything else?
Make sure you don't lose a leg, dog. Or
That's
lose
right.
it and then still fuck.
oh, never do anything nice for anyone.
Bingo.
There you go.
There
The
you go.
golden
Mike's
rule.
words of wisdom. Can we
Unless
close
they
with
pay
Mike
you.
words of wisdom every episode now?
Yeah, that's it. Never be nice to anyone. That's the official statement.
Don't send anyone stuff unless they pay you first.
Yeah, fuck that
Yes.
guy.
Fuck that dude.
Fuck that dude.
And you know what? If anyone ever double crosses me, you're done.
You heard
You're
it
done.
here first. And that's it. That's the last word. Thank you, Shane, for listening.
Thank you,
Dankeschön.
Shane.
Bye.
Give us a lot of money, please. I cannot work anymore. I cannot bear the suffering of getting up and just thinking about going to work, and then you're just there for fucking ever, and then you get one shitty break, a shitty 30-minute break. I don't even get to eat my food. By the time I get it, it's been 17 fucking minutes. I gotta fucking rush to eat my food. I gotta rush to eat my food. I can't even beat off in the bathroom in time. I got this little kid at work that's like fucking asking me a million questions, and I can't be beaten off when this kid's asking me questions.